Hello everybody, welcome to the fourth round of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. From what I hear, a beautiful, beautiful Isle of Man. Bunch of very exciting matchups today. I cannot wait for the action to begin while we see that castle over there. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm a chess grandmaster and I'm delighted to be joined by the legend, the former vice world champion of the world, turned star commentator, Thai model, Peter Leko. How are you doing today, Peter?
Hi Jan, hello everyone. Super happy to be here. The show must continue. The show is amazing. The Grand Swiss so far in the first 3 rounds, what we have seen, produced tremendous fights. Everybody's fighting for every single inch. That's exactly what we want to see.
You've been here all the way for 3 days already. Any highlights that stick to your mind? I know you always love chess.
Yes, basically the incredible fighting spirit. I think it's also way too early to highlight anyone. Clearly, Fabiano crossing 2800 during the tournament, that was a great highlight. We are very happy for Fabi. It's always great to see Fabi and great anyone fulfilling his potential. And it's nice to see Fabi in top shape.
All right, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. We begin with the women's section, round number 3. If memory serves, quite some decisive results there. On the top boards, Peter, Zhongyi and Muzychuk, both staying on 100%. What else caught your attention?
Yes, and actually Zhongyi won quite a smooth game. Antoinetta didn't really put up such a big resistance. It was just too smooth for a big clash. Let's not forget it was a battle of 2 former world champions. Anna Muzychuk also with black got the upper hand, and then with great technique she went on to win that game. Elizabeth Petz winning with white again, so she's 2.5. But also there was this incredible attacking game by Vachier-Lagrave, crushing Leia Garifulina. Definitely it was also the game of the day.
That was sick. I clicked through it like some Grand Prix Sicilian tech. She castled queenside, which I'd never seen. Then some f5, f6, e5 blowing the center open. I don't know if it was prep, but there was certainly a sight to behold by Charlie there. Breaking through.
Yeah, that was shocking attack, and she went on. There were some mistakes, of course. Yeah, the game cannot be perfect, of course, but the tendency was clear. She played a brilliant attacking game and managed to win in wonderful style.
Let's see the standings. We've already mentioned 2 co-leaders on 100%. Anna Muzychuk and former world champion the year 2017, Zhongyi. Well, I'm not an expert, but probably face each other. And we mentioned Pates and Vaisali, Baby Sarah in the mix. Then there's already a drop off Elina Rubers, the Dutch star, on 2 out of 3, as I'm sure are many others. So, the matchup of the day, Peter, has gotta be Muzychuk versus Zhongyi.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a very big clash. We also know that Anna Muzychuk has already qualified herself to the candidates. That's very similar situation like Fabiano, so she gets experience. She plays a great tournament against very strong opposition and enjoys the whole atmosphere. On the other hand, Zhongyi needs to qualify, and then there is also this very interesting pairing on the second board, Bibi Sarasobayeva against Elizabeth Petz. What do you think of this matchup?
Not the first time these two clash. No, not just on the board. But I also recall off the board there was this FIDE Women's Grand Prix earlier this year in India, where I think the controversy started with Abdumalik Bibi Sarah's countrywoman, who was not picked up from the airport. And a lot of things happened after that. If memory serves, teams formed between the participants in that Grand Prix. Bibi Sarah and Pates were 2 of them. And I think they were on opposing sides. Don't quiz me on the exact topics being debated. I think Pates was in favor of ending the tournament. There was some controversy about who gets replaced of the players who dropped out. It was complicated, but they certainly have history. So always fun to have a grudge match.
Yeah, it was a complete mess. I was following the news. As a chess player, you don't want to see something like this happen. It's
You
always
don't?
great when no, not at all. We want
I was
to.
having popcorn. I was checking my Instagram, like checking Abdul Malik stories, maybe Sarah stories. I had a great time.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, to follow it. But if you put yourself in the shoes of the players, yeah, then this uncertainty, you don't know if the tournament is starting, not, you are getting emotionally involved. Basically, I also completely understood Elizabeth that she dropped out of the tournament, yeah, in the last second, that she's just not in the state of mind to play. And now it's all the more interesting that this game gonna take place and we're gonna be enjoying this big clash.
Can't wait. Speaking of big clashes, we are moving on to the open section where today the fourth round is also being played. And let's see what happened there yesterday in round number 3. My boy, Erwin Lamy, on the top board against Fabi. I recall there used to be blood between those. No, like Erwin, I think, beat Fabi once in German Bundesliga. A lot of decisive games. But this time around, draw.
Yes, there were also quite a lot of draws. However, if somebody thinks that that was because of lack of fighting spirit, then let's just think about Alexei Shilov versus Nodirbek Abdusatolovic. Went all the way more than 7 hours, and it looked like Alexei was winning throughout the game. Yes, okay, not immediately out of the opening, but he got the upper hand. He was pressing, then he was winning after the first time control after move 40. However, Nodirbek Abdusatolov managed to save that game in a marathon battle. And yeah, that's what the Grand Swiss is all about. Yeah, fighting till the very end.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple pages of results here. Hikaru Nakamura won his game against Aryan Chopra. The junior world champion, is that right? Under 20 world champion. Marc-André Maurizi winning again. He beat Matthias Bluebaum. Now he beats Sargsyan with black. He's for real. Like, I think his rating is around 2550, but crushing much higher rated players here. Maurizi impressive.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I was following the Under 20 World Championship. First of all, Mexico City is one of my favorite places. So when I heard that Under 20 World Championship is taking place there, I was keenly following. And he did fantastically. He won a very smooth Under 20 World Championship. And I believe it gives him the boost. He gets the confidence. And we see a very dangerous Maurizi in this tournament.
Sure. All right, we're very close to kickoff, so let's quickly look at the standings. No one has 100% score because of all these draws we saw. But Fabi's right up there, together with Eric Gaisi and a bunch of other chess superstars. Let's have a look what we have today. There we see Caruana Sindarov. That is a big one. Sindarov beats Levon Aronian, memory serves. And
correct.
Hikaru Nakamura.
Exactly.
Black pieces against Tabatabai. That's a tough matchup. Do we have liftoff? I see a pawn on c4.
Yes, it is. c4 is one of the favorite moves so far in the tournament. It's a lovely flexible move, keeping absolutely open terrain where to go. And if I'm not mistaken, then Sindarov is a type of player who loves to play King's Indian, Grünfeld. He also started probably playing Knight f6, e6, but that's why 1c4 is a very delicate, very interesting test.
He's a Grünfeld boy, and maybe you can show us 1c4 is often used against Grünfeld players. One basic point is after Knight f6, Knight c3, g6, you go e4, and no Grünfeld will happen. No, is that what Fabi wants?
Well, that could be one. However, if Sindarov is ready to play the King's Indian, then it shouldn't be such a big headache. On the other hand, playing King's Indian against someone like Fabiano, it's a bit too scary.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Too much.
Yeah, very interesting to see how it will work out. Yeah, so far, did we see a move? Yes,
c4,
g6. Okay.
Also typical. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's the Grünfeld spirit, because now after e4, black can play e5. e4 actually already played, and we are expecting the move e5 from Sindarov.
Yes, refusing to get move ordered. We could talk about subtleties here all day. c4, g6, knight c3, c5, but we have so many games. Let's maybe jump to Hikaru Nakamura here. There's been blatant starting with Fabi here. Can't have that. How's Hikaru doing?
Yeah, and as you said, we already also have the bird's eye view. That's fantastic because then we can have a complete overview.
Nice.
In Hikaru's game, it's still kind of it's a weird Tarash. Yeah, knight f3 c5.
Why is it
Are you
weird?
familiar?
It's just a
Well,
Tarash, no?
yeah, but seeing Tarash is kind of weird, no? Because okay, we know that people are playing the improved Tarash lately.
Yeah, and also often if you want some sort of the Tarash, you want to wait for the white knight to show up on c3. Because if you start with c5 so early, now white, if he wants, can go c takes d, e takes d, and pawn to g3, and you don't get, sorry, this is all getting very opening nerdy already, but you don't get the so-called Dubov Tarash, no? Which after knight c3, knight c6, g3, then you can take and go bishop c5 later, which I think is solving some problems.
Exactly. So for me, this kind of Tarash is a little bit weird. White has not committed the knight yet from b1. That's very nice. And if you think about it, it's like a wonderful Grunfeld, right? That, okay, you're never going to get this lovely position. Bishop g2, castles comes quickly. Clearly, Hikaru definitely has something in mind. He did play this Tarash in the World Cup against was it against Kartik? I remember that against somebody he was in some kind of danger. I think it was against Kartik in the very first round.
Hikaru just can't win. If he plays Queen's Gambit Declined, we will criticize him for being too predictable, always playing Queen's Gambit Declined. If he plays something else, we say, what kind of weird opening is this? Play something normal. Very hard to please the critics. But yeah, they played g3, bishop g2, knight f6. Here we are.
Yes, here we are. So we are expecting the move short castles and bishop e7. All right. Now what would be what would be your choice? Do you like d takes c5 or?
Oh, I'm taking on c5 at tempo. I'm very worried about that pawn ever ending on c4. I've played this position many times. I think d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and a3 is a line. But white has many options. Of course, you can go knight c3, bishop to g5. Curious what's going to happen.
Yes, I'm also feeling like, okay, a3, and then going for that one is kind of nice because and already d takes c5 on the board. Clearly, you don't want to transpose to the main lines with knight c3 because you want to benefit from this move order.
Yeah, I saw some praise on screen. I like praise. I don't like criticism. I don't know how you feel about it, Peter, but very nice to hear. Thank you so much. Excited to be back talking to you about good old chess. Let's see where.
And there we have it.
Go.
There we have it. You called it d takes c5 a3. You're gonna play a tempo, and Tabatabai does exactly the same. Follows in your footsteps.
A lot of chess culture. Tabatabai, very, very strong theoretician. Obviously, very strong player, close to 2,700. But in particular, his ideas in the opening. Very often, you check some line and you see Tabatabai was the first to play it, or you see some other strong players using some line, and you see, maybe they were inspired by Tabatabai. I think he's a very interesting theoretician, and I always keep an eye on his ideas for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the Iranian players, Max Todlu is also working very hard here, and they love chess. Yeah, and they love to work. So basically, working on chess is a pure pleasure for them.
No, I think Tabatabai is the worker there. I think Masoudlu is just telling Tabatabai, "What do you have in store today?"
Oh wow, okay.
No, I'm not sure if that's true, but I've seen them in Vachier-Lagrave where they were constantly hanging out, and I think they certainly work together. And yeah, a lot of good ideas.
Yes, and we also see Hikaru jumping with his knight to e4 immediately, putting some pressure on the f2 pawn, making also sure that white won't be able to develop his knight to c3 so easily. You are the big expert. Please tell us, how does this continue?
Knight e4 is one of the moves. I think you can also castle or go a5. I mean, the natural move here is pawn to b4. Then I have to admit, I briefly got scared about queen f6, but probably it's nonsense. Yeah, like just rook a2, or what do you do? Maybe white just wins, but yeah, rook a2 and d5 and c5 are hanging it. All right, Peter, We need to move on from the intricacies of the Tarash because we have, first of all, a game I'm very excited about. My friend Jorn van Foreest, whom I spent very rough months in Thailand with, working for Magnus Carlsen during the 2021 match, is playing against one of the Svane brothers. And frankly, I don't know who it is because it just says Svane on my screen. I would guess it's Rasmus from the opening. The oldest
it's
Svane brother.
Frederick.
It's Frederick.
It's
That's the
Frederick.
younger brother, Frederick Svane. And Jordan is doing Jordan things. Jordan van Foreest, very interesting theoretician. This is a line that will be near and dear to your heart. Classical Catalan. What's going on here?
Wow. Okay, yes, I understand why you are so shocked and you wanted to come here. Let's take a look. Classical Catalan. One could argue that you cannot play more classical than this, but it's not in Jordan style. And what's in store after d takes c4? Yes,
this we've seen before.
Yeah, and usually white plays queen c2 or white plays knight e5, knight a3, queen a4. All these kind of moves are absolutely normal, but he goes for the move h4, which gets a direct question mark.
Study some theory, Jordan.
All right.
I hope I'm not telling any tales out of school, but Jordan does know that queen c2 is the main line here. We spent a lot of time on that during the World Championship match, so he didn't blunder with h4. That much we can say.
Yes, so can you reveal that was h4 already kind of a planned surprise just in case for tiebreak?
I can reveal one thing, and I'm not joking here. Jordan spent some time on the move queen to d2 instead of queen to c2 in this position. So he's into checking all kinds of weird alternatives in many positions. But h4, I do not think that was part of the plans. No, that's him at a later stage.
Yes.
And what's the idea? Why do you go h4 here? You just castle. I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I feel like. If Magnus would have been told, that h4 is interesting, he would say, okay, try it yourself.
You're all fired, you idiots.
Exactly. Yeah. So, okay, definitely there is some hidden idea. Probably white is waiting for black to commit. Yeah, because we see that after the move knight c6, which makes a certain sense, inserting pressure on the d4 pawn, also making sure that white won't be able to go knight e5, also stopping queen c2. And now Jordan switches to knight a3. The reason why I'm saying that this is very important, because if white instead of h4 plays knight a3, then usually black takes, b takes a3, and then goes bishop d7, and knight e5, bishop c6. I think this is some kind of a big theoretical position with two bishops and compensation, but also black is very solid. So after
I once
h4,
played in that position. After knight a3, I took and went knight c6 against Romanishin, which is not very good, and I did not enjoy myself very much. So probably Jordan's idea is to get a worse version of that, where black no longer has the option of bishop d7, knight c6, bishop d7, bishop c6, and has the knight committed there. Still looks weird.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So this is the psychological trick behind things, or maybe even not psychological. It's just Jordan loves to create something new, and he might enjoy his idea by spicing things up. Yeah, it's all about this bishop on c8. Yeah, that's one of the big headaches for black in all these classical Catalans. How do you develop that bishop? But on the other hand, this is now a clean pawn sacrifice.
We should mention that h4 is not a novelty. It's not even a novelty in Jordan van Foreest games. He has played this before, so he's such a believer in the move that he thinks it's good enough to repeat. Which, yeah, makes it even more brazen, because he might not have surprise value if Frederick rechecked this. Frederick Svane, one of the big stars of, I think I can say, German chess. I'm not sure, because he's Danish by passport, but he plays chess for Germany. He lives in Lübeck in Germany and has represented the German chess federation all his life. So he's one of the big hopes. And yeah, very exciting young player.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay,
sorry,
now we are moving on, and let's take a look what Firouzja is doing, because he's actually in against Nijat Abbasov, who had this, and wow, h4 as well on the board.
Modern chess. What happened to just castling and then not touching the pawns in front of your king, Peter? You have to play h4 in every position now? Like,
Crazy, and especially in the Catalan, yeah, it's not the typical type of position where you think like h4 is so natural. Let's just very quickly go through the game. It's again the Catalan. Now we see the orthodox closed variation with bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop e7. Everything is fairly standard. White plays the move queen c2, c6, bishop f4, and after a5, suddenly we see h4 and a4. So everybody's, while a5, a4 looks very natural and thematic, the move h4 is kind of a little bit out of this world.
it's not the chess I'm used to. Ever since this Alpha Zero, Lila Zero thing, going a5, a4, h4 in every position. It's really we have to adjust to these h pawns being pushed. But it's so hard to get the hang of it.
Yeah, to try to understand what's the idea behind h4. Well, if we have to say something, please don't misunderstand me. It does not mean that this is exactly the case, but probably in some variations there are lines where black jumps knight e4 and then might kick that bishop away with g5, f5. That's a very stonewallish kind of setup, which I believe Magnus was also doing some point when black is trying to mix things up. But this is a little bit too much of a prophylaxis for me, this h4.
Yeah, to stop black from going g5, it's rough. But yeah, I've mentioned our Thailand camp. Daniel Dubov was there as well, who's played h4 in many Catalan situations before. But for us old guys, hard to accept it. Ali Reza, not an old guy though, and looks like he's playing more chess again. No, are there like other vacations in fashion school? Why does he have time for all this chess all of a sudden?
I think that we are very happy seeing him back at the chessboard. It's so great to see him. And well, the tournament is very tough. So we do remember his stellar victory in 2021 Grand Swiss in Riga when he crushed the field. But back then he was playing also very straightforward chess, like 1e4 and trying to get to the throat of the opponent. Yesterday we have been seeing him playing the Catalan himself from the white side, so he's becoming more of an all-rounder. And I'm wondering that in this Grand Swiss, where maybe brutal force is more needed than finesses, that to see how he will handle this event.
Yeah, it's certainly gonna be interesting. If I think we had Fabi and Firouzja in the top two spots in 2021, which was in a way a great outcome for the candidates because he had all these fantastic players in there. If they can repeat that in such a strong field, I'd be very curious to see. Can we switch back to Hikaru for a second? I don't know. This might still be theory, but it looks very wild already.
Yeah, that's a good call. After knight e4, white kind of reacted in a very interesting manner. Yeah, knight fd2 challenging that knight immediately. And Hikaru knows exactly, if I have already placed that knight on e4, I should be hanging on to it. And in this regard, then his next move f5 is almost obligatory.
Oof. That move I understand, but it still looks weakening, no? Like he has the weakness on d5 now. He has to go pawn to f5. He's arguing white lacks development, and he can make these long-term concessions for short-term gains, no?
Yeah, it's a very aggressive approach. That's for sure. I also think that yesterday was such a huge boost for Hikaru winning that first game. We talked about this already in the first couple of runs, that the favorites basically often need that one victory to get going in the tournament and then also get the result out of their mind and just try enjoying playing their best chess. And Hikaru is taking risks. Yeah, this is ambitious way, but also a very risky one.
Yeah. Then again, he might just be following his preparation, but already with the choice of line, he said, I don't just want to be solid today. Let's see. We can mix it a little.
Wow. And okay, so you are very solid player and very fundamentally correct. How would you react now from the white side?
I'm thinking, with all my solidity, we need to get some pieces out. No, some knight c3, because if you take bc, then at least I have a clear line of sight towards that d5 pawn. Which looks nice for white. No, then knight b3, bishop somewhere.
Yes, certainly.
So probably you don't want to take, but
yes,
what do you do? Bishop
maybe bishop
e6?
e6. Yeah.
Yeah, knight b3, let's say.
Bishop b6.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure. Some knight a4 or what? What do we do here?
Yeah, those were also my thoughts, because if we can kick that bishop away, then we might get access to bishop e3, eventually knight d4, fighting for central squares.
That's the dream.
That's also my kind of feeling. Yeah, that this is the way to react.
This could get messy though, no? I don't know. Black can play d4, and I'm sure Hikaru has something up his sleeve. He's not just gonna get squeezed positionally.
Yeah, d4, very nice move. Yes,
extremely sharp position already.
Yeah, out of control. But d4 now disturbs me, yeah, because I was really hoping so much for getting stability. How do we deal with this?
What's going on if we take, you take with the queen here, then knight d2. What is that position? It's so confusing. White has all these long-term trumps, but black is active.
Maybe bishop d5 or... but then some queen c2 might appear, yeah? Yes. Yeah, no, this is very nice, and we see that, yeah, knight fd2 kind of provoked f5, then with knight b3 you finally provoke some d5, d4, now you are returning. This is some brilliant chess.
We'll get some action.
Why are you not playing in Isle of Man, Jan, if you are in such a good shape?
I only play in Thailand. I've heard Isle of Man is the next best thing, and it's a beautiful place, according to you and people that have been there. But last time I checked, it's not in Thailand. So Thailand Open 2024. That's my tournament.
Okay, that's a statement.
I played in Bundesliga. I played last weekend. I played 2 games in Bundesliga. I hadn't played for a year or whatever. It felt like a year. I don't know how it is for you, and it's slightly off topic, but I get so nervous playing classical chess. There's really nothing that replaces it. Not over the board, but the feeling of anxiety the whole weekend. Like I have to prepare. I need to check 5,000 openings. I haven't played for a year. I don't know if I can calculate 2 moves. Of course, I made 2 quick draws, but the level of anxiety and preparation that goes into these 2 quick draws, I felt very alive, and it was very disturbing this still happens after all these years.
Yeah, well, I can perfectly relate to it. That's why my wife Sophie says always that, no, Peter, just do the commentary, do coaching, work as a second. Yes, that's all fine. But she knows that whenever I play, then also I lose this balance, yeah, this happiness. Then I'm just worried about every single small detail. Somewhere I'm not ready. I haven't checked that opening. This is not updated. Some new game happened. I don't have latest status on it. It might have absolutely no relevance for the game at all, but it still drives me crazy.
No, I'm exactly the same, which is hard to explain to normal people. But yeah, when you're sitting there at 3 a.m. on Saturday night and you're checking, I don't know, 7h6 or 7b6 in the King's Indian, trying to be safe there, you're questioning like your sanity sometimes. But
yes.
It was fun. Let's see what Anish Giri is up to, who's very sane, still very well prepared in a battle of 2 major theoreticians. Radek Wojtaszek, who worked with Vachier-Lagrave. I think that's... My Siri keeps trying to get involved. I think that's how he first earned his reputation as a tremendous theoretician, and of course also from his own games. I've always been a fan of Radek's, also teammate in Baden-Baden for many years, and he's playing against Anish Giri. What was his opening?
Yeah, this was, I think, an E3 Slav. That's what I'm guessing from the position. Yes, exactly. And for the very first time, I saw this endgame appear, it was actually, I believe, Erwin Lamy from the white side in one of the Tata Steel events in Vaikanze.
And looks like a very Erwinish line, yeah.
Yes, and I thought like, wow, of course, Professor Erwin. Yeah, I'm just so much in love with Erwin's finesses in the openings. I immediately put it on my list. I have to check it out. I'm just way too excited.
So let's see what happened. They went straight to the end game. White is the double pawns, but he does have the majority in the center, so it's black fighting for equality here. That, I think, is safe to say.
Yes, that's for sure. The big question is, we also see that Anish immediately played the move knight d5 to b4. He's blitzing out all his moves, meaning that he's very familiar. And believe me, it's probably Anish who was involved inventing this variation with Lamy together. And he knows exactly black has to be super precise. Just
We should also
give
mention...
Yes.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that actually let's just show this main idea from white. Knight a3, knight c4, knight a5, targeting the weak b7 pawn, and also connecting things with rook c1. I believe this is the main idea from white.
Yeah. No, I would just want to mention that Anish also chose the move for bishop g4. And I think he's played quite a bit of bishop f5 in the past, so he deliberately went for this. And knowing how diligent Anish is, if he plays bishop g4, he will of course be prepared for queen b3 in reply. So he certainly knows what he's doing. So does Radek normally. So big theoretical clash. The end will be a draw, but the nerds like us will be very happy with the finesses displayed.
Yes, for sure. And there was one beautiful tactical idea which I have to show immediately, that in general I believe black would love to take bishop takes b4 because it's a developing move, but it runs into this
Rook
tactics.
a6.
Rook a6, bishop takes d2, rook a4, trapping the bishop.
You trapped the bishop. Ouch.
Yes. And after
b5,
b5
rook
we go
a6
back.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So this is what chess is about. It looks like it's a very solid opening. Nothing is happening, but everywhere there are tactics. And knight a3, white continues the journey. I also feel that if you are Radek and you are facing Anish Giri, then basically this opening is a dream come true. You are risk-free, you have a tiny little pressure, and Anish is the one who has to show maximum care here to fully equalize.
Yeah. Then again, black has a sound structure. The quote-unquote right bishop doesn't look like he's in terrible trouble, I think it's gotta be a draw, let's face it. But interesting theoretical debate. What else is
All right,
that?
so let's continue.
Speaking of, I think it's gotta be a draw.
Okay, Niemann versus Rapport. I want to check this out. Wow. This is something special. Wow.
By the way, I know you love gossip. Niemann got into the slightly infamous Sinquefield Cup by replacing Rapport last year. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Rapport
yes.
couldn't play. He wasn't able to enter the US. So Richie, in a way, made history by vacating his spot to Mr. Niemann.
Yes, that's absolutely true. That's a very nice point. And well, I also feel like the personalities, both of them have a very strong board presence. They like to play fast. They also like to put pressure on the opponent.
Both very soft-spoken.
I feel like whenever this kind of two guys face each other, it's very interesting, because it's a clash of character as well.
Very much so. And it's another Slav. What happened here? This looks... How do you get here?
It was easily bishop f5.
Yeah, that I figured. Knight h4.
Bishop g6.
Queen b3. Queen c7 he played, Bishop d2. Something's confusing me. Knight e4, and then he took. He let the bishop live for a moment.
Yeah, because now after knight takes g6, black has the intermediate knight takes d2.
Yeah, so who played a strange move? Was bishop d2 strange or knight e4 strange? I don't recall having seen this position. I think bishop d2 is slightly irregular without taking on g6.
Yeah, also look at the clock situation. Yeah, it doesn't look like Hans is blitzing his moves. It's kind of confusing. Knight e4.
instead of bishop d2, normally you go knight g6, hg, and then bishop d2 or g3 or whatever move, and then we have a bunch of theory. No, this is the I usually get there, or am I talking?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit different because white committed queen b3 way too early, but probably nothing really changes. Yeah, things are going as usual here. But
after bishop g6, you're right. Queen b3 is actually a sideline already. Yeah, like maybe he's playing like you play bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, and hasn't really adjusted yet.
Yes, because if you do bishop d2, then I believe takes bishop d2 is one of the main lines. Of course, you don't have to take on g6 immediately. Yeah, there are many different possibilities. But now we got a completely different kind of position because knight e4, knight takes e4 takes, and c takes d5 was played as well. Every single move surprises me.
Looks like Hans is freestyling a little bit, no?
I have the same feelings, but c takes d5, it looks a bit premature. On the other hand, I've kind of tend to feel like it's maybe a clever move. Please, how do you recapture it?
First question, if e takes d, you want f3, I'm assuming.
I guess so, yes.
Yeah, I don't love this.
Yeah, so, this is promising.
What I was wondering, do I have to recapture? Can I go bishop e7, or that's...
Wow. But, wow, you can. Just like this, ignore check, yeah? Just ignore the idea.
At least stopping f3, d e6, bishop h4 looks fine. Then yes. What do you do?
And you know, I almost jumped on the possibility of going d takes e6, but bishop on e4 protects back on b7.
Yeah. Bishop h4, queen b7 takes, and boom, the bishop comes.
Yes. So, wow, bishop e7. Okay, if I'm trying to be very smart, I could...
you have your own Zwischenzug.
Yes, I have. I don't know what it gives me.
No, but that's important, because queen d6 is queen b7, and if bishop takes, at least you won. One half a tempo to avoid any.
Yes. On the other hand, you were not forced to commit any recapture on d5. It's interesting.
Yeah, but if I want that structure, I can also go bishop takes d5 directly. d6 is smart.
Yeah, but I thought like if you take with the bishop, then white plays queen c2, and maybe this bishop is a little bit shaky, yeah?
Yeah, still bishop e7, but yeah.
Yeah, bishop e7, knight f3, and...
Maybe we have to take, and who knows what this is. Yeah, white is bishops at least.
Yes, yeah, it's this bishop f3, gf. At least white knows what he's fighting for. Maybe it's nothing, but more than nothing.
Yeah, interesting. And you probably know this better than me. Rapport, there's more opening work going on. No, he's become a little more mainstream, you could say, better prepared. Has he changed his approach a little bit, or has it always been the case and we just didn't see it?
Well, I feel like he's becoming a theoretician. Yeah, he's... But still, he has this typical rapport touch, yeah, that he has his own ideas. He likes to surprise the opponent. Yeah, I still don't really see him playing some absolutely mainline 20 moves theory. He's somehow very smart. He wants to take his opponent by surprise.
But he knows details in his surprising lines. No, there's like today, this knight e4, I think, yeah, that he probably knew. He's playing very quickly. Interesting stuff.
Yes, absolutely. No, it's okay. But if you want to be a top 10 player and you want to establish yourself there, you have to work.
Unfortunately. Yep. All right. So much action. We haven't even touched on the first couple games. I certainly want to watch all the German boys, but we'll go on a little break. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks, Peter. See you guys soon.
this Halloween.
Wow, for one split second, the position completely turned.
8 titled players.
The alien has my facial expression in every game, says CK.
Masks. Mystery.
And the loser takes his mask off.
Mayhem.
I don't see a move, but Freddy does see a move, because bishop takes b3, at least attacks the rook.
Unmask the fun.
Oh.
Finally.
And Halloween Killer, I think you can take your mask off now. Oh my words, it's a niche. No one knew it was a niche for that mask.
Shocking.
October 31st on chess.com.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss round number 4 from the beautiful, beautiful Isle of Man. My name is Jan Gustafsson, still chess grandmaster. I don't take that title away. And I am being joined by still former vice world champion of the world, Peter Lako. Peter, where shall we go now?
Yeah, I think it's a good moment to check out the ladies event, because we have this very, very big clash between Anna Muzychuk and Zhongyi on the first board. Both players have 3 out of 3, 100% yet.
See, question mark.
Yes, there is a question mark, but let's try to understand. Also, looking at the clock situation, yeah, it's not the usual scenario, yeah, that it's a big clash. You kind of expect both players to be super prepared, and both players have burned quite a lot of time on their clocks. Let's
What is
take
it
it
with
from the
this
start.
line? whenever I see that line, black mixes up around move 12 or something and is lost instantly. They should stop playing this if they always lose.
Well, it's a very tricky line. Yeah, so far everything is standard. B5, A4, C4, and here comes the catch that when the bishop falls back to E2, it has completely different rules to the position. And I have already seen many top players as well mixing things up after bishop E2. It's crazy.
Bishop claiming new victims.
Yes, isn't it that you are not supposed to push c4 here at all? That after a4 you should play bishop b7?
I think bishop b7 is a better move. I think c4 you can still do, but then you already have to be very, very precise. Later after d3, it's cd3 already looks bad. So I don't know. Somehow people keep being surprised by that line.
Yes, the only problem for Anna is probably that she did not. First of all, I'm not sure that Zhongyi plays e4, c5, knight f3, d6. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling that Anna played the move bishop b5 check, maybe deciding over the board, because if it would be kind of preparation, she wouldn't be spending already 20 minutes for all the beginnings.
Yeah, or she was just out of book after d3, cd3, which you're not supposed to do. I'm not sure where that time was spent, but the computer certainly likes white from that little engine bar we can see.
Yeah, well, let's take with the bishop on b5 exactly, and then we might have queen a4. That could be a very big issue for black. The pressure on the d7 knight, the pin against the king will make it.
You know, bishop g5, queen a4, knight c4, rook e1, rook d1. Just attack everything.
Yeah, and everything comes with a tempo. Yeah, it's kind of shocking. If you look at the clock situation, because I got fooled. Yeah, let's not forget the women's section is played with the FIDE time control.
Time control,
90 minutes, yes. So if you look at the clocks, then it looks like black knows what she's doing. But I'm pretty sure that it's not the case.
I don't know. I do trust the clock, but I trust the engine bar even more. And normally you don't blitz into a plus 150 or whatever that means position. So something's gone wrong for Zhongyi.
Yeah, and horribly wrong, because here you are basically running a risk of getting massacred before completing development. And she's such a great strategist. She's such a good player. We have seen her also yesterday playing a wonderful game. That seeing her get so early into such trouble is shocking.
Yeah, that is our top clash. Both players still on 100%. And yeah, certainly could have a big impact. As we've mentioned, Zhongyi is not yet qualified for the candidates. So losing this one, of course, we're not there yet, but would be a big setback for her. Let's bounce around a little. We have one of my favorite players, Harika, going for a sharp theory battle. And knowing Harika, honorary member of the Chicken Chess Club, she will be very, very well prepared to enter such a sharp position. And Peter, this looks like stuff we used to check in the mid-2000s. What happened to sharp what's it called? Anti-Moscow gambits?
Moscow, yes, anti-Moscow. Well, it's a big question. What happened to this line? I think nothing really happened. Yeah,
still many fine. No, people just got tired.
Exactly, because we know exactly that. I remember if you had it on your arsenal with the white or with the black pieces, you basically lost your life, because you had to keep on checking, searching for new ideas non-stop.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's too time consuming. Nowadays, you just go, I don't know. The Wesley Tara, she prepares c5, cd5, cd4 once, and you can just draw without ever looking again. While this demands all your attention. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Yes. So
let's have a look.
Coming from the Slav move order, then black wants to play the Meran. White, however, plays bishop g5, ready for the Botvinnik, ready for the Moscow variation as well. Bishop h4, and that's how we see this uncompromising position unfold.
h4, g4, knight e5. I remember the old days. You had this position against Muzychuk in 09 or something. Yeah, time's gone by.
Yes.
Or was it 95 first? I don't know. But knight bd7, a little wrinkle, giving up the c6 pawn. But then queen b6, and black develops quickly, yeah?
Yes, I remember some Kasimjanov Gelfand game.
Yeah, Boris was the first with his knight bd7, I also recall.
Yes, I also, and I believe in like 2009, around the same time, yeah, knight b7 was like
Might
a
have
big
been
shocker.
in Muzychuk, yeah, this knight b7 discussion.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yes, yes. We have been there together, yeah, in Nalchik.
Time goes by.
Good old times, yes. And bishop e2, knight takes e5 on the board. Well, knight takes e5, okay, now we're gonna take bishop takes e5. Isn't this what white actually wants?
I don't know what white wants. We're transposing back to something, no? Some rook g8, some move, and then bishop b7, and some old theory. But I'm not sure if white achieved something or not.
Yeah, so many transportations. I'm feeling
Also,
completely here.
Instead of knight takes e5, don't you normally go something like... Sorry, this is once again very nerdy opening nonsense. Do you normally go bishop b7, then knight d7, queen d7, bishop e5, queen e7 or something like that? And I'm not sure if didn't we win like half a tempo here with black at least? Then again, g4 is hanging. I don't know. It's too complicated.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but somehow knight takes e5, bishop takes e5 certainly gives me the feeling that white benefited from this direct trade. Yeah, just as you mentioned, white often was taking on d7 in order to land the bishop on e5.
So maybe some small move or a hiccup there. Nothing serious yet, but Harika, always very, very, very well prepared. Did she spend time? Yeah, 129, not spending time, and black is the ambush party here, taking time, as you can also see by knight takes e5.
Yeah, and this is scary, no? Because if you play this line with black, and then suddenly just on move 10, right at the starting position, yeah, at the earliest crossroads, you are taking already so much time. It doesn't give me this feeling of total confidence.
No, but the clash is just beginning. Rook g8, good move, and we will see where this all goes.
Yeah, the game I want to check out is, of course, Bibi Sara against Elizabeth. Let's take a look. What's going on there?
One of my favorite moves was just played. I don't know, I always find it very aesthetically pleasing in almost any position. When black goes knight d7 to b8 in order to go knight c6. I'm always very happy when I can do it. I always feel smart. I have no idea if it's good here, but I like it.
Well, it's smart, but also it indicates that black is a little bit under pressure. Let's take a look. How did we reach here? Because I do feel like white got some 2 extra moves like queen b3, a4 for free. What happened?
If we look at the position out of the opening...
So some slow reti, Grünfeldish.
Some weird mix, but knight bd7 here strikes me as not the main move, at least. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think so, yeah, because knight b7 and then cd, this is clearly in white's favor.
Yeah, that's what white wants. This structure with a knight committed to d7 already. Something went a little wrong. But maybe it's being rectified later.
Yeah, but in this type of positions, some small inaccuracies are the cause for bigger problems later on. It's and you see a6, queen b3, e6, a4, knight b8. Okay, it's a high-class move. Knight b8 is a high-class move, but black probably had to play it. Otherwise, the position would be just very annoying.
I would like to criticize is strong, but do you need a4? Because I'm always dreaming of, I don't know, bishop f4, you go b5, then I'll go a4, and I have exactly what I wanted. Why do I need to play a4? Just develop.
Yes, that's that was also my feeling. Yeah, the next move is rook fc1, and if black does knight b8, knight c6, then we don't need a4 at all for the moment.
Yeah,
because
now
we
knight
might-
b8, we play some knight e5 for a knight a4. I don't know, we'll find something annoying to do.
Exactly. This was maybe a golden opportunity for white, because black's position really looks very shaky, very dubious.
a4, it's slow, and black wants his knight b8, knight c6 anyway. Like this, you give black a chance to do it. It might have dodged a bullet there. Oh no, yeah.
Yes, and also important to highlight that, for example, if we talk about structures like this, then the weakness on c6 is now absolutely irrelevant, because white has committed the pawn to a4, just to highlight the other position that we talked about, bishop f4, and if knight b8, knight e5, knight c6 would follow, we just take and play knight a4, and we think like white is almost winning. It's such a
Great
huge
position
difference.
for any d4 player. Yeah.
Yes. So basically after a4, black has now also strategically this possibility that she can afford herself the weakness on c6.
Yeah, so Bibi Sara won the opening battle, but maybe allowed Pates back in the game a bit with his a4 move. One more position I'm curious about. Maria Muzychuk, former world champion and sister of our co-leader Anna, who's having a great position on the top board, is playing against Vachier-Lagrave. We'll switch to the bird's eye view for a second, but I want to see the Maria Muzychuk Vachier-Lagrave game, because that's a weird position to have a look at.
It's some kind of a Rosso Limo, right?
I don't know how it happened. I just saw knights all over the place. Black has a bishop pair, but this knight on h5 was far out of play. I am not sure.
My feeling is that I'm kind of happy from the black side. I feel that there is enough dynamic with bishop b7 always hitting the knight on fc, but yeah, we will have to take a closer eye on that game. Let me even bring that up. So here we go. Rosso Limo.
We should mention both world-class players, so clearly they can't be reduced to being sisters, but one is a sister of Anna Muzychuk, and the other is a sister of Praggnanandhaa. You might have heard of World Cup finalist Praggnanandhaa. Some strong chess families here at work.
Yeah, and Vaisar is in a tremendous form. Just coming from Qatar Masters, where she has done her third GM non with a brilliant performance. She, in fact, just to highlight how strong her performance was, despite losing in the very last round, she already had her Grandmaster in the bag, the final Grandmaster. So now she only needs to get to 2500. I believe she's over 2470. Some 25 points are missing from the title.
I'm not a betting man, but I would bet on her reaching that 2500 fairly soon.
Yes, for sure. It's I did talk to her in Qatar because I wanted to congratulate her. I was just very much impressed. And I said to her as well that just forget about rating, keep on what you are doing, because then the rating comes automatically. Sound
advice, as you are known to give. And as for the position, I keep staring at that h5 knight, but I can't win it. Yeah, let's see how they got there.
Yeah, this is some relatively fresh development, Queen c7. I believe there was a famous game in Norway chess between Alireza and Hikaru, maybe, with Queen c7. And white played a move like knight ac, and then black played knight h6. That's why I have it in my mind, yeah, that there were some tweets about this.
Magnus likes Queen c7 in every position, but normally he was playing it in these DC structures. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's been involved with that one as well.
Yes,
so let's see how they got there.
Takes, castles, knight c3, c5, and things escalate now. Yeah, e5, takes.
Got violent.
Rook d8, queen a4, knight h5. We are also seeing quite some exclamation marks there from the computer.
I also see very little time spent. Vachier-Lagrave just did her homework, no? I mean, blitzing out all these excellent moves. She knows what she's doing. And
yeah,
I pointed this game out because I thought g4 was winning the knight, but it just isn't. Yeah, bishop b7, and then you keep me busy.
Yeah, well, it goes on after knight e4. Yeah, let's check this out. g4, bishop b7, knight e4. And now we need a great move. Yeah, is f5? Yeah, probably f5 is good.
I don't know, could also
f5.
backfire, but knight
But very
h5,
important that
h6.
we can, for the moment, we can block the diagonal. Yeah, we can block the
Mhm.
check. That's super important. And yeah, the light squared bishop is a beast if things escalate here. Good, good.
Vaishali
So
certainly knows what she's doing. Let's maybe go to the bird's eye view one more time and then switch back to the open section. A lot to play for here. But on the top board, Muzychuk putting pressure on Tan Zhongyi.
yeah, she took her time, but she took on b5. It was the correct move, and now it's going to be a nightmare for black to survive the next couple of moves. Elizabeth under some pressure. The Muzychuk-Vaishali game is very complex. Fatalieva, Goryachkina. Wow, that's a forcing line.
What
Yes.
position is this? Is this some theory? I've never seen this.
Yeah, it comes from anti-Berlin with rook
Ah,
e1.
it's yeah, no, I know. It's this line where you take the pawn, yeah, like this bishop takes the
Exactly.
there. Uh-huh.
Yes. So believe it or not, it was an anti-Berlin with rook e1. Very sharp. And okay, we have tons of action everywhere.
Fatalieva blitzing out all the moves. People are so well prepared nowadays, no? Like in any line, you can get caught. Gotta be very aware. All right, back to the open section. One game we haven't seen yet is Mr. Pretke on board number 2, facing the Iceman, Arjun Erigaisi. I don't know if that's his official nickname, but I've certainly heard it. What can you tell us about Pretke, Peter? Because he did incredibly well in the last Grand Swiss as well, has been a strong player, but probably not that well known to non-hardcore chess fans, no?
Yes, well, I have been following Mr. Pretke from the times when he was a 2500 player, and the reason why I noticed him, that in many very important openings, he was coming up with new ideas. He was always one step ahead of theory. And I was even getting upset because a couple of my novelties prepared were used by Mr. Pretke, yeah? And then you automatically start to find out who that person is. And I was so happy to see that, like, in 1 year he became 2650, then he skyrocketed all the way to 2695. I believe he was very close of reaching 2700. And now he has settled in Belgrade, I believe in Serbia. In any case, in Serbia, I'm not sure if Belgrade or Novi Sad. And now he fully focuses on chess and is doing brilliantly. He did win a fantastic game against Duda. He just completely crushed Duda in the Vienna Gambit. And now I'm very curious to see how he is attacking the very solid Semi-Tarrasch.
I was going to ask you, this move h3 he played, let's put it on the board. Is that a thing?
Let me get it. So here we go. Don't be fooled. Yes, that's not the... Wow, here h3. Oi. That's a shocker. But for our audience who is not that familiar with all the subtleties, let's just start from the very beginning. So d4, knight f6. When we talk about Semi-Tarrasch, the classical Semi-Tarrasch is c takes d5, knight takes d5. And now the modern Semi-Tarrasch is c takes d5, c takes d4, when things escalate in the center right away.
I call it the Wesley Tarrasch. It's hard to have different names for everything.
Yes.
Yeah. Semi-Tarrasch could also be the son of Siegbert Tarrasch, no? Samuel, nickname Semi. Yeah. Moving on.
Yes, I never heard about that. And yeah, h3. Wow, I do know the move h4. I do know all kind of ideas like rook d1 had been tried, but
h4 has also been tried. No, h4 I'm used to now in any position.
Yes,
but h3, man, we have Ding to blame after this 4h3 in the World Championship match. Now people have switched to h3 in all kinds of positions.
I'm also pretty sure that if you would be having this commentary during an online event, we would be discussing, was it a mouse slip or not?
Yeah. Why would you go
Yes.
h3, not let's say bishop c4 or bishop e2 or bishop d3? Even h4 we understand, but h3 is very deep.
Yes, but this is
d1,
Mr.
rook
Praggnanandhaa.
c1, yeah, some move. Exactly.
He's always one step ahead, and yesterday we have seen him playing a line which had a dubious reputation in the bishop b5 Sicilian with d6, knight c6 d6 against Yesipenko, blitzing out all his moves and making a very easy draw. So that's why I also love him, that he is completely open-minded. And now we see b6 rook d1, so he's not playing according to the normal classical rules, he's mixing things up.
Yeah, he waited for black to commit to something and then he reacts accordingly, yeah? Because against b6 you're happy to go bishop d3, but if you start with bishop d3 there's knight c6, so he's way ahead of us on all these things. Probably h3 is not winning if you put it into the computer, but hard to come up with fresh ideas. And Praggnanandhaa did it again.
Yes, and because that's right. The bishop usually wants to get to d3, but there are always some concrete problems. So let's continue what happened. Rook d1, bishop b7, bishop d3, knight c6, white plays queen e3 exactly. Now, often the problem of queen e3 is that black is able to hit that bishop very quickly with knight b4. However, now that white was already in time to place the rook on d1, white probably just falls back with the bishop comfortably to b1. Rook c8 happened, castle, rook e8 and bishop b1. And look at the clock situation. It's very rare that Arjun is the one being surprised in the opening.
Yeah, he is making very natural moves. So that's the good thing about the semi-Tarrasch. Even if you get slightly surprised, you can still put your pieces on squares and can't be too bad, can it?
That's true. On the other hand, whenever the black knight lands on c6, there is much more potential danger on the king on g8 compared to when the knight is on d7, which can very easily go to f8 or f6, depending on the situation.
Mm-hmm. So what do? What does white want? Maybe nothing in particular. Just rook e1, queen f4, t5.
Yeah, probably those are the standard reactions. And the big question is with black, h6 is a typical useful move. Yeah, you want to play this move. But because it's a new setup, Arjun is taking his time. And this is absolutely justified, that you have to try to understand what your opponent wants, not just play routine moves.
Absolutely. I don't know. Exciting opening stuff by Praggnanandhaa, but still a boring position. Not blaming him. We'll get back to it should this heat up. Can we see what happened in the Tabatabai Nakamura game? That looked like fun out of the opening.
All right. Well, things are escalating here. And Hikaru still blitzing his moves. What happened? So after f5, okay, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy because Tabatabai has not been following your footsteps. Knight c3.
You didn't go knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3 was your move, and in the openings, I feel like if we are in Jan's territory, you have to follow Jan. That's my rule.
I don't know. I would advise Tabatabai to keep doing what he's doing. But yeah, b4, bishop e7, bishop b2.
We got this position again. Okay, nice that white is trying to get control of the d4 square of the dark squares. How do you react?
Yeah.
I guess the big question, can you castle or do you have to protect the pawn? Yeah?
Also, how do you protect the pawn? Bishop e6, but then you give white some time to go, I don't know, knight 1, d2, or whatever you want to do.
My heart is calling for castle, so let's take a look.
Do it. Because queen d5 doesn't work. No, bishop e6 looks way too dangerous at first sight.
Yes, everything is falling. The rooks are coming. This is a typical Tarrasch kind of idea. You sacrifice the d5 pawn and you get very quick development activity. So no. After castles, you mentioned knight d2. Also, there is some kind of b5 move just to kick that knight away and then get access to the d4 square.
Oh, interesting. Complicated, yeah? Black has all these long-term weaknesses, but he's so much more active. I wouldn't feel super comfortable with white until, I don't know. Once I have my one knight on f3, the other on d4, then I can breathe. But until then, I'm very tense here with white to get my pieces up.
Yes, I feel the same. That's why I was thinking like your idea with knight c3 had much more harmony. Maybe what white is doing is great, but he needs to follow it up with some
Yeah,
very
he could be
precise
better,
moves.
but it's just very, very scary for both, for white short term, for black long term. There's no, I can't think of obvious equality. Yeah, you're either better or worse with one side, because like black can either crush now or be suffering long term. Weird position.
Yes. Yeah, for example, after knight d2, we also have to think about the consequences of knight c3. Yeah, that's kind of a disturbing move to face.
Yeah. Do you go queen e1? Like, I guess you have to, but do you want to?
Yeah, have to. Then, okay, some rook e8, e3, d4, and I don't know. Maybe d4 does not work. You have bishop takes c6, but yeah, maybe you have bishop. No, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah. A lot of tension. Let's move to another very tense game between the Chinese star Yu Yangyi and one of the, although he's not super young, I still feel like he's a rising star. Keeps playing better every tournament I see him in. SL Narayanan, who's had a tremendous event in where was it they just played? Was it the Qatar Masters?
In
Which one
Qatar
was it?
Masters, yes.
Qatar Masters,
Yeah, Qatar Masters. Yeah, he did extremely well. Very, very powerful play there by him.
Was a quiet opening, but things escalated quickly. This looks like, I don't even know what this looks like. Some martial Italian hybrid. But is white does winning? I'm very confused by this position.
Well, looking at the evil bar, nothing.
Bar is happy? No.
Yes, but okay, in order to understand and make sense of it, very, very quickly we have to run the moves. So yes, it's clear that it was an Italian, but which Italian, how, and when? Yeah, bishop b6, again, the same line like Rasmus was doing against Hikaru, but he played with h6 and bishop b6 together. Bishop b3, knight e7, knight h4. Here things escalate, yes. So black wanted to get knight to g6 very quickly. White said no. Let's get creative. d5 takes, bishop g4, knight f3. I believe that one can consider us, both of us, experts in e4, e5 theory, but it is completely new theory.
Yeah, I've never seen not only this position, but even this idea I've never seen. Like knight h4, then d5, bishop g4, knight back. Yeah, this is wild stuff.
Knight e5, knight f4. And apparently here computer was very happy from the white side.
Yeah.
But after the move knight dc4, already we have seen different evolution, or did the computer just not refresh?
I think the computer is just waking up. Yeah. I think he's happy.
Yeah, because I was also wondering, what is my move? Yeah, it's I felt a little bit like an idiot that computer says it's equal and I don't see a move.
Yeah, I guess knight takes d3 is the move we have to consider first.
But it's kind of
scary.
Very scary, yes. The light squares, everything. The queen might come to f3. I don't know in which exact moment, but this pressure on the f7 pawn, the knight on e5, no matter if you trade it, then the bishop on b3 comes to life.
Also, bishop g5, how do you react? Like, I'm threatening to take a piece.
Wow, even like this.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. Horrible. Horrible, because yeah, all these pins and the knight on d3 is loose.
Something's gone wrong for Narayanan. Yu Yangyi may provoked him into action. Yu Yangyi, well, goes without saying, but he's a tremendous tactician. He won't forgive.
Yeah, also the position makes such a lovely impression from white side, yeah, that one does not even feel that white has weakened his position with g4. It does not feel like a weakening at all. It's much more that we destroyed the pin, we got access to the e5 pawn, we collected that pawn, we have all the active pieces. The bishop on b6 is also won. It's just a dream come true for white.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi looks very close to, I don't know if we can call it winning, but putting tremendous pressure on Narayanan here.
Yeah, so basically, what does it mean that after knight h4, this d5 break, which is kind of a logical reaction in a sense that people say whenever your opponent is doing some flank attack or he lost control of the center with knight h4, yeah, aiming to stop knight g6. Because let's just highlight that black can of course play the move knight g6. However, then something like knight take g6, h take g6, knight f3 could potentially be dangerous. The knight landing on g5. It's somewhat awkward, yeah, because you never have this typical Italian move h6 anymore. So d5 happened. Then white.
I don't know if in this position,
d5.
but I recall sometimes in, I guess it's knight h4, Compi likes king h8 and then knight g6 and even taking with the f pawn so that our king is safe and we open the rook. Of course, some positional concessions. But king h8 might be a move even here.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of, on the other hand, this f take g6 structure, usually you really want to make sure that your bishop is alive. I'm not sure if white able to grab
I mean,
that
some
bishop
knight
immediately.
c4 and take everything. Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, it could be then better for white. So in any case, a very interesting preparation from Yu Yangyi that he was ready for the move order. We did see that Hikaru, for example, was not ready for Rasmus's move order. And here he surprised black, and black felt like, okay, let me punish the move knight h4. Yeah, this d6 d5 is a very ambitious way of dealing with the situation. However, after ed5, bishop g4, that was kind of the main pawn from black to develop with the tempo. Knight falls back to f3, and we see that suddenly the e5 pawn is very vulnerable. Bishop h5 criticized, but honestly, if according to computer black should take on f3, that's absolutely a no-go. Black will never take on f3 just like this.
Unless it's just losing. No, bishop h5 was clearly the idea, but it doesn't seem to work.
Yes, wow. Okay, so it's a wonderful development. Yu Yangyi, a horror scenario for Narayanan and all the Indian fans. I'm pretty sure that with his stellar performance in Qatar Masters, Narayanan has gained a lot of fans in India. They are now shocked and scared, but it's not over yet. But very tough situation.
Yeah. It's a tough situation for Narayanan. He shares the name with our friend Srinath, who's not so active as a player, but a great coach for the likes of Nihal Sarin and Eric Aisi. And I hear they get confused all the time. But if SL Narayanan keeps playing like this, soon, I think people will no longer mistake them for each other.
Yes, that's for sure. I also feel like since Maurits is doing so great in the tournament, and we haven't really been covering yet his game, that we have to, and use the opportunity to congratulate him once again for winning the Under-20 World Championship. And we see in this tournament what it means to him. I feel that he is playing with a lot of confidence. It gave him a tremendous confidence boost. And what do we think of this? Was it anti-martial And a4 rook b8. Wow. Okay. Yeah, now I got you. Please tell us everything what you think and know about rook b8.
First time in my life I see that move. But after a4, black only has 3 reasonable options. So the pawn is hanging, so you can either advance it b4, you can cover it with bishop b7, or you can go rook b8. And every move is a concession. b4, you weaken some light squares, the c4 square. Bishop b7, if white goes d3, then your bishop is sort of blocked on that diagonal. Sometimes later you want d6, bishop e6. And rook b8, in a way, it's the most logical, not weakening anything and keeping the bishop where it's supposed to be. But you're giving up the a-file, so even that has some drawbacks. And of course, Magnus played it once or twice in the World Championship match 2021 as well. Was always far behind in the popularity rankings, behind bishop b7 and b4. But I think it's a good move as well. And apparently Yesipenko agrees.
Yeah, he goes for it. But looking at the clocks, actually white is the one who plays with more confidence. On the other hand, I'm not sure if white got anything out of the opening after all. So h3, d6, lot of shadow boxing, because the biggest question, and I think we have to address this, that what we are dealing with, that a4 is an anti-martial weapon, because after c3, d5 has a stellar reputation for black at the moment. Every single forcing line works to perfection. I think you have been covering it in many different courses. You are one of the leading experts.
Or martial, but it's still working. Last time I checked.
Yeah. Okay. You are always going very deep into things. Yeah. So if you write about some subject, I think that holds on for a very long time, if not forever.
Also, it helps if the lines work. Yeah, you don't have to refresh them that often. And I think the c3 d5 martial for a long time, it's just been considered fine, basically. Yeah.
Yes, but my point is, however, that after a4, rook b8, I believe that the reason why rook b8 is so difficult to understand and to appreciate for many people, that after all, after ab5, c3, we have been seeing Magnus, for example, against Duda in the World Cup 2021, going for d5. And then you don't understand if even here the martial works with a4, rook b8 included, then martial is the best opening in the world.
Shows how good the martial is. Yeah, you can even do it with an open a-file. And yeah, white having a dream situation.
Yes, crazy. Because in the main martial, people are saying that, okay, the reason why all this works, that the rook on a1 is never really getting into play, or white is underdeveloped and so on. And this a4 rook b8 basically proves that no, martial, you can just sacrifice a pawn and play it positionally.
Yeah, wasn't forced yet. You can still go d6 whenever you want. But white starting with h3, and of course Peter will pretend he doesn't know anything, but I'm sure they looked at this position like an hour or two during the 2021 match. It directed against d5, black goes d6, c3. And I actually can't remember, b4, d3, h6, was this a position in the match, or what was the move order? Knight bd2, then at some point bc, d5, is that what they played?
I'm also confused. I only know that actually in the first game of this a4 rook b8, we got exactly what we were dreaming of. Yeah, that worked to perfection, and it was so pity that later Jan missed that chance which he had, where he could have really put Magnus on the ropes. And missing that chance, then Magnus showed his skills and very nicely neutralized all the pressure. It was something like this, yeah.
Yeah, it was this. No, takes, d5, some move, I don't know, queen c2.
Yes, and this is actually the main idea from white, that you want to force black. Seemingly it's good for black, but actually it's annoying. Something like this.
Yeah, some bishop d6, some move, knight f1, and knight e7, which I think was not ideal. And then he suffered. I'm not sure if this is the exact move order, but something along these lines. I think later on, our dear friend Laurent Frassinet repeated this line, played some other move here. Anyway, something like this. It looks symmetrical, but Black still has to be very careful because his knight on c6, common problem, is stupid and is being dominated by the pawn on c3.
Yeah, but okay, here Black simply followed Magnus's footsteps. Yeah, like this BC D5 isn't exactly the typical Magnus reaction. This rook e8, keeping flexibility and just improving the position makes a lot of sense. And suddenly White plays the move c4. Wow, that's a surprise. Bishop d7, bishop a4, bishop f8.
No. Peter, I hear we've lost every single viewer we had. Turns out not everybody is as interested as we are in move order subtleties in the Marshall. Let's move to the 2-split, then have a little break, and then come back with what the people want to see. They want to see the top boards. They want to see Fabi, Nakamura, the women's section, all the action. Here we are. What is at stake? 600,000 in prize money? Good.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. Well, you see this guy. Any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com. We'll get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London?
He playing a
Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won. Okay.
You won. That's
you
great.
Won. Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. Just look at the pod.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 is underway. Anja Gustafsson, I'm still here with the great Peter Lako. Peter, let's go straight to the bird's eye view. See what's going on in this 4th round. Anything that catches your attention?
Well, we missed out on some action on the first board, so it's interesting to get an update. I see it's a very fighting position.
Fabi with the white pieces. What can you tell us about Mr. Sindarov, Olympic gold medalist? He's just getting stronger all the time, isn't he?
Yes, that's for sure. And also in Kata Masters, and we keep on referring to Kata Masters, but all these youngsters had been playing there and performed fantastically. I was there and I was like shocked, and everybody was shocked, you know, at the closing ceremony when the closing ceremony is coming, and the 3rd place in the junior section is Gukesh, and everybody was stunned. What? How did this happen? What happened? Yes, it was completely crazy because Sindarov, Arjun, they were there. First place was shared between Abdusatov and Nodirbek Yakuboev, so the fight between the two Nodirbeks in the playoff, which finally was won by Yakuboev, and Sindarov showed also brilliant performance there. So very interesting player, and yesterday he shocked Levon Aronyan with a brilliant victory.
Yeah, now he has, I don't know, one of the toughest assignments you can have in chess for sure. The black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. You did mention that if he's ready to play King's Indian, no move order can shock him. I'm not sure if he was ready or if he was tricked into it, but it was certainly a King's Indian.
Yes, the c4, g6, e4. And yes, if you are not ready to play e5, which is a very special kind of territory, if you are not very familiar, you better don't enter it. And he opted for bishop g7. And then suddenly we are moving towards King's Indian territory.
Bishop e2, bishop e3, very topical line.
And then c5. Wow, do you know this?
Yes.
Okay, then tell us.
Well, c5. You can go dc5 or d5. Both interesting moves. He went d5, very principled. And now the main move is e6, not surprisingly. Queen b6, I think, is rare. I'm sure I have this in some file, but it's certainly not a very common thing to do. Also looks strange, no? Why put the queen there? He's probably not going to blunder the pawn.
Yes, looks strange. Rook b1, queen a5. Yeah. The queen continues the journey. Okay.
Stop long castling. Maybe that's his point in some random line. But
yeah, plus okay, queen a5 we can already understand. Yeah, because okay, knight takes e4, white needs to react to this. Bishop d2 played, and suddenly another move e6. Yeah, it's for me as someone who isn't familiar with all these details, I'm surprised.
One point is maybe after e takes d5, if white goes e takes d5, he has bishop f5 with the tempo. I'm sure it's some subtle stuff, but it also feels a little gadgety. I'm not sure this will hold up to scrutiny, but Sindarov certainly knew what he was doing here.
But on the other hand, look at the clock situation, and it's a classical time control, so it started with 1 hour 40. It doesn't really signal that he was blitzing out all these moves.
Well, at some point here, Fabi will have made him think, no, with this knight takes d5, bishop g5. I don't know. I don't know when they spent the time. What do we have now?
Well, it's kind of annoying for black that this spin is kind of irritating.
You want to go h6, but you can't, so we gotta get rid of the knight.
Yes, so a question like, do you go bishop e6 or do you go bishop g4? How do you fight? Because yes, white has the d5 square, black has the d4 square, but only in case if the knight from f6 is eliminated. But on the other hand, because of the pin, we are not able to do that. Yeah, just to highlight that bishop g4,
just h3, no?
Takes, and it's not about jumping with the knight to d4. It's much more about losing because of the pin.
It's about resigning, or rook e6 maybe, but you don't want this.
Yeah, it's strange. So okay, basically Fabiano has things under control, but black is also if he's a King's Indian player, then he shouldn't be really too worried about this.
Yeah, bishop e6 and taking on d5. Like Benoni boys, they've seen worse than this.
Yeah. But I think it also gives us the chance to move on because this isn't yet so thrilling. It's just a big strategic battle.
One game I want to see, which I hear is very exciting, is the game by my compatriot Matthias Blübaum. Can you check down Matthias,
Yes,
former European champion?
it.
Because that looks like a wild position at the very least against Sandro Marecco from Argentina. What happened here?
Yeah, and because I heard already that this is interesting, I knew that you're gonna refer to it. I was ready.
Okay.
Yes.
This
okay.
is all.
This is the typical kind of hybrid variation. Yeah, this very special one, which is very.
Also, this is what German boys like to do as well. No, Keimer, Blübaum. I'm sure they are experts here as well, so you can't surprise them with that.
But okay, Black's bishop is on d6. Usually it's on e7. That's something that White plays g4. Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
Things are getting
looking for
messy.
a quiet day at the office. And I think Matthias knows this.
Yeah, probably Matthias knows it, but also Marecco, I think he's famous for being very uncompromising. He likes to play very sharp chess. And he has a lot of fans, not only in Argentina, but I think everyone who loves fighting creative chess is a big fan. Takes.
Yeah, they have these
Marecco
chain of restaurants.
Yeah, the Maredos, yes.
It's Maredo, sorry.
It's
takes,
Maredo,
E5.
Yes. E5 and knight h2. I'm loving it. This is my chess, yeah, because g4, g5 look like, yeah, White is just closing his eyes and goes for an attack. But things changed. Black has given up the center. Black has given up his d5 pawn with d takes c4, b takes c4, and now all these weaknesses on the light squares, and the knight starts this lovely journey with knight h2. Just give White some more moves and the knight will be transferred to g3. It will be horrible. So Matthias needs to act energetically. Bishop e6, bishop e4, f5. That's how we got this completely crazy wild situation. f4, knight d4. Oops.
What's going
knight
on here?
g4.
Relax.
Queen f7.
Black is in trouble positionally, so he's trying to mix it up. And the White king, can castle? What's going on? This is the position on the board, yeah? After queen f7.
This is now the current situation. Complete craziness.
I should mention, I think Matthias hasn't had a great tournament. He lost to Marc-Andrea Maurizi earlier. And I feel a little guilty because we're all teammates. I was promoted to your team, to Deizisau.
Yes.
And we played Bundesliga last weekend before they traveled. And I thought it was a great idea to take Matthias and Dimitri Kollars to the movies on Sunday night. They were traveling to Isle of Man on Monday. And I more or less forced them to watch a movie called Killers of the Flower Moon. And it was 3.5 hours in English. It was midnight and we were all passing out there trying to follow this 3.5 hour plot. And the boys get so tired. I think they still haven't recovered from it in Isle of Man.
Yes,
good movie, but you need to plan sometime.
I can understand it because actually with Salem we were also waiting for this movie in Qatar to appear, but it was only appearing at the end of the tournament, and we felt like no, it's not the right time. It's way too long. You have to
much
time it.
Than we are. Yeah, exactly.
You have to time it, yeah, perfectly. And wow, okay, but this is complete craziness. The Evil Bar saying that White is better.
But
nobody knows what.
No, like it's. I can't even think of a move. That's why I'm sidestepping with movie talk. What do you do here? Rook g1, short castles. Rook b1. Can you take on e5? No, you can't take on e5. That we can show. Fe bishop g4.
No, bishop, yes, and then queen f1 checkmate. Yes, exactly. This is. This we should show because this is the only thing we are certain about.
Yes.
Checkmate. A lovely construction. But this is not going to happen. And okay, it's completely wild. I already, because we don't have time, I just want to highlight that when white played the move f4, black had the opportunity of grabbing the h4 pawn with check, and he refrained from doing that for the fact probably that white just plays something like king e2, and then the knight will come back to f3, and look at the h file. It opens up. It's way too risky. Even bishop takes e4 check is not checkmate because white plays d3 and white is the one winning the game. Knight f3, perfect coordination. And instead of this, Matthias played the spectacular knight d4, which the computer criticizes, but humanly, I think these are the moves that you have to play because it puts so much pressure on the opponent.
Total chaos. What's the clock? White is ahead on the clock, but it's the type of position where you want to think of it now if you're white.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. We saw John D there saying in the comments years ago, the youngsters used to watch the top boards. Now they're on the top boards. Let's go to the top boards. What youngsters do we have there? We have Sam Sevian against the veteran, Erwin Lamy. What is that position?
Well, it's so-called simplified, but not a pleasant one for black. With that pawn on f6, with the e6 square, the knight on d4 is a monster. Okay, black is solid, but this isn't so nice.
How do you call such situations? Is it a massage situation? Like,
It is, yes, definitely. I feel like give me white and I'm ready to re-enter the battle, yeah, in such positions.
Yeah, white doesn't need to do anything, especially king h2, bishop f4, see if something happens.
Yeah, just a very quick feeling that what happened. Okay, so black actually played the Zaitsev. Okay, that was kind of a brave choice. I wouldn't have expected from Erwin exactly to choose the Zaitsev. And then we got this Breyer Zaitsev kind of tabia, black breaking with d5 in the center immediately. Wow. Does this work?
I don't know. I guess it's preparation. If not, you don't do it. And bishop d3, until then, it's still sort of well known. So I would assume it works.
Yeah, but look at the clock situation. It's white who is way up on the clock. So I'm not sure how much this was planned from Erwin or that he got fooled by something. It's wow. That's how he had to play f6. Very ugly.
What to do?
Takes. Knight d4 and rook d8. All right. So this is the current situation. Promising for white.
Some pressure for Sam Sevian, one of the many rising stars of US chess.
Yeah, I think we have to highlight that, yes, for example, just because there could be this question, why not to capture the pawn? Because it runs into knight d3, I believe, and white might lose the game on the spot. No way to protect the bishop. The knight is a monster on d3. So yes, that pawn is taboo. That's not the reason why I'm a little bit worried for black. I just feel that long terms. And you mentioned the move king h2?
Yeah, just jump in.
Yeah, king h2 makes sense. Also getting ready for bishop f4. If that knight
d6 as bishop f4.
Yeah, if that knight is ever eliminated from e5, then black's position falls apart. So yes, something like bishop d6, bishop f4 is kind of logical, but I'm just loving white's chances here.
Okay, Lamy under pressure after a tremendous tournament. The Dutch veteran. Calling him a veteran, I remember when I joined the Apeldoorn team. And I was, I don't know, 20 or something. Erwin was 14. So time has passed.
I also want to see some of the top favorites who are not yet in the fighting for the top positions, like Gukesh, Arjun, Praggnanandhaa, MVL. They are all stuck on 50%. And
That's Gukesh.
I think, yeah, let's check him out. He's playing against Ivan Saric. Ivan Saric has lost the first round to Fabiano Caruana in that spectacular Najdov clash. Okay, this is a slow affair. white is maybe tiny bit better.
A typical position where you know it should be a draw, but what do you say? If you were given this position and said, okay, you can have this out of the opening, I wouldn't take it with black. Would you? Would you accept it?
I'm not an isolated pawn guy. I just don't like this kind of structures. It's some long-term pressure. Of course, there are some isolated pawn position when it's move pen move, it's clear, and then it's another story. But if it just
we can force d5, d4, and exchange everything, then I'm okay. But not there yet.
Yes, it's a little bit tiny little pressure for white.
I think computers usually just laugh at this and say, okay, it's equal, who cares? Even if we exchange everything, I will hold the endgame. But over the board, I'm never comfortable with black.
Yeah, who impresses me with this isolated pawn stuff is usually Magnus, because I feel like that whenever he fights against the isolated pawn, he shows why having the isolated pawn is a trouble. You shouldn't be doing it. And then when he goes for it voluntarily, he just makes a draw very easily. Yeah, it just you have to be a master of these structures.
Yeah, feel it probably helps to be Magnus in most structures, but that's certainly one.
Yeah, what I mean that okay, let's move on from this game because this is not the most interesting, not the most exciting. Praggnanandhaa Yilmaz against Praggnanandhaa. What's in store for us? Another other solid stuff. Yilmaz is so well prepared playing against him with the black pieces we have been seeing.
Such a rock. No plays d4, you can't touch him.
Exactly. Fabiano Caruana was suffering against him in the World Cup. It was one of the toughest matches for Fabi there. And now I also feel like Praggnanandhaa has a problem. Prag's problem is that people have understood how strong he is, and they are showing tremendous respect. Nobody wants to attack him. Everybody wants to be as solid as possible. And in this case, it's also not so easy to create chances. Yeah, it's a very tough tournament.
Yeah. But also Praggnanandhaa's rating is slowly, I'm not sure it's there yet, but catching up to his strength. No, because while he was, I don't know, 2670 and everybody was saying, okay, but this guy is incredibly strong. But maybe people hadn't realized it yet because you're playing a 2670 player. But now he's a 2740 player who just made the World Cup finals. And yeah, the kid is just very, very special.
Yes, amazing, extremely strong. But yeah, now he is faced with this situation, that nobody wants to take any risk against him. And it's never easy. All right, so we move on to another game, MVL. I want to see MVL because MVL is also stuck there on 50%. He has even missed the Bundesliga in Kiel, right? He didn't go in order to be fresh for the Isle of Man. For the
big
Grand
sacrifice.
Swiss. Yes, he takes the tournament extremely seriously.
Starts on Wednesday. You can play some Saturday, Sunday games. Come on, Maxime.
But he was also in some training camp, I heard, yeah?
Yeah. Or I don't know, but I'm not surprised. In general, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I think, he has no new coaches. He talked about this publicly, no longer working so much with Etienne Bacro. New openings, I think, his Grunfeld get replaced by the Queen's Gambit Accepted, which helped him a lot. No more suffering in the Grunfeld. With white, he's always been very strong, especially in these e4 slow Spanish, Italian positions. So usually I would think this is a good situation for him. I don't even know if he's better, but I respect him greatly in all these types of positions.
Absolutely. And also look at the knight on e3. This is the dream scenario. What white is hoping for, white is fighting for the d5 square. And I do have the feeling like white is winning that battle. Of course, now the big question is, do we give up the bishop on f6 in order to sit nicely on the d5 square, or are we running then the risk of slowly being kicked out? Because queen d7 is a kind of a smart move, just to highlight. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight d5 will be met by probably bishop d8. That's the purpose of queen d7, and then black will try to play knight e7, and black might just solve all his problems immediately.
Can we maybe do both? Because Like takes on f6 and then not go knight d5 directly. That's how Magnus often gives that bishop, and then he does some random stuff like a4 or whatever, and then he wins later.
Ah, wow, okay, you know it best. But on the other hand, if you have already committed bishop takes f6, then I have bishop g5 as an option.
Yeah, no, I'm not claiming it's winning. Now, I don't know, AB, then knight d5, but then you can take... yeah, I'm not sure how much this is.
But yes, certainly it makes a huge difference with the open A file.
Always a bit annoying, yeah, if we can't match it.
Yeah, maybe rook b8.
Yeah, no, the game continues. I don't know, some move, knight f3, rook a6, whatever. I'm not claiming it's winning,
Yes.
but feels like you can at least ask some questions.
Exactly, yeah, white certainly did achieve something, and I would say that this had to come from Rui Lopez, but was it a Rui Lopez?
No, it was
No,
an Italian, actually.
Wow, okay, this just goes on to show that modern chess is completely crazy. If you show anyone this position, he will tell you that there is no way it did not come from an anti-Marshall or some 6d3 Spanish.
Yeah, some d3 Spanish it looks like, but no, it wasn't. Yeah, it's very surprising.
Wow, and in fact, just to make things even more confusing, it was bishop c5. It started out as a bishop c5 Italian, and then things heated up with bishop g5, and then black switched back to bishop e7. Okay, that's how we got this position. All right, but enough finesses of all these e4, e5s. What else is in store for us?
Let's see. Any recommendations? What do the people want to see? I can tell you that Praggnanandhaa on the second board sacrificed a pawn against Eric Gaisi. Following some famous predecessors, you're better educated on chess history than me. What game is that? Is that Tal Polugaevsky, where you get this famous d5, ed, e5 break?
Yes, I think so, but I believe that it was Polugaevsky from the white side. No, I believe that he was white.
You could very well be right. Yeah, I think it's Polugaevsky's idea. Was it against Tal? He beat somebody with his d5, ed, e5, bishop h7.
Yeah, exactly. And when I was mentioning this, that whenever the knight is not on d7, it's a completely different kind of play. It's exactly because of this sacrifice. Clearly, this is not different stuff because it involved h3 and white played a little bit slowly. On the other hand, he never lost tempo for bishop c4. Yeah, so I'm not even sure.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
So white sacrificed a pawn, going for an attack. But black is saying, show me. Queen c7. What's normal? Rook fe1? Or... I would be tempted with black to go d5, d4. First chance I get, but...
But yeah, now for the moment it is white to move, and you put the pressure on the e5 pawn. It's it feels like rook fe1 is missing from white's coordination.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Rook fe1, but then d4 already, like, I don't know.
Yeah, hitting the e5 pawn instantly. But okay, e5, knight g5, can we go for something? Apparently not.
Why not? Just
I'm not
h6 or...
threatening anything, yeah. Probably I'm not threatening anything, and the e5 pawn is too vulnerable. Okay, but then how do I fight for advantage after d4?
Maybe you don't, yeah, maybe. Black's just fine.
Yeah, it looks like white is missing a tempo. White is just a tempo short.
Maybe rook fe1 was wrong, but for now it's not obvious what I should do.
Yeah, what else? What else to do? e5 is hanging, yeah. So yeah, d5, ed, e5 is thematic, but usually it's very strong when white has a clear follow-up. If now there is no clear follow-up, then black actually with queen c7, knight c4 is in time to touch the e5 pawn.
Also looks like a position where with white you sit there calculating, trying to make certain lines happen, but they're not really working. And Arjun, tremendous calculator. I would be mildly worried here if I was a Pragg fan.
Yeah, for example, like this, then
Yeah,
where do you
that's what I
go?
was thinking about.
Do we just go back to g8 and say that queen h4 we have rook takes e5, or
They will have to calculate. We don't, unfortunately. But rook e5, is there checkmate? Not really, no.
not? Yes, I also feel like
check, queen g7.
in worst case scenario I might just take on g5.
Yeah.
But I even don't need to.
Might not have to, yeah.
Yes. No, it's not a winning attempt from white side at all. It's more like a losing attempt. So yes, bishop takes h7 we don't have to worry about. But if we don't have to worry about bishop takes h7 and we are in time to hit the pawn on e5, then okay. It's but hang on, one big question. So after rook fe1, if you play d4, then we have to reassess the whole story with bishop h7.
Yes, the same idea. Very true.
But now you might get with the king out to g6. Yeah, it could easily be that
So
you just
king
play king
g8,
g6.
queen h4.
Let me just try king g6 for the computer. That is it losing or yeah, it's losing. Okay, good.
Compy.
It's not agreeing.
As that is too much.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I
king
guess
g8.
King g4. Yeah. But king g8 still works. Yeah, queen h4, rook e5 still, I guess.
It just goes on to show that why the other position was also so good for black, that even with rook fe1, d4 included, it's fine.
Yeah. Rook f8,
The knight on c4. Yeah, the knight on c4 protects, and okay. It requires some calculation. I don't want to make any random move, but it's clear that black is fine here.
Computer does not believe any of this. Let's move on. Pragg will sit there, think for a while, and we hear that the veteran Alexei Shirov is facing another Indian star, Vidit. And Shirov doesn't have a lot of time left. Vidit hasn't spent a lot, and Shirov doesn't have a lot.
Vidit, an opening monster.
Very well prepared.
I'm such a big fan of Vidit, and it was like a total heartbreak what happened in the very first round, and I think everyone sympathizes with Vidit, and that he managed to bounce back with 2 back-to-back victories.
What did happen? I didn't see it.
Against Erwin, it was the first round. That's why Erwin has the tournament of his life, because it was some incredible time skirmish, completely crazy wild game. And it was more like Vidit was calling the shots. Then in time trouble, Erwin made a natural move which turned out to be losing. And in one move, Vidit could have won the game. It was an end game and he could have won a piece. And instead of this, the way how he played, Erwin had to be precise. Erwin was precise. He was just surviving the time control. Move 40 has been made from the white side. Black can make draw in any move. And Vidit's 40th move was a blunder, and he went on to lose. So that was really heartbreaking. 5-6 move sequence.
That's pity. They know each other, of course. Vidit and Erwin probably spent some time in some training camps. Always special dynamics if you know each other. But what's going on here between Vidit and Shirov? Shirov under some pressure out of the opening. Vidit probably did some homework in this Slav. White is better, no? 2 bishops, king is safe.
Exactly.
H4, H5 coming. Nice position.
Yeah, and black has a trouble deciding where to go with his king. That's why he hasn't castled yet. It featured this very sharp kind of line. We see the 4th move e3. It's already the 3rd game after the Hans-Niemann. Hans-Niemann Rapport game was also e3. It was Radek Wojtaszek against Anish Giri was e3. Now it's another 4 e3. And another line. Yes.
Here, bishop e4. And this is the trendy thing, not to go queen b3, but to go bishop d2, queen c2. Anish did in the candidates against Caruana. I think that's how it hit the main stage. A lot of games.
Yes, and basically it requires extreme precision from black side. You have to be very big expert. And here's Alexei mixed up something, and white got the dream of all dreams.
They wanted to take on d4, but I guess it didn't quite work. Yeah, 'cause, looks
Yeah,
like
no,
the
it's
play was geared towards grabbing the pawn, but it's
a little
just
bit too
risky.
much. Okay, after bishop h6, do you sacrifice the queen or how do you react? We see it's not the main reason why computer dislikes it, but this is also
I don't know.
kind of
Maybe I have to
already.
go queen d1 and gh6, but I'm not thrilled about it. Yeah, it's fair.
Yes, exactly. Me neither. And besides, computer was even skyrocketing with the advantage. I don't know why exactly.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, but okay, it's way too risky. So rook c8 had been played. It's kind of a solid move, but the problem is the problems are long terms. Long term, the king in center, h4, h5 coming. You can't really castle because if you castle into a checkmating idea. Serious attack is coming there. Very unpleasant. And let's not forget about Alexei's tragedy yesterday, yeah, that he played a marathon game over 7 hours. And I believe that whenever you play such a long game, if you finally win, then you get all the energy, you get the adrenaline, everything, and you forget about the tiredness. But if it ends the way how it ended, that Nodiebek finally, after more than 150 moves, managed to survive that losing position, that drives you crazy. You will not be able to sleep. You will not be able to recharge your batteries. It will hunt you the next day.
Yeah, and then you go check the pairings and you think, oh, great, black against Vidit, some opening monster. Well, yeah, you badly need rest. It's a tough tournament. What can you do? Shirov still battling it out with the young guns there. How often did you play, Alexei?
Wow. Yeah, I think over 40 times for sure. Definitely. And it was very interesting with Alexei, yeah, that there were periods when he was just beating me all the time, especially in my younger years. Then in my absolute prime, I was the one who was having a wonderful score against Alexei, winning tremendous amount of games. And later on, he started fighting back. And I believe that I have lost the last 2 games against him. So yeah, we have a lot of history, back and forth.
Played knight fd5, made a move. Vidit in the driver's seat here now. Has to decide on the most promising plan. f4, f5 is also there. Looks very scary.
Yeah, so many different ideas. Yeah, it's too scary. For example, even simply knight takes d5, knight d5, and h4. Also possible the same f4, f5 idea. It's a nightmare to be black here.
At least now Vidit has to decide between all these promising plans. So maybe he'll spend some time. But great situation for the Indian star. It is time to revisit the Tabatabai Nakamura game, where, even though I claimed it was impossible, it looks like the situation has calmed down a little, and maybe we do have rough equality? Question mark. Maybe not. Is white better? Black has a nice knight on c4.
Yes, black has a nice knight, but knowing you would be quite pleased with white. No, you establish the control. Yes,
I like structure. Knight d3, knight f4 is coming.
I believe that if black is just playing it very slowly, then he might get into trouble. Black should try to make good use of this activity. I don't know, even maybe something like breaking on the queen side with a5.
A5, huh? Uh-huh.
Yes, because the maneuver that you mentioned, highlighted knight d3, knight f4, and then you start touching that pawn on d5. I believe if those questions start to appear, it will get annoying for black.
Great.
So how would you react to a5?
I'm not sure.
Maybe you just ignore with knight d3, yeah?
It all looks pleasant, no? Even ba5 as well? Like,
Yeah, because here the good news that if I take with the knight and I have to take, then I eliminate my monster knight from c4.
We get rid of the stupid knight. Takes. No. Queen b4 or knight c2, knight b4 or something like. Looks pleasant.
Yeah, looks pleasant. Yeah, so basically a5 doesn't do any damage to white's position. But then how do we create something?
We don't know what's going on in this position. It's confusing, but seems like it's easier to play with white. White's moves are obvious, and black has to figure out what to do. Rook a8 he played, it looks like.
Yeah, rook a8 he played. It also makes sense to just very quickly go through the moves to understand. So e3 was played, bishop e6, knight d2, slowly getting out, knight e5. All right. But you see, the knight from f3 could have landed on d4 immediately, but white refrained from it. He's actually trying to play very nice chess. Rook fc1, bishop f7, h4 first. And then starting, okay, basically once we know that black has played the move a6, it's clear that he will not play a5. Knight e1, rook a d8.
I played a6 just so he could put the rook on d8, yes, so the a pawn isn't hanging.
Yes. Yeah, now knight d3 to follow, and basically then here is the question, yeah, that how does black follow it up right now?
h6 g5.
Makes sense, because it stops knight f4.
What else? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, also white's move h4 2 moves ago indicates that he was really believing that black would go g5. Yeah, it's always nice. I'm loving this to go back just to make sense of everything that happened before. So h6 we are expecting. Let's see how to continue.
I don't know. You can also go knight bc5, but that's not threatening anything yet. Just standing there.
Knight bc5.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that move. I don't think it does very much.
Okay, big question that does black anyway goes g5 or not?
Fair question. Of course, I do not know. But maybe you can, yeah? It doesn't look like I have a lot of pieces to attack your king.
Yeah, it's a very weird, very strange position, but definitely the c4 knight, the weakness on c4 and this cemented knight on e4 gives black enough counterplay. That's why also...
Yeah, especially the c4 knight is blocking the rooks out of the game, which is very important, yeah, so you don't have to worry that much with your king. There was a question, what is black's counterplay? This might be it. Some h6, g5 might very well be black's counterplay.
Yeah, also you can maybe even put that rook on d6 just to be already more flexible, more ready for action on the king side. Yeah, it's not clear. Yeah, we liked white, but now that black has this h6 g5 plan, I'm not sure that we would be already feeling so comfortable from the white side.
Great. Speaking of comfortable from the white side, here we are. Yep. I believe Radek Wojtaszek is still quite comfortable from the white side in this endgame against our friend, famed former Twitter, now ex-user, Anish Giri. Still has to work a bit to equalize here, Anish, no?
Yes, I told you that this endgame I'm not such a big fan from the black side. For the fact that it was invented by Anish and Erwin together, yeah? So they also have great feelings for it.
Anish played quickly. But this pawn on c6, very juicy. Knight a5 threatening, maybe. Can you go knight d4? King somewhere? And
yes,
take,
you
or
can.
Is that too much? That's too much, huh?
And then I just go rook c3, no?
Yeah, it's knight d4. You have some way to punish me. Huh?
Yeah, probably bishop e3. I'm winning a piece.
No, yeah, it just doesn't work. Yeah.
I know. Apparently not this way, but it looked clever. Yeah, knight d6 takes knight d6.
I don't know, why not? Maybe knight b5, and the game continues a bit, but also looks terrible for black.
Yeah, it's mysterious,
no,
but
it
yeah,
doesn't work.
it's too much. Yeah.
Bishop d6. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's too much. Huh?
Yeah. Bishop d6 was winning on the spot. Yeah, that's true. So the big question is, how does black react? Can you maybe just play a move like short castle and?
We're still allowed to castle, yeah? Yeah, we should be.
I think so.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, yeah. Castles, okay, knight a5 would be the logical follow-up.
Now knight d4 check, can you do that?
Exactly, it already makes sense. King f1, bishop b6.
Bishop b6, and we survive, no? Or more or less.
Yeah, this doesn't look so convincing from white side. Even you can take on c6, yeah?
Yeah, worst case scenario, you can take. I was hoping knight b3 as well, but even this, you're probably not losing it.
Yeah, looks, maybe rook c8. Maybe rook c8 first.
Yeah, this I like. Hitting c2.
Yes. Yeah, okay, rook dc1 should be played probably. And then takes, but I don't know. It looks just too drawish for me. This rook d8, rook d5, rook b5.
Some g5. Yeah, probably you survive here, but still. It's a pawn.
Still, pawn is, yeah, it's a pawn. But maybe also you don't have to play like this. It's. And what is your situation? Do you still work with Anish? Is there any news or it's secret? What's the status?
Very, very unclear, but I think for now, no. Now I'm busy with the German boys, and I'm not sure if there will be a follow-up with Anish. You never know what the future brings.
Because
what's
you
yours?
are the Bundes. No, hang on. Before you ask me.
I'm trying to distract from my secret business here. Yeah. I'm the Bundes trainer, so we have the European Team Championship in Budva coming up right after this, which I'm not so thrilled about because all the boys, they will be a little tired from playing this tournament. No, like,
yes,
for other teams as well, of course, but it's not ideal.
It's not ideal at all. And I remember that it was already like this in 2019 as well. Everybody who played in Isle of Man were moving on to the European Team Championship. It was a very big challenge. And also after Riga, everybody was going. Yes, so wishing you the best of luck there.
Thank you. But yeah, that's the big event coming up. I think it's literally like 1 or 2 days after they get back home from Isle of Man. We travel there to Budva, and we'll take it. We'll take it from there, of course. Vincent Keimer, the big star of the German team. I used to working with Vincent. Now let's ask all the secret questions here.
Yes, of course. We are working with Vincent. Clear. Okay, to me, Vincent is kind of family member. Yeah, it's I don't feel comfortable referring to him like he's my student or whatever. He's much more than that. And following very closely. We are talking every day.
What's he doing? We haven't seen Vincent in action today yet. Playing Volokitin?
Yes. Now I'm actually using the chance to pull it up. The point is that because everybody knows that I'm close to Vincent, I feel like if I'm looking at his games, then everybody will say, of course, Peter wants to see. Yes, clearly I want to see what's going on. But on the other hand, I also want to be objective and fair and neutral by doing the commentary. So I usually
you can root for him and still say it's an equal position. I think he'll be forgiven.
Wow. Okay. Look at this. What happened here? I would have not been able to reveal otherwise, but if it already happened, then let's just say 2 words to it.
Okay. We know Vincent plays a6 Italian. It's not a secret.
Yes, but look at this. What he played against h3. He played knight h5 and bishop g5, knight f6.
Bishop c1. I will blitz it out.
Well, he did knight h5 against me in one of the training camps. It's not my idea. It's his idea. Vincent is a very hard worker. He likes to find new ways. And
that's so weird. Like, I'm sure it's clever, but I'm so terrified of going of bishop g5 in any of these positions to spend 2 tempi to give white a free bishop g5. That's madness.
Yes, but okay, this is Vincent. He likes to provoke, he likes to fight. And we discussed this, that there is just no way anybody, if you play knight h5, bishop g5, knight f6, will threaten you with going back with the bishop to c1. No way. Yeah, white will be
Even
fighting.
I would have a very hard time to play bishop c1 here with a straight face.
Yes, but so yeah, Vincent shocked everyone with knight h5. Let's see how it worked out. Knight b2 h6, bishop h4. No, look at this. Okay,
Not
white
kicking
shows
out.
lot of respect. Bishop e3 takes a5, and now we get a stable structure.
How many
Yeah,
tempi do you want to lose in one game, Vincent? Knight h5, knight f6, now a6, a5. Make up your mind. I'm kidding. I understand a5 is a smart move. But
yes, and look at this. Yeah, d4 takes, d5, bishop b3, d4, takes, rook a6, very, very nice. Everything is nice. The only problem is that all this finesse is probably just lead to equality.
what to do with black? You lose all this tempi
Yes.
and you're not even winning as a reward. Very unfair.
Yeah, but for your creativity, you should be rewarded. On the other hand, you can argue that if you make a good draw with black against a player like Volokitin, because I did tell Vincent that, yes, watch out for Andre. I know how strong he is. He's working on chess. And
Very well prepared. He always has been.
Always, yes. And I told yesterday in our stream also that he's basically also the one who prepares the Ukraine national team always. He's often playing and preparing them as well.
Wow. That's a tough job. Preparing captain.
Yeah, there were some pictures. The Ukrainian team was in training camp, and it was clearly Andrei Volokitin sitting with the laptop, showing his secrets to the team. Yeah, that's why I'm having these feelings.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, he's always been a tremendous theoretician. I played him in the old days. He's been around for a long time, but still going strong. So yeah, draw with black against Volokitin is not the end of the world, even for Vincent.
Yeah, okay, it's in a little bit dry position. We are expecting this to peter out. Yeah, there is a weakness on d4. There is a weakness on c7. Black also eventually maybe will release the pressure with bishop e6, some timely bishop e6. He might just go c6. I believe the knight h5 move was the highlight of the game, and we can move on.
That's one of the sickest ideas I've ever seen. I'm so paranoid about bishop g5 in any situation. He says he has two tempi.
Yeah, okay, let's just treasure it one more time. Yeah, so h3, knight h5. I remember Vincent warned me before going knight h5 that, hold on to your chair, yes? And he was right. Yeah, otherwise I would have been in big danger falling from my chair.
Madness. Other people, we spent hours this position 2 tempi up trying to make sure black is safe.
Young generation, yeah, they are fearless. Yeah. Okay, so an update on Niemann against Rapport.
Please.
Let's take a look. 2 bishops, but black actually was in time to get g5 in. Why it's so important? Because it fixes white's structure.
Rapport is so good with pawn structures, no? Especially not completely common pawn structures, but slightly atypically is such a good feel for what he has to do. His understanding of like weird stuff that's not covered in the books, I feel, is second to none.
Yes, absolutely. It's everything, because we did talk. Let's very quickly rewind. And after cd5, actually, it was bishop d5. So things. Wow, bishop c4. No, we C4, definitely talked about queen c2, bishop c4, bishop e7, knight f3, and knight d7, queen c2.
Now he was in time to stop e4 without giving the bishop.
But finally now he gives and sits with the knight on d5. Yeah, and this is not a problem, because black is threatening to play knight b4 and get one of the bishops when he solves all the problems. So white White has to spend the time, a3 long castles, and now black played g5. That's, I believe, a key move, fixing the structure.
E4 Jar is saying my money's on Rapport. Fair enough. Maybe you don't have to bet 100 million, but this looks like a good situation for Rich.
Okay, but I would say that good situation. If White doesn't want too much from this game, then he can just stay solid, put the pawn to h3.
Nothing,
maybe
yeah,
rook
h3, rook
c2.
c2, rook c1, yeah.
Yes, and okay. Basically, black is super solid. Black is doing extremely well if White attacks black, but if White decides not to do anything, show respect, then it's then basically draw is the most likely outcome here.
Absolutely, but Hans will probably also look for a way to fight. We'll go on a break, Peter, but before we go on that break, we have to announce arguably the most important community event ever coming up, the Community Bullet Brawl. You're looking to put your bullet chess skills to the test, compete in the Community Bullet Brawl arena every Saturday and win Diamond membership. Anyone is eligible to throw their hat in the ring and prove their speed chess prowess. All you have to do is join the community club on chess.com and register for the arena. Use !CBB in chat for all the details. We'll see you in the arena later today. And we'll be back with more action of the FIDE Grand Swiss right after this break.
Look at that Chess Kid subtle branding sticker on the table.
I forgot.
Danny played this against me and he won, so I'm sure you're in good hands.
Yep.
I think it was an accident. I think I blacked out for those first two games.
The levy's prep.
I don't know, are we in my prep?
Yes, you're prep.
If we're in my prep, I'm really scared because
He's moving with such confidence.
He doesn't seem concerned whatsoever. It's like really concern. It's extremely concerning. I don't understand.
This is secret prep.
Your prep? My prep?
Actually, I think this is actually prep. Or maybe I just figured it out. Or maybe it's a bluff.
This
is not my prep. Actually, they're like. So I have an option to take that pawn. I want to.
Wait, Tony, is this legit prep?
I have a suggestion, Tony. Why don't you take none of my pawns?
I just take none of them?
Just don't take any of my pawns.
Okay, I won't take any of your pawns.
Okay. Deal's a deal.
First them to be taken. Wow, this is actually crazy.
What, this position?
No, actually, yes.
Yeah, it is. Like, actually. Okay.
I mean, this prep is playing off. Wait a second. Wait a minute.
So yeah, this was what I was fearing when I actually.
You guys are playing this a little too focused here for me.
Are we supposed to be like more goofy?
Supposed to.
King to d7.
Why did I think about that move?
I mean, this is all prep. I mean, look at this. I watched a video of you today before I was coming here.
I'm really sorry.
And it was about a Magnus destroying everybody, right?
Were you inspired?
And I was inspired. And he hanged the pawn, or not hanged, he sacrificed the pawn in the opening, first game. And he sacrificed the pawn to have major counterplay.
Okay.
And I'm inspired by this. So I'm doing exactly what he did.
But you're giving me way more than... Am I mated?
Yes, you are.
Am I really?
Yes, you are.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Wait.
Oh my God. Yes, you
I
are.
think I'm missing my wallet. It's not a good thing, everybody.
Yay. Yay. Everything
Wow.
worked out.
that was an epic game.
What are we doing? We can't be awkward. We gotta do this one. There you go. We're gonna be one of those like epic like. Oh my gosh.
That was
so
inspiring.
casual.
That was just like.
This whole time I was like, my king is safe.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, the big open, where 2 spots for the candidates are up for grabs. I'm Jan Gustav Zong, still here with the legend, Peter Leko. Peter, it's time to check out what's happening in the women's section. Any games that are catching your attention?
Definitely the very big clash on the top board. We will be dealing with that game after taking a look at the bird's eye view. My first feeling is like, just looking at the position and then confirming by the evaluation bar that Anna Muzychuk has a tremendous position.
Still a lot of pressure there. We've seen the opening where something went wrong for Zhongyi. And she had to go G takes f6 not to lose a pawn. That's not a move we love to play. No weakening all these squares. Knight e3.
Yes, it's like a horrible Sveshnikov. It's a nightmare of all nightmares. Just very quickly to check out how did she survive, however, the middle game, because even that was not a given. Bishop takes b5, e5, rook e1, queen b7, bishop g5. The move that you mentioned, very annoying. At least the queens got traded off, but situation is very
horrible.
shaky. Yeah.
I'm not sure about rook e1, maybe bishop g5 directly. Was also nasty, but this does not solve black's problems.
Yeah, not at all. Also, there are some tactics, so it's not easy to develop at all. Yeah, bishop g7.
I would try d5. Looks
you have
desperate enough to try to at least liberate ourselves somewhat.
Okay, knight e3.
Knight b6. Do I lose by force?
Knight b6. Maybe I just play rook a1. Can I do that? Can I switch? Can I switch? Somehow tempting, yeah? Just to rook a1.
Yeah, it's still very unpleasant. I don't even know what to do. King d6. No, it looks terrible.
Yeah. If the rook could jump to b8, then we could be talking. But like this, it's
not fun. So Muzychuk, Anna Muzychuk, we should say, in great shape, because I think her sister Maria Muzychuk, former world champion, is in real big trouble against Vachier-Lagrave.
Let's check it out.
Let's have a look.
Wow, she got provoked, She got provoked. This knight on h5 has this tendency. It looks like whenever a knight on the side of the board looks like it can be caught. But
want to go g4. You don't know if it works, but you feel like you have to try.
Exactly. But if it's just like a mirage, then this is so annoying because you spend all your energy and you don't know, is it you that you are not capable of trapping that knight, or really you can't? It drives you crazy.
Yeah. And again, Vachier-Lagrave had blitzed out all her moves, so probably it was a fair assumption. It wasn't so easy to capture that knight. She played queen h4, which the computer doesn't love, and e6.
Also, it's a bit strange. The position gets opened up for black's bishops.
It's like saying that bishop on b7 is so strong. Let's make sure the bishop on g7 is just as strong.
The only problem was that after queen h4 there was already no way. So basically with the move queen h4 she was willing to go for the c6, and probably that's why it got the question mark. Bishop g5, not approved as well. Takes. Queen b7. Wow, ignoring the threat of bishop takes e7.
Look how great the knight on h5 is doing. Now it can't be touched anymore. Covering all these squares, controlling the king side. Very happy knight.
Bishop takes e7 and rook d2. Wow, this is horrible because queen c4 is met by bishop d4. And
this is just finito la commedia.
It's only 20 moves. Wow, Vachier, you just can't let Vachier get a dangerous attack. Yeah, she will not be hesitating to go for the kill at all.
I think it's good advice against most people not to give them dangerous attacks, but Vachier might be very high on that list.
Yeah, because there are some players who actually, if you ask a couple of players, they will say, give me a nice advantage where I can just quiz my opponent. I prefer it much more than some complicated, crazy battle. But I think in Vachier's case, she's very happy. She gets this. Yeah.
Oh, this, yeah, just looks winning. Did you show Queen c4, Bishop d4, and there's...
I mentioned it, but yes, we have to put it on the board.
Let's say Bishop h4, Knight f4, and it all collapses.
This is just total collapse. Queen g2 checkmate, and Knight takes f4 runs into Bishop takes f2. Bishop f2, Queen f2. Queen h2 checkmate. So yeah, those are the dark clouds around White's king, and the bad news is that there is no good defense.
Let's look at the Bibisara Elizabeth Pitts clash, where things are quieting down a little bit. What does White do? d5? I can take b2, or what's happening here?
Okay, White needs to be energetic. Yeah. Okay, now it's not long-term pressure. White has to make sure that White stabilizes the initiative, because Black actually seemingly does extremely well. Yeah, it's everything developed. No more issue with the development, but White still has the pair of bishops. Yeah, so let's go d5.
No? Like, we have to calculate d5. Yeah.
Yes, we have to. Yeah, we have to go d5.
Bishop b2, bishop. You have rook a b1, yeah, which is
yes, yes. Also after e d5 or immediately, in any case, I'm relying on rook b1.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Yeah. So Black solves all the problems if everything works normally. However, White has this energetic d5. You can't be capturing the b2 pawn. And the bishop on g5 is a monster as well, making sure that the d8 square is protected. The bishop can also fall back to e3 with a tempo, hitting the queen.
How does this go? So let's say e d5. You go, I guess, bishop d5, bishop b2,
rook b1,
rook b1, and I wanted to try to survive if I go queen f2. Desperado.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Takes bishop a3. We take there, and now what's happening?
It's bishop still very far from clear if Black can survive this. Yeah.
Yeah. Could just be lost, but king
g2.
Somewhere. Knight b4. Some rook f7 will hit. Or what's going on?
Yeah, I have rook f7, but I'm not even sure that. Am I happy with just collecting?
You don't need to, yeah? Just bishop
maybe
b3
can,
and
yeah,
rook
maybe
d7 is threatened for bishop h6.
Go for even more, but just to highlight that, yes, this tactical idea also exists, but maybe it's a little premature. Black can breathe a bit.
But didn't equalize, that we can agree on.
Yes, that's for sure. I was thinking like after d5, e d5, bishop d5, somehow trying to use the d4 square. Yeah, that maybe some h6, bishop e3, then knight d4 and rook d8. If I could get that, if I could establish the knight on d4, it would probably be more or less fine. But I'm afraid, I mean, all kinds
h6
of things.
I already have nightmares about some queen g6, like bishop e3, knight d4, queen d3, like I'm already panicking.
Yes, h6 isn't the move that I want to make. I would love to play rook d8, but it's impossible, and that's why we see the computer also indicating, by the way, d5 had been played. It's on the board.
Maybe Sarah, no retreat, no surrender. Okay, so there, White is still pushing a bit. In other news, Ulvia Fatalieva is going down against Goryachkina. We should talk, by the way, we're mentioning Goryachkina, about the women's candidate tournament, and I guess you covered it on the other days as well. But who's qualified, who's trying to qualify, who's not qualified? What's the situation there?
Yes, let's take a look, because it would be nice.
Screen, but we do know that Zhongyi is not yet qualified. We do know that Goryachkina is in.
We know Anna Muzychuk is in.
For grabs. Anna Muzychuk is in, and then
Salimova is in because she had this.
Salimova
she had this fantastic World Cup. Exactly, yeah. She played brilliantly, and there we have it.
There we are. Lei Ting-Zhe, of course, as the vice world champion, having lost that match by the smallest of margins. Lachno's in, and those are the four. I can't count as no. Those are the five that are already determined. 2 spots from this event, and then the rating qualifier, which we were debating earlier. On paper, it would be our dear friend Ho Yifan, but I would guess it's unlikely that she will want to join the women's candidates tournament. Although you never know. Then it would be anybody's guess who's next in line in the rating list.
Yeah, I think then we also checked out that Hampi Koneru might be the next on the list.
Yes.
And of course, she's a brilliant player. That will also add extra quality to the candidates. And
yeah, then it was
Hampi,
Zhongyi, and I think Kostenjuk was next. But of course, things could change because it's going to be the January 2024 list. But I think Hampi was a bit ahead of the pack there.
Yeah, such a legendary player. It's great to see her play. Unfortunately, she's not here, so I'm really hoping that we're gonna see her in action.
Maybe she knows she has a rating spot on lockdown. Doesn't need to play here. Who knows?
Yes, I do see that in on our top board D5 Rook A1, the moves we discussed is on the board. There is tremendous pressure on Zhongyi to deal with. Bibisara played D5, E5, Bishop D5, exactly according to plans. Maria Muzychuk in a lot of trouble. She doesn't know what to do. She has no defense. We already talked about that. Fatalieva is
she's also in big trouble. He's down against Goryachkina.
She was very aggressive. Yeah, she attacked Goryachkina, but the attack is backfiring, not going to mate her opponent. Let's take a quick look at that position, why we are so sure about it. Black's king is quite safe in the center. The bishop e6, knight f7, queen d6 construction. White does not have enough pieces. And the bad news for white as well is that it's black to move.
It's literally a full piece down because white is also not threatening anything. Or bishop f5, queen f4, rook f2. Maybe you have to calculate, but any activating move should do, like rook d8, bishop f5, queen f4, rook f2, rook d1, let's say. It's just game over.
Yeah, it's game over. So we can move on. What else? Do we have Shuvalova? For example, Polina, very important because she lost in the first round to Elin Rubers. And after that, she bounced back with 2 victories. And it seems like she will be delivering a checkmate again to someone.
You think so? She's getting checkmated,
sorry.
No?
Yeah,
she has knight on g8? Ooh, this looks terrible.
Yes. Sorry,
what happened to her pieces?
I thought that she was on the white side. Wow, no, this is looking horrible.
Mrs. Shuvalova.
How did this happen? It was some kind of a normal Spanish, and then suddenly she got under some terrible attack. Yeah, knight gf5, sacrifice, rook takes e5, bishop f4, rook e8 back, queen g4. Wow. King h8, f3.
Chat is saying white is an ideal position. Yeah, absolutely. They should put that position in textbooks on what we don't want.
Yes, in my mind, I felt like, yes, she won 2 games. Finally, she got her rhythm. She's coming, and she's black in this position. This is a total catastrophe.
Still, not checkmate yet, but it feels like it's looming. Bishop e5. How do you defend?
But bishop e5 also still does not threaten with any on the board. Not a direct checkmate, but terrible situation.
Ugh. I can't look at this anymore, Peter. Put it away.
I understand. Yeah, this is not the Spanish. Why we love the Spanish from the black side. No, this is bad. Okay, Elin Roberts against Teodora Ignatz. Let's check that out.
I'd rather rewatch Saw 2 till 10 than keep watching the position. What is this? Elina Rubers?
Elina Rubers, yeah. Rubers.
Theodora, very strong theoretician. I always notice when I see Theodora in judge games. Well prepared. But so is Elina, of course.
Yes. And the pawn on a5 is hanging. Right? It's a rough situation for Theodora.
Losing a pawn. Okay, what to do? Knight f4, h4. Try to counter.
On the board. Yeah, it's already played. What were the last couple of moves? Just to see that bishop e3, takes, knight king b8, queen c5, knight d5.
Whoa.
Wow, what a move. And the idea being, of course, queen takes a5 is met by knight e3 fork.
My boy Magnus Giri is saying, go Elina. Looks like he's a fan of various players, my boy Magnus Giri.
Wow.
Rook f3, Compy doesn't like, but looks natural enough.
Yeah, knight f4, you called it, yeah, that black is trying to get counterplay with h4, cement that knight on f4, maybe some queen g4 somewhere.
Okay, the knight was attacked, so I shouldn't take too much credit for knight to f4.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know, white is better, but it's not over yet, is it?
Yeah, not over at all. And I'm wondering, there was one question that I had after knight d5, that something like e takes d5. Was it a move? No, apparently not. Yeah, e d5, queen takes f5, d takes c6 was an interesting way, but probably black is able to hand. But how is, because I had some queen d6 check, so I had some hopes, but apparently it wasn't working so well. What do you think of this sacrifice? Is it too speculative?
Depends, no? If rook c8 or queen c8 or whatever works.
Yes, because rook c8 I have a check. Queen c8 is the move that I'm the most worried of. Yeah.
And check queen c7 and we escape it.
Yeah, this is the spoiler. Okay, I have a hidden idea like takes and then bishop d1, bishop f3, but you're gonna meet it with f5, e4, so I'm not reaching the diagonal.
Time.
Yeah, okay, so rook f3, knight f4, and b4 on the board. Forget about the pawn. In fact, it's very important that the pawn is still alive. White can break, and the rook on b1. What a lovely idea.
I like it. It's becoming a brawl, but looks like white has a head start, no?
Yeah, a b4, now probably rook takes b4, yeah, would be the thematic recapture. And then a5, a6, hang in the air.
It's very scary. I don't know if we're in time, some h4, h3, g3, queen g4 business, but it looks probably not.
Yeah, very sharp position. And Teodora only has 8.5 minutes. Okay, this is very little time for this complete madness.
Hard to disagree. All right, let's switch to the bird's eye view for a second, see if we have any results incoming. Then we can go to the open section where I've seen some results already have happened. Not the most exciting ones. But here, there's still action, only the Bullmaga draw. So back to the open section where, to everyone's great surprise, the Wojtasza Giri game has finally ended peacefully, as has Bakro against Duda. We still have a lot of drama. We haven't seen Caruana yet. Do you also check Caruana's white games religiously? I love Caruana's white games. He always plays the same, but he's always winning after the opening. I check every Title Tuesday's game of Caruana's. And usually hits some E3 Nimzor and he's winning, or some sharp D4 line, which he's already played 15 times. But he has some new idea on move 27 and he wins again. Big fan.
Yes, no, definitely. My way of making sure that my Nimzo repertoire is well established from the black side, that I want to be always one step ahead. I want to already kind of anticipate what Alexei will be doing for the prepare for his next game.
I don't have such ambitions. I tried to incorporate his ideas like 2-3 years later. Still good enough. Like, play E3. But what's he doing here against... I heard our friend Mr. Naroditsky is the expert on pronouncing that name. Ramazan Shalmakhanov, who is having an incredible tournament. It looks like he's holding his own here with black against Caruana, which I wasn't kidding. Is one of the toughest matchups chess has to offer.
Yes, for sure. And also yesterday, what a pairing for this young Kazakh player, because yesterday black against Firouzja, he draw with Firouzja and then he gets another black. Come on, what is this? And he seems to be holding his ground no matter what. On the other hand, still there is still some little pressure with this rook on a3. It's not the usual rook, yeah. It puts some pressure on the a7 pawn.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't look too terrible, does it?
No, only that usually I'm very happy in such situation from the black side. Yeah, that okay, the vulnerable hanging pawns, it's endgame.
Yeah.
And suddenly
we can't play
I'm
just
feeling...
rook d8. Yeah.
Exactly.
And if I go a6, do you play c5? You probably play c5, yeah?
It's a question, yes. It's a question. I wasn't 100% sure. Clearly now you want to play rook a d8. That's why if I could play f3, king f2, rook a d8, king e3, I would not be touching my pawn. Yeah, then I would just be happy that I stabilize. Since
not
I'm
allowed,
not able
Peter.
to. Yes, unfortunately. Okay, you can make a favor and start with king f8, f3, a6, and then I'm reaching there. And what about this?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Rook d5, let's say.
And do we take?
But it looks like black is okay, actually. No, bc.
Yeah, bishop d3 and...
Yeah, I don't know.
Also
which
a5.
a5, e5. I have some options. No.
Yeah, it's really risky from white side also. Yeah, suddenly we have weaknesses. Black can break. The knight is very good on f6. No, I will not touch it. But psychologically, it's of course very difficult to play the move a6 because you are not supposed to put a6, b7 in this construction.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see what Shalmakhanov, we'll have to learn to say that name more often, is up to. Chat saying he's playing like a 2-750 player. For sure. Only 4 games, but the trend is certainly his friend. All right,
Yeah,
let's check out... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what we have seen so far from him was very impressive, that's for sure. We haven't checked out Abdusattorov yet today. I feel like after this crazy marathon that he survived yesterday, at least we should be taking a look at his game, and he gets to play with Ivan Cheparinov. This is the Grand Swiss. You don't get an easy pairing. Ivan is such a classy player and has tremendous preparation.
Very well prepared, very concrete, always has been. And he's doing very well, no? At least if we can believe the engine bar. Nodebek is not... He's not a happy camper here.
Not at all. And it's not only the evolution bar, it's just the look of it. It feels like this is some kind of a night of Scheveningen reverse color when white is the one pressing and now black is white. Yeah, in this situation, if we are talking about reverse Sicilian.
Everything's gone wrong, no? The king is weak, black has the h-file, f4 is looming. Oof. Nodebek under pressure. Tremendous fighter, as we know. But not a dream position.
Yeah, not a dream. And after this 7-hour marathon, getting into such a complex position, it's move 23. We might be seeing some crazy time pressure, but okay, nothing immediate is happening, which gives us the chance to continue. Do we have a game where we want to go? Is chat screaming for something?
I have no idea what chat is screaming. Maybe, I was gonna say, probably they're all Sam Shankland fans, but the position is a little dull. Malcolm Jan against Shankland. Let's catch up with Hikaru. He's gone h6 and now he has play.
Yes,
Tabatabai did a lot of honorable things, securing squares on the queen side there with a5 and so on. Hikaru saying, I don't care, I'll try to checkmate on the king side. And I would not be thrilled to have this with white against Hikaru, or anybody, but Hikaru in particular.
Exactly, I had also the same feeling, like this is very much Hikaru territory, yeah? That he made sure that nothing happens on the queen side, everything is logged. The monster knight on c4 blocks the c file. Rook on d6 is very mobile on the 6th rank. At the same time, guarding the very important d5 pawn, which is the soul of black's position. And this isolated pawn, which is supposed to be a weakness, is the one that guarantees all this lovely outpost on c4 and d4. And the problem is white lacks Luft. Yeah, white lacks ideas. If the pawn would be on h2, we would know that we want to keep that knight away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But like this?
That's why I never liked these early h4s in any position. Here was a bit different, and I understood, but this looks unpleasant.
Very unpleasant. How do we maneuver? The problem also, we can't really be trading pieces, yeah? That there is no way of getting rid of these knights.
And as commentators, should Hikaru win, it's our job to praise him for his opening choice, correctly evaluating the risk-reward situation. While, of course, were he to lose, we would harshly criticize it as completely unreasonable. But now it looks like it's paying off.
Yes, it's paying the dividends. Everything makes perfect sense, and practically speaking, white is in a lot of trouble because you don't have natural moves, yeah? And those are the situations when you really get nervous. Yeah, that you don't know
you
what
calculate
to do.
some random stuff. G4 you can't do, F3 you can't do. What do you do? And then you blitz out something, and often it's a mistake. It's very unpleasant.
Yeah, for example, if you ask me what I would suggest, I have no clue. One of the ideas which already shows that how tricky the situation is, I'm thinking about queen a1 followed by knight d4, at least try to bring that knight a little bit closer. But I'm not sure if I have time to do this, and even if it's any good.
Yeah, because also if you play knight bc5 and I don't know, I make any move queen e7, then you still don't know what to do. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like you made any progress.
Not at all, yes. I'm unable to capture on e4 because of d takes e4, losing material, and the knight is still not doing anything. So it might look or sound ridiculous, what I'm saying, that my feeling is that if I'm not getting checkmated on the spot, then I feel like queen a1 followed by knight d4 at least has some ideas.
Beautiful, beautiful. Leiko regrouping, but the king.
Yes.
King still in some trouble. Speaking of king in trouble, Praggnanandhaa did what we said he can't do, or we weren't sure, but we didn't like it, and sacrificed the bishop.
Wow. But his pawn on e5 is still alive. Rook takes e5. We had this position with pawn on d4.
Yeah, we had something very similar. It went rook f1, he went rook e7, not d4. Yeah, just saying, why would I give any material back?
Wow. And he's down to 10 minutes. King e7, queen takes g7 will be played. Okay, this is a wild position. We have to be talking about this. We have to be analyzing this. But the feeling is, knowing how strong Arjun is in all these complications, I feel like it will not work. I do remember a couple of times sacrificing some pieces against Shirov for seemingly very dangerous compensation. It never worked. He always took my sacrifice, and I felt like, okay, but I'm playing in Shirov style against Shirov. Maybe it will work. No, it never worked. I always had to play my kind of chess to succeed.
Yeah. The combination between Black Bean, Arjun, and the engine bar. Being very happy. Does look like bad news for Predke, but how do we defend? Let's figure it out.
Yeah, your defensive move back then
mentioned
was
earlier, but
yes, Rook F8. Do you still stick with it or not?
I don't know. I guess no, seeing the bar really is not a fan of Rook F8.
Because, okay, all these F4, Knight H7s, they are very dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That doesn't seem to be the move. So let's try plan B, which is also more Arjun style. Let's run. Rook takes E1, King D6, King C5. Hope for the best.
Yeah, this is a very clever way of dealing with this problem. Yeah, you just run away from the danger.
This seems to work. Yeah?
Yeah, seems to work. Yeah, Knight takes F7 check, King C5. You continue your journey.
It's surprisingly safe here with this pawn on D5, Knight on C4.
Beautiful construction. The king can even walk all the way to A6.
Yeah, or you go B5, A6, and at some point you walk back.
Yes.
Pumpkin the Cat saying this position is straight from one of my nightmares. Wow, that's very specific nightmares.
For whom? Yeah, for whom? Yeah.
Probably for white, yeah? Like he attacked, sacrificed, and then boom, the king ran away.
Yeah, if the king runs away. And then the big question is that did actually Predke just blunder this reaction like takes king d6?
Maybe he calculated everything till here, and then he just missed this king run.
Yeah, it's. I do remember, however, that you were saying that you would start to get worried for Predke fans already here.
Yeah, although I wanted d4. Arjun played much more ambitiously. Yeah? He just said no simplifying. Rook e7, saying I want to go rook e8 next. But it felt like you're losing all this time.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Yeah, now rook takes e1, rook e1, king d6. Let me just turn on engine for a second. Is this really the only way?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Because we've already confirmed by staring at the bar that it works, but what else is there?
Yes, apparently it's the only way. Yeah, otherwise black would be in a lot of trouble.
If rook f8, this f4 was winning. Yeah, like, or how does it go?
Rook f8. Knight f3 just, yeah?
Knight f3, Rook e4, let's say.
I can't even read the lines, yeah? Is it knight h4? Am I seeing it correctly? Okay, also insane, yeah? That there are such... That's why we don't want to play against computer. Yeah. No. Just let me turn it off immediately. Enough is enough. Yeah, computers are completely different planet.
But if rook e1 and king d6 is the only way, it also means like stuff could still happen, you know? It's not like...
Yes.
Such an obvious decision.
However, this is actually not a good news for Predke, because it would be very nice if black had a solid second choice, which would more or less lead to equality. Yeah, here the problem is that black gets checkmated or black escapes.
Arjun is such a good calculator, he's not gonna play anything that's bad if he has an alternative. Yeah, it's good.
Yes. Yeah, wow. Okay, on the other hand, this knight f3, rook e4, knight h4 was something very special, but also maybe some other moves were good enough.
Yeah.
All right, so all eyes on Arjun. I believe he will find it. It's his style.
Me too. Arjun, don't make it bad.
He's just too strong in this crazy type of positions.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, now he's the one under attack. Yeah, I'm also not sure that usually he's the one who likes to attack the opponent. How comfortable he feels with this insecure king in the center.
Because also this line this computer line, rook e1, let's say king d6. It's still a crazy position. Queen f6, king c5, rook e7. Obvious is black is winning there.
Well, do we have queen d6? Queen takes f7, right?
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't look so obvious at all.
Yeah, 96 is coming. Feels like a lot of stuff could still happen here.
Yeah, because this is so important that suddenly we have access to the 7th rank. If that bishop moves, some knight e6 check, king b5, knight d4 check, and black cannot go to the a5 because of rook takes a7 checkmate. Yeah, so that's one extra kind of worry for black. Probably after knight e6 check, black will start running towards b4. But okay, very difficult to.
No, there has to be some win, but it looks like it's far from obvious to calculate everything.
Yeah, and now we also understand why he takes all the time. He has plenty of it. Okay, very interesting. Also, I would not dare to criticize Praggnanandhaa's decision of sacrificing the piece. Yeah, it was just too tempting from his perspective. Yeah, that he wants to play a good game. He wants to play according to the principle of his position, and he was willing and daring to do that.
I know. I think we wait. If Arjun finds it, then we criticize. If he doesn't find it, we praise. That's how it is.
That's how it is. Yeah, this is more than chess. Yeah, basically this slow, beautiful, strategically I'm outplaying my opponent and everybody's uploading kind of stuff is not really possible in modern chess. Everybody's too strong.
Nah, can still happen. Speaking of too strong, Yesipenko seems to be crushing Marc-Andrea Morizzi after all the praise we had for Marc-Andrea. Looks like today he's getting crushed.
Well, I did not like his c4 move at all. I just felt like, strategically speaking, that was dangerous. And now look at this. Black has perfect harmony. This is exactly what we love in the Spanish, in the anti-martials. This is how we want to play it.
Especially there's a knight on a7.
Yes, this is a total catastrophe.
Yes, just game over here. Knight d3 is coming. The knight is stuck on a7.
Also, if we praise Maurizi, let's also praise Yesipenko. He had some rough period, but he has already back then in 2021, Tata Steel showed his tremendous potential when he finished with +3 score on second or third position. He was very close of even winning the event, and then he slowed down. So many bad things happened also surrounding him. Now I'm really hoping that he's getting again the full attention on chess, yeah, because okay, he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, certainly chess has his full attention right here. After rook d8, looks like he's crushing today.
Yeah.
Alireza?
Okay. Let's take a look. What is happening? That was a very wild position. Looking good for black.
Rook on b3 is very pretty. Knight on d3.
Knight on d3. Equally nice. And the knight on
details.
d6. Yes.
I know you're not so much into gossip, but is Alireza's full attention on chess? Like, was this fashion talk that everybody jumped on? Is that a real thing, or was it just a distraction? I'm not sure what he's up to, but it's good to see him play more.
Yes, very much so. I also don't have any other information apart of what I heard when he gave that interview. I do hope that he focuses fully on chess because, okay, there is only one Alireza. Yeah, it's. I'm not sure that in a fashion world he can make such an impact than what
I don't know. If one day we have Balenciaga sneakers designed by Alireza, maybe we will all be very thankful he quit this chess nonsense. Focus on the important stuff.
Yeah, but still, for somehow I'm skeptical, and but I'm such a big fan. Yeah, it's let him play chess, let him focus fully on chess, and we want to see him in best shape.
Yep. All right, where to go? Maybe it's time to go to the other Nodibek, who, if he keeps doing stuff like he's been doing in Qatar, so we'll call Abdusattorov the other Nodibek. But for now, Yakuboyev still has to earn top Nodibek status. It looks like he's taking one more step towards it. This looks like an Alpha Zero game. Pawn on h6, king on e4, white winning. What's going on here?
Wow, the king on e4 is beautifully positioned, but the main asset is clearly the pawn on h6 and the pawn on e5, shutting down the Grünfeld bishop, the bishop from h8. For Amir Bassem, the brilliant Egypt grandmaster, I haven't really been seeing him playing the Grünfeld. He has been famous for playing the King's Indian or the Bogo Indian. He's in for a rough situation.
He's usually been playing some, I don't know, what do you call it? Some practical stuff. Not tremendous practical player, usually giving chances, taking chances. But here, he's getting a Grünfeld lesson from Nodibek. What was the opening? Bishop g5, bishop f4? That's something I played. Boring stuff. How do you get such a good position?
Well, probably because your opponent is not that familiar with all the details.
But after h4, like black should stop that pawn in some way, no? Alpha Zero taught us. Here, h4, you go h6 or h5. No, don't let that pawn come to h6.
Normally, yes. Normally, definitely. You want to stop it, but bishop e6, h5, rook c8.
Yes, I really don't like this bishop e6 move.
And normally you play bishop d3, king e2 here. Yeah, this is also what happened. Yeah, bishop d3. Yes, very natural. And then you advance, yeah. No, this is a model game from white side.
Bishop c4. Some brief activity, but it's not enough. He's pairing the activity, then he buries the bishop. Then he cashes in the point.
Rook hc1, criticized by computer, but it's such a natural move.
Looks very normal.
Yeah, and I think it's basically the conceptual plan. Knight before king e4. You are ready to trade something. You are putting some pressure. Yeah, horrible position. Knight takes a2. Let's just show this. Runs into rook takes a2.
Ah, cute. I didn't even see that.
Winning on the spot. So rook c1, bishop takes, rook takes a7, and it's game over. Basically.
It is game over. All right. Shall we switch to the bird's eye view for a second? See what's happening?
Yes.
Some guys we've been ignoring, like Caruana on the top board, sharp game. Yes, Penko won. Yep. We will carefully study what there is to cover. Go to break and come back with all the hot news and the big question: how many Van Damme movies Peter Leko has watched after the break?
With ChessKid's new live classroom feature, coaches can do so much more. Easily create or preload games from your library and invite your class in seconds. Teach face-to-face interactive lessons without having to leave the site. Teaching chess online has never been easier.
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but...
There are two spells, Jump and Freeze. The Freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is... What?
Freeze, here, knight, check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece. And I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here... This is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're gonna be winning so many games though.
I can't block with any of those pieces, but I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this, and then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
Welcome back to the fourth round of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. 2 spots for the candidates are up for grabs, as are a total of $600,000 US. And a lot of prestige, a lot of hurt feelings. We will switch to up and coming Dutch star Max Warmerdam, who Must be very exhausted from the 20-move draw he made in Bundesliga against me on Sunday. He probably hasn't recovered yet and is suffering here against Elham Amar. Is he getting checkmated? What's going on?
Well, I don't know if checkmated, but it's a very scary position. And if you mention that he's the up-and-coming Dutch star, then clearly Amar Elham is the Norwegian star, yeah, the youngster. He's making tremendous progress. Very dangerous player, and he's given an attacking position.
Yeah. Max asked for it, playing the Rouser Sicilian. Very sharp line. And I guess white is better, although the more I keep staring at this position, it's not so obvious to me how we checkmate or what's going on in general. Very
it might be, it's some kind of a positional battle. Yeah, the question is the knight on h5 versus the bishop on c1. At some point, maybe, because this knight is threatening to jump into the game with some devastating effect, black might have to capture on a4, and then we see that bishop versus knight position with white center control. Also, just to highlight that after the trade, white will be threatening queen e8 checkmate. So that will be one more extra tempo that black has to take care of. I don't know exactly how. Do you play h6? Probably some h6 would be useful.
No.
Creating some luft. I like white's position. I feel like, okay, white is the one calling the shots. Of course, it's not so clear yet, but I wouldn't like to be black here.
No, that's fair. Max, under some pressure, his compatriot Anish Giri made a draw, as we mentioned. His other compatriot, Erwin Lamy, is still under some pressure against Semsevian. And
okay,
to round
nothing
up,
star. Yes, sorry, I just wanted to add that nothings are heating up, because if long terms black is already fine, the big question is short term, is he surviving? Yeah, because he managed to break with c5. Apparently, according to computer, there is some problem. Knight e6 played. For
must be some move by move stuff, yeah? Like, do we have to think about this? Sevian. Knight e6 played. Bishop f2, we don't love. And if rook c8, you just take an f4 and have some back rank.
Yes, this is the scary part, that just a normal kind of move does not work. That leads to disaster, losing a piece. So Erwin will be forced to go for some adventure, but the adventure doesn't seem to work out nicely for black. Knight d3. Knight d3 runs into takes, queen d5. Okay, we have to show this. Knight d3, chop on c5, takes, and queen d5.
Oh, tricky.
No, apparently not. It was a tricky move. You have queen c8.
Queen c8
defending.
still covers.
Yes, okay, so then queen f7 was probably the winning move. I got carried away with this nice tactic. Is then queen f7 the winning move? Threatening simple checkmate or rook e7, and then followed by bishop h6. Wow.
Evan in trouble. Max Warmadam in trouble. Jordan van Voorhees in trouble. Not a great day for the Dutch.
Okay, Aline Roberts is their hero, yeah? That if she wins, then maybe everything is forgiven for the other boys.
I'm not sure they will cheer up all the boys, but they might have to rely on it, because Jordan with a stupid pawn on h4 now looks like he's...
Let me get that position then, if you already...
Yeah. Where's against Frederik Swanne?
So that's the game you are talking. But okay, no, it's What's the... Ah, no, this is the
No, more
position.
moves
Okay.
haven't played.
Yes, no, this is dangerous.
Looks very dangerous.
This is dangerous. And I don't know how much it is a secret, yeah, that I had a training camp with the German national team members, and I was actually really impressed by Frederik's progress, and he's super dangerous. Give him the initiative, or better, you don't give him the initiative, because he will make the most out of it.
Yeah, he's very strong. It was breaking my heart. I couldn't put him on the team because basically we had 6 guys for 5 boards, but I very much expect him to be a big part in the future because he's improving so quickly. Very dangerous player, and here he might just be winning against Jordan. No, like
yeah, look
Bishop
at this.
can't be covered, can't move. What did Jordan miss? Because earlier, I'm just checking.
He went pawn
Bar
hunting.
here earlier. Black was not better, at least, but somehow King F2. He was pushing his luck too hard, and after Rook C8, something went wrong.
Yeah, but already I'm not such a big fan of this pawn hunting business. Computer confirms that it's fine, but this is how you are
So hard
kind
to
of
play.
inviting your opponent to attack you. Queen C5, Rook E5, and King F6 apparently a big mistake. A really big mistake.
Double
Rook
question
C8.
mark.
Okay,
Now
because
it's
of
gone.
course there is a pin here, there is a pin there. It's over.
What was the move, though? Okay.
What he had to do.
Queen to D4 he had to play. Checking here.
Yeah, but okay, this is everything is. I just feel like
Hanging by a
grabbing
thread.
all
Yeah.
this. Yeah, no, grabbing all these pawns. Yeah, computer maybe says you can, but if you are not a computer, you better don't do it. Also, when you look at this position, you have the feeling like Jordan is playing from the black side. No, this is much more his style of giving pawns and going for the initiative.
Yeah, things went wrong. For fanfares there. We should mention, to pick up a previous plot line, Arjun Erigaisi has taken his time, but then he has sent his king on a surprising journey. The king is on C5, and it looks like black is in great shape there. The position we talked about is on the board.
Yes. However, we were not so sure. You remember that we felt like the evil bar is not doing justice to this position, and if the players are playing and they have zero idea how to assess the position, then I'm not even sure that the players really believe that black is better here.
Yeah, great.
How do we play? We did
Still a mess.
discuss Queen D6,
Queen
Queen takes
D6,
F7,
Queen F7.
when we weren't sure how to continue.
I have an engine running now, so I can tell you what it says. It says Queen D6, Queen F7, Bishop C6.
No, just please tell the black moves. Yeah, let me try to be white. So okay, I take on F7.
Bishop C6.
Okay, Bishop C6, and I was actually talking about some check, and Rook takes A7. So, and you have to run to B4 with the king. Those were our
A6, King
thoughts.
B4. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, King B4, and okay, this is Rook takes A7.
Now Rook E8. Yeah, computer is not very concerned, basically.
Yes, and A3 check King B3 or what?
Yes. A3, King B3, Knight D4, King C3. He's very happy walking all over the place.
Well, let me also give Queen F3 check just for the fun fact, yeah, that computer will play King A2 and Knight B2, right? And win.
King A2, only move, but winning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Queen E2 check, Knight B2, and everything is covered. Another knight is collected. Wow. Okay, but you have to be very cold-blooded to be able to play like this.
Would be a cool game though. If you played that, put his king on a2, picks up the point. That's one to remember.
Reminds me of that Gashimov Grishchuk, legendary poisoned pawn knight of attack when Grishchuk's king from g8 or from where ended up on a2 or b1.
I do recall that game, yes. Some queen d3 and some big theory battle.
Yeah. By the way, queen d6, queen f7 on the board, and this bishop c6, king b4 is kind of also the most natural. It wasn't like I was thinking about any other move from black side. I was just not able to evaluate that this is so good. Yeah, that was the difficult part.
Also, without comp, you don't know. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised by 0-0. You wouldn't be surprised by -2, even some +2. Sometimes you wouldn't be surprised by. It's hard to say, but it feels like black should be safe. Yeah, with his king on, with his knight on c4, shielding the king.
Yes. But, for example, if white's pawn would be on a3, it would be a completely different story, yeah? If I stop king b4. So all these small nuances make such a big impact.
Absolutely. What a cream effect.
Wow. Okay.
Let's have a look at Fabi's game. We've ignored poor Fabi. He won't be happy.
You think he cares?
I think he cares. He cares.
He cares, yes? Okay, I think cares of playing good chess. That's the most important. And he believes that if he plays good chess, he's definitely well covered, no?
Yeah. And I'm a fan. I'm always happy to see him play good chess because in my mind, and I'm not sure this is not meant as disrespect to anybody, but ever since that match against Magnus, I'm so terrified of Fabi, especially white Fabi. I'm so scared of every time when I see it. I always feel like he will put tremendous amount of pressure.
Yeah, Fabi is amazing. That we can agree on. And
Sindarov doesn't agree. He's saying, okay, these pots are opposite color bishops. I'll attack his king. I'll checkmate him.
Yeah, but exactly this is the question. Who is attacking whom? Because f7 pawn is vulnerable. And white has this very strong c pawn, c6, bishop c4. Is what to follow. So the big question is black in time to generate enough counterplay against the h2 pawn? I don't know, something like bishop e5 and then going for queen h4. It looks like a very sharp, yeah, bishop e5 on the board.
5 looks obvious here. Also stopping the c pawn just in case.
Wow, because it's famous, yeah, opposite colored bishop positions, whoever gets the first attack is the big favorite. Usually.
Got that, but who has the first attack here? Bishop c4, both sides are attacking.
Exactly, that's why it's so confusing. Bishop c4, queen c4, which one do you prefer?
Bishop, no? This bishop is stupid on
bishop.
d3.
Yes, and you also open up the rook.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I should be sacrificing that f7 pawn. I don't have time to protect it. So can I insist on the plan with queen h4?
How does this go? Do I have time for g3 or am I going crazy?
Yes, I think you have. This is kind of the annoying part that you have g3. How do I take it? With bishop or with the rook? Probably with a bishop. But
and then rook f7, king h8, and you say...
Exactly. This I'm not happy. Yeah, and this is driving me crazy. So I can't take with the bishop, but then how do I take? That was the big question. Maybe I should not be playing queen h4. Maybe I should be playing something. However, computer still confirmed that it was fine. Is rook takes, okay, I have to try. A move like rook takes g3. Yes, apparently this is like lottery.
Yeah, guessing. Rook f7, king h8, how does it go?
Yes, and it's probably very important to keep the bishop on e5. No, king h8, mistake.
King h8 is wrong? What's the move then?
Wow. What?
How many options can we have here?
Then rook c3, is this rook c3 very important or what? No, it's crazy. Rook c3 could be the move.
Whoa.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Okay, that's why the bishop has to stay in e5, and we understand why we understand nothing. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay. No, I'm trying to figure out how white survives.
Well, probably rook f4 and rook
F4,
h4. I
but
protect.
that looks
Yeah.
worse. Yeah.
It feels scary.
Yeah, apparently.
King h8, rook h4, rook takes c2. But we also still have rook d7, then h5. Wow, okay, this is... No, h5 mistake. Pardon me, excuse me that I dare to make this move.
It's okay.
What was then the
What
right
else?
move? Bishop g7?
So you had to go bishop g7?
Okay, but... yeah, okay.
Chess is too complicated.
Players have so much to think about. Fabi still has 70 minutes versus 4. I'm glad we did not have the engine running, so we understood and we appreciate all this craziness that is about to unfold here.
Yeah. And 4 minutes for Cinderov. Fabi still has some time. But in a way, I was going to say the black moves are easier, but not necessarily. After bishop c4, you still have to calculate a lot.
Yeah, now the big question is, you remember I mentioned it, that maybe queen h4 was unfortunate because it stepped into the GC tempo, that is there some argument to be made that maybe queen h5 would have been smarter? I don't know. It's just so difficult to say.
We'll let them figure it out, but this is not, even though it says equal, it still feels like we're playing for 3 results. Anything could happen here?
Yeah, I actually have the feeling that this game will not end in a draw.
Great.
It's crazy. All right, so one question about Arjun. Did he continue the right king journey? Because that position is insane. Wow,
he ran directly. I didn't wait to keep his bishop. What's going on?
Immediately. Wow, okay. It also shows that he has tremendous respect for white's attack. Yeah, if he is willing to give up that bishop.
And his point is rook takes, knight a5, threatening rook c1 checkmate. Yeah.
Wow. What an idea. But okay, even if I just play g3, I ignore how bad it is.
Don't know.
You take probably the rook, or you maybe even don't take. I don't know. Takes.
Probably a take, no?
Yeah. Okay. Black is doing fine because
probably good for black. Yeah, maybe.
The knight is too far away. Yeah, the white knight is too far away. Wow.
Check.
Okay.
And we run.
Brilliant play by our. Let's forget about the question mark. This is double exclamation mark, practically speaking. Yeah. Wow. And the total shock. Praggnanandhaa only had like 10 minutes, so after king b4, he has to readjust. Probably after bishop c6, he already had a plan at least.
Yeah, you spend all your time calculating bishop c6, and then the guy plays king b4. Oof.
Yes. Wow. But what do we do apart of taking on b7? Not even sure if I can do anything else. Rook e6, rook d7. Okay, rook d7 intermezzo. Yeah, rook d7 intermezzo.
And if queen e5, what are you intermezzing?
Maybe I'm just coming back with the knight to f3, kicking that queen away.
And then queen a1, king h2, we say.
King h2.
Your queen is in the corner.
Yes, then I would be very happy.
What else? After knight f3, you gotta give a check, no?
Wow, but okay, this is the kind of position we are looking for. Yeah, it's completely out of control. Players don't have too much time. It's move 31, not a crazy time trouble, but tremendous pressure on both sides. Wow, rook d7, what a move. Cold-blooded.
Praggnanandhaa.
And the trick is that knight e5 intermezzo runs into queen f4 check. Yeah, that's why you can't play knight e5.
Then rook c4. Queen d2.
Oh wow, it continues. Yeah, queen d2. Yes, no, it should.
One intermezzo too many.
Yes, no, this doesn't work. All right, but then.
How do you call a sequence of intermezzos? Intermezzi, yeah, it's intermezzi.
I have no idea. I just love the word intermezzo, and that's it.
It's a mezzo mix. Both sides do it.
Yes. Even there are ideas like if black plays a move like queen f8, please try to evaluate that endgame because it's total madness. Black is coming with a5, king a3, and then all these pawns are running. H pawn will be also running. I even don't dare
to
do
that with black after we came from piece up.
Yes, it's a desperado.
We have to,
yes.
yeah. But...
yeah, it's a desperado. But on the other hand, now what? Because if the queen is kicked away from the diagonal, then you won't be having this double attack.
Yeah, queen a5, queen a1, at least practically, you're not obsessed with.
Yeah, and what about rook f8? Is that a move? Then rook d6, rook f7, knight f7 protects
yeah.
the
Another
rook.
weird endgame, but this can't be good for black. No, h pawn is so fast.
But also the d pawn is. Okay, I just want to see the complete evaluation because it's crazy. Rook f8. Wow.
Takes.
Because this is total madness. The bishop has to move, for example, to a6, and we have this crazy pawn against this pawn. Good luck in time trouble to try to figure it out.
Yeah, you have bishop d3, but that blocks your d pawn at least. So h4, let's run. Draw and Caruana Sindarov. We were wrong. They decided, okay, this is a mess. Let's make a draw.
Wow. Okay, so let's just jump back. That what was the final move? Oh wow.
Natural. He went h3.
No, he played queen f2. Queen h6, h3, rook h3.
Queen h6, ignoring queen f7 check.
Yes, and basically just to highlight king
g1, bishop d4, yeah?
Yes, bishop d4, queen g3. These kits are just so strong. Amazing performance by Sindarov. Brilliant stuff.
Impressive.
Wow. Okay, but all eyes on Arjun.
Yep.
And still, after rook d7, he's taking his time. How do you react? Just to highlight, if black hangs on to the piece with queen e5, knight f3, queen
Let me
a1
tell you
check.
what I would...
Yes?
What I would do after rook d7, just real quick.
Okay. Show me.
This is probably what's going to happen, but I would do the following. I would play knight to d2.
Oh, genius.
No, not really. It's chicken, but it's so pretty. So I thought I should show.
Actually, we might be seeing it. I honestly believe that if you have a choice between knight d2 and perpetual check, and this queen e5, knight f3, queen a1 check, king h2 possession, you have to go for knight d2. Excuse me.
I don't think that's how Arjun feels, but yeah, let's see. Just to show knight d2, and if you take the queen, which I think you have to, because we're threatening rook c1, then rook c1, king h2, knight f1 is a perpetual check.
This amazing construction. Yes. Wow. Amazing. No. You have to be playing there. It's not too late. It's the fourth round. I can call the organizers. Come on.
Ugh. You sound like my Twitch chat, Peter, but they mean well, but you know better. It's much more comfortable for old people like us to sit here, talk
92
nonsense.
On the board.
Whoa!
Yeah. On the board. Fantastic stuff. What a call. And it had to be played. It had to be played. No question mark. Double X clamp.
Question mark.
Brilliant. No. Wow. Okay. Sensational stuff. Okay. It's my favorite game of the tournament.
Beautiful. But only a draw, so Praggnanandhaa will get away with.
Okay, or Arjun got away with it. Who knows how you put it?
Praggnanandhaa got away.
No. Wow. I think also Arjun will be very pleased after the game, the way how he reacted. If he checks with computer and it turns out that yes, he could have played bishop c6 king before and it was good, it's a different story, but right after the game he will be pleased with his reaction.
He'll be upset.
No, never. Why? If you play so great, king b4, I told you already that king b4 was double exclam, and after rook d7, knight d2 was the brilliant follow-up.
It's a draw. He was winning 2 moves ago. Now it's a draw. How happy KB?
Okay, according to computer, if he would have believed that he is winning, then he would have played differently. He felt himself under pressure.
Yeah, no, of course. It's incredibly messy, and I agree with you. He found some pretty moves. But I'm just saying he will be upset when he's told he was winning.
Yes. Afterwards, yes. Basically, I almost feel like after this game, he shouldn't be looking at the computer and he shouldn't be talking to anyone.
Guys, if you're an Isle of Man, don't tell Arjun he was winning. Don't spoil his mood.
Yeah, just praise him.
And take his computer away.
Okay, the pairings are coming after a lovely dinner, and this is another, very big highlight of Isle of Man, that the restaurants are amazing. They have some brilliant food. The Isle of Man is paradise.
That's what Isle of Man is known for around the world, the cuisine.
Yeah, rook c1 check, king h2, knight f1, and the game is about to end. Finally, an exclamation mark, and knight f1 should also get an exclamation mark. Please, computer, just to balance things out. Yeah, but just to balance it out.
Give some exclams.
Wow, okay, no, this is probably people who are following the commentary, they understand why I had so many draws, because I'm loving it. Okay, this is sensational stuff. Wow.
Okay, this is over.
Yes, okay, so where do we want to go?
Brief Hikaru update.
Hikaru, yeah, let's go to Hikaru. No, queen a1 was not played. What happened? f4, queen g6.
Where Hikaru's pressing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the update. Okay, now we have it. Yeah, disbalancing the knight from d4. This is a problem. Knight h5.
Yep. It's a protected passer and no more stability for white. It's just bad, yeah?
It's very bad, yeah. And this bishop on g6 is a monster. Practically speaking, this is over. It's just impossible to defend.
Especially against Hikaru, who will spot any small tactic that's needed. Yeah.
Also, one thing we have to talk about, that it's not only the top 2 spots who qualify for the candidates, but also there is the rating spot. And there is a big rivalry between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja for who will take the number 1 spot. So any victory for any of these guys is a huge step forward, not just for qualification, but also gaining rating points.
What is the system? The rating spot now, it's just the January 24 list, right? It's not the average of the last 12 months. It's just that one list, right?
Exactly. Yes. It's a very special system. They are very close. I think it's kind of crazy. It's insane for the players, yeah, that not only they are battling it out in the Grand Swiss, but they have to keep track on each other. For example, yesterday, Alireza played this totally underrated 24, 50, 60, 70 player from Kazakhstan. And the game ending a draw cost him 2.5 rating points or something like this. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Well, Alireza today, however, he might be picking up some rating. He's better against Abbasov.
Yes, I think they are motivating each other. And Alireza also did mention in yesterday's interview after the run that, yes, if he feels that if he can't qualify from the Grand Swiss, then definitely the Sinquefield Cup will be super important, because then he will still have the chance to qualify by rating. So a lot of pressure there, back and forth between Hikaru and Alireza.
who's leading in this FIDE circuit thing?
Well, the story is that Fabiano is way ahead, but he's already qualified.
Yeah, he's already qualified, so it's
Yes.
Anish, Gukesh, Wesley,
And Wesley.
or what are the candidates? Yeah,
Yes.
these guys, right?
I think Wesley also still has the Sinkfield Cup. There is so much intrigue, so much angle to the candidates qualification.
Here we have the bird's eye view. Maurizi lost, as we mentioned. Other than that, bunch of draws, but we can't complain about a lack of action. Caruana should also end peacefully. Nakamura should win, as should Alireza most likely. Niemann Rapport, we haven't checked in with for a while. Still tough fight. I believe in Rapport because the computer is saying he's better. Creative guy.
Wow, and Vidit has beaten Shirov, so Vidit is now +2. He's 3 out of 4. A fantastic comeback by the brilliant Indian player. Which game you want to go to?
I'm just surfing the games here. Can I have one quick look, because we haven't seen him yet, speaking of brilliant Indian player. How's Nihal Sarin doing?
Okay, let me get Nihal. I think he's still stuck on 50%. He's playing against Samuel Tersahakian. A monster knight on c4. It's looking good.
Looks like positional masterclass by Nihal.
Yes, this construction is lovely with that monster knight on c4. So White's king is perfectly safe, and White is slowly preparing some breakthrough on the king side. Black's bishop on f6 is very passive, has only defensive purposes. Yeah, okay, he will convert. Time trouble has been reached. We can move on. All of Nihal fans can be satisfied.
Very much so. Gukesh fans, not sure how satisfied. Doesn't look like Gukesh is much better. Just clicking through the games here.
That was that isolated. That is the vintage pairing Aronyan against Ponomaryov. Let's just quickly jump in there to take a look what happened.
When did they play the World Cup final? Was it 2004? When was it?
2005.
5, yeah?
2005, I think.
Very possible.
Wow. Yeah, Levon in the driver's seat. I also believe that for Levon, playing the old guys is very pleasant because he knows them, he feels them. They also have the memories when Levon was just a total beast. And I feel that Levon lately has been suffering because he's playing against the young generation who might not be aware how brilliant. They only know that he is a fantastic player, but how brilliant he is, they don't know.
They don't know him as world number 2, dominating everything, crushing everybody in the opening. Yeah, he's not in their heads.
Yeah, Levon was 28-30, something like this in 2014.
Yeah, stable 28-30, like for a while.
Yes, exactly. So, okay, it's great news for Levon fans. Look at the position. The rook on f6, pawn on e5, bishop d5. Every single piece is in a wonderful spot, dominating. Black is doomed for passivity. Yes, Pono will be trying to hang on there, but this is hopeless. In long terms, it's hopeless.
So you don't survive against Levon?
Yeah, okay, so Levon will be bouncing back with a victory after yesterday's loss to Sindarov. And what else do we have? Yeah, Yuanji did win against Narayanan. We have seen that Sunil's opening was a total catastrophe, and you were saying that you believe in Rapport against Hans Niemann. Tell us why. What do you make of this position?
I think, first of all, Hans is not just gonna wait and sit idly. He's got to do something active, and then Richard will be ready, trying to counter. Might already put the pawn on a5. That's a potential weakness. But when I made my statement, computer still said black was better. Now it says it's equal, so I might have to rethink all of these choices. But I do think it's maybe easier to play with black here. What's white doing?
Yeah, you have this lovely knight on f4. On the other hand, Hans is bothering black's king. Yeah, he's not giving time for black to just sit and enjoy.
Yeah, no, I go. What do I do? H5, some move. Is white threatening anything? Not sure.
Wow, yeah, really? Yes, h5.
I'm not sure. You don't want to touch the construction here.
Yes, I was also not sure that, for example, something like bishop d6, bishop b6, bishop c7, is this completely out of the player's minds, or is it some kind of a logical sequence of moves?
But we can't repeat moves if we're trying to win. Rapport is looking for a win here.
You think so? But this bishop on c5 and pawn on a5, some sacrifices on a6 looming, isn't actually white threatening to take on a6 and ba6, for example, play queen c4 and force a repetition with king b7, even king b7, rook c3, rook b3 check is coming. Be careful, don't relax.
I do not believe any of this.
Wow, okay. Then you still stick to your h5?
Sure.
Okay,
show me the money.
Right. Okay, let's first of all, maybe I can even then play the move rook c3 first, but then you might take the pawn.
Yes.
Okay, just to see, let's illustrate this. Bishop takes a6, you take it.
Takes.
I play queen c4 and show me your defense.
Bishop b8.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the only move and the good one.
Bishop a7.
Yeah, and that's it. Queen b7.
We survive.
So basically, this gives us the feeling that yes, nothing is threatening imminently, but okay, if you play the rook c8 played, okay, rook c8 makes sense.
Fair enough.
But I don't have to sacrifice anything. What I mean is that any moment when you will try to be active, I will have this tactical shot. So maybe I can even just play queen a4. Queen a4 to prepare rook c3, coming with rook to b3. Yes, I like queen a4. I stick to it. Or you will break me with e5, knight c6? No, don't tell me.
No? Can you? Come on,
I hope,
Richie.
Hope not, but queen a4 is my move. It's not yet on the board. But it's a big question. Yeah, that is e5 a threat? Wow, because rook c8, maybe it hints, yeah? Rook c8 hints that Richie might be thinking of some break like this. This is chess. This is chess. It's just so much tension. You just never know what's going to happen. All this mystery without the computer lines. We have this evaluation bar which helps us, but even this
it hurts us because you keep thinking, what if I do this move? Where's it gonna go? Like it's always mind games if you can only see the computer bar, not the moves.
Yeah, it drives us crazy also. Yeah. Rook c8, okay, sensible move, but rook dc1, I like it. Yeah, I wanted to suggest that if we are worried of all these e5 breaks, then let's just move it away.
Sidestepping makes sense.
I don't know. I don't have the feeling that black has the right to be ambitious here. The two bishops and this kind of danger against black's king makes me feel a bit scared.
I'm also not sure I love rook c8. Feels like we're missing one defender of c6 now. If something ever happens, some bishop a6, bishop b6, whatever. Like, no, I hear you. What's the clock move situation. This is move
39.
30 something, 39. Okay, so no big time trouble.
But
Is
still,
there time to anyway?
two big moves for black. Yeah, it's not so easy to make up your mind. Yeah, it's just making a pass in the position you are not sure. Maybe it helps white. Maybe you have to do something. And he takes on a5.
Ale.
He takes on a5.
Question mark.
Question mark. Really asking for some sacrifice on a6.
Whoa, I jinxed Richie just by believing in him.
Wow.
Hans? Okay. At least he timed it well, because Hans now only has 3 minutes to calculate, and it's a big decision on move 40.
Yes, for example, bishop takes a6, b takes a6, queen a4, and then try to understand. You definitely rely on queen c7 defense, but then I have some, I don't know, bishop d6 or bishop b4, and then rook takes c6 idea. I don't know, this bishop b4 is very tempting. But then you have rook takes d4. Craziness. Rook takes c6. Okay, let's just quickly show this why I'm going crazy. Takes, queen a4. Queen c7 was the position I was thinking about, and the big question for me was, what happens after bishop b4? Just imagine thinking this with 2-3 minutes on the clock, move 40. Craziness.
We're being told rook c4, I think, without bishop a6. Queen c7, rook a4, b6, queen a3 is a nasty line here.
Wow, okay, but this is from a different planet. Yeah, rook c4, rook a4, and not sacrificing on a6. Okay. Certainly, Richie will fall from his chair if rook c4 is played, because when you capture on a5, you are calculating all this craziness after bishop takes a6.
Rook c4, maybe you have to go b5 here, but then...
Wow, all eyes on this.
Oof.
I somehow believe
rook
that...
c4, b5, then queen a3. Okay, it's too complicated.
Also, the big question that, do you have the chance to start with queen a3? Is that a move? And then use the same plan with rook c4, rook a4? Or then queen c7, bishop b6 might be in time
here. Yeah, no, queen a3 is also strong. Queen c7, rook c4. And b5, just rook c2 back, winning apparently.
Wow.
It's falling apart. Rook c8, bishop d6. Too many weaknesses. No, it's rook c d8. And then, yeah, combined with grabbing the pawn, Richie is pushing his luck. I feel bad.
But actually, I feel like queen a3 is much more human. Yeah, that first you make, if you already don't sacrifice on a6, that queen a3, queen c7, and then rook c4.
Yeah, queen a3, b6 you also have to calculate.
Yeah, but somehow b6 has such a loose feel.
I understand, but...
Down to 45
like we're
seconds.
Spoiled for choice.
Yes. Wow, okay, so we are talking about bishop takes a6, very tempting. This rook c4, before computer mentioned to us, we are not sure about this. The queen a3, rook c4 combination, too many possibilities, no time for Hans.
Time is ticking away. Hans Niemann. Where have I heard that name before?
Well, 10 seconds.
Oh.
Queen a4 played.
Queen a4. Also good, apparently.
Also gets an exclamation mark.
Exclam. Okay, bishop c7, bishop a6 is losing. That part we understand.
Yeah, so
maybe
queen
just
c7.
found a human solution. Queen c7, b4.
Yes, bishop b6.
Bishop a6.
And yeah, you are not burning all bridges.
Yeah, we're just winning.
Yes, yeah, which is great for move 40.
Nicely
yeah, you just
done.
want to. Very nicely done. Okay.
King b8. I guess the game continues a bit, but
okay, some
winning. Yeah, then some rook a2 and you break through. But
we can't sacrifice.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Compy. I can only tell you Compy moves here. Cheating.
Okay,
He's happy.
It's still Sorry, here rook a2.
Yeah, after king b8.
Wow, okay, but this is a standard. It's good that it's not move 40.
Yeah, that you have to find, but I think if you have time, he can probably calculate it. If it's
Yes.
the only winning move, it's
For
one of the
sure.
moves you consider for sure.
Wow, but what kind of games we got? The Fabiano game was heated up. It ended in a tactical skirmish with brilliant perpetual check by Sindarov. The game Predke against Erigaisi, that was completely insane. And some very elegant, beautiful solution there by Arjun, saving that position, which maybe should have not been saved, but it's another story. And
You
also
keep praising
here,
him for saving that winning position. Like that's, I still think he's gonna be upset. Yeah, that was a very cool game, game of the day. But this one is also heating up. Hans about to score big victory.
yeah, now the time control has been reached. It's the FIDE class, not the FIDE control. It's the classical time control, which gives the players now plenty of time. 50 extra minutes after move 40. This is very desired by the players, especially in such a tense situation. Yeah, that you can go to the bathroom, you can wash your face, you can take a coffee or tea, you can have some snack, you can look around, calm yourself down, and get ready for the second part of this crazy game.
Yeah. We do have very bad news for the Dutch chess fans. And in particular, the Elina Rubers hats out there. Because you thought Elina was going to save the day for the Dutch fans. Didn't happen. She lost her game to Theodora Injic. Went down.
Ignaz, sorry.
Oh, Ignaz, sorry, I keep mispronouncing it. Apologies, I keep saying Injic.
Yes, no, Ignaz, yes. Wow.
What happened here?
Yeah, finally, White is the one who got checkmated first. Yeah, it was a razor sharp affair. We didn't know exactly who will be first. But in time scramble,
like e4, rook e7, then dc, rook e5. She had to go bishop takes b7. She played king g1, but that was lost.
Yeah, already dc5. I feel like this is a loss of a tempo. Rook takes e5. Wow, not feeling any rook takes b7 or bishop takes b7. King g1.
All he had to be done yet, take on b7 because king g1 loses, I think.
Yeah, rook e4. Yeah, what a strike. Rook e4, king takes f2, queen f6 check, king g1, rook e2, queen f1, queen d4. And yes, it's total domination. a6, h3. Winning. A big victory for Theodora Ignaz.
In other news, Bibisara won the board 2 matchup with White against Elizabeth Pitts. Typical final position, the f-pawn, winning the day in the rook end game. Vaishali won, as expected. Goryachkina won.
And Anna Muzychuk is having great chances of converting her advantage. She's 2 pawns up. Okay, the pawns are not so important because it's we are talking about double f pawns, but the light squares and the coordination of pieces. Plus, where is this black king running? King d8 runs into some knight d4, knight c6 fork.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, terrible position.
Defending very hard, but it's still trouble. So a lot of bloodshed. Let's go back to the open section for 1 second. Have a look at the results. Maybe we can get the bird's eye view, see what's going on. And take it from there. Here we are. Bunch of draws. We've seen Yasipenko winning. Sam Savian is about to win against Erwin Lamy. Caruana still trying to make something happen against Shalmakhanov, but he shall not succeed.
And there is a fantastic position in Abbasov versus Firouzja that everything is so-called symmetrical, but It's
King is not symmetrical.
Yes, it's such a dominating position from black side. And look at the evaluation bar. Yeah, just saying that white is
winning,
hopelessly lost. Yeah.
Oh, and look at this line. If we can put it on the board after
Yes, let me.
King h4, I think that's the position. It's move 41, so they have all the time in the world now.
I'm coming.
Yeah, no stress.
Updating the
I just
board.
saw a cute line. So when you're there, here.
I'm there. I'm still waiting. Yes, now it's updated.
So let me show you the line. Black to move. Plays knight to e4. Naturally enough.
Yes, exactly.
White goes rook h1 to stop rook h2. And we go rook d1.
Wow. And then f5 and knight
Takes
f6 checkmate.
and it's checkmate.
Unbelievable. I have never ever seen this motif before.
It's cute. Give a whole rook. And yes, no. Yeah, just checkmate.
This is insane. Unbelievable. What kind of games we have today? It's amazing. Tournament is heating up.
It is the
Wow.
biggest Open of the year. Which is not surprising in a year where they don't play the Thailand Open. But yeah, this one really is delivering.
Wow. So what a nice situation for Alireza also that it's move 41. He can quietly think. To be fair, I somehow have the feeling that he has foreseen the sequence because take a look. What happened here while we were waiting for the board to be updated? He was pawn up. It looks like a tactical winning position. And he transfers it into this position. Look at rook d2, knight c4, rook e2. He gives
He gave the pawn.
ace the pawn,
Says, okay, let me activate.
gives the check, king h4, and now it's such a logical follow-up, knight e4, because also you are threatening some knight d2 business as well. Rook h2, checkmate anyway is already a threat. Wow, white has no time to remove his rook from f3.
Yeah, Alireza. Dominating.
But hang on. So after knight e4, if I play rook f3 to b3, how do I lose?
Rook dd2. We just slowly checkmate.
Slowly. Okay, this is
Probably not that slowly, but yeah.
Yeah, look at this incredible construction. Center control while white is doomed. So okay, I would bring the knight with a tempo.
Yeah, knight c4, rook h2, king g4, rook df2, and now
Yes.
f5. It's big threat again.
Yeah, the king is in a total box. f5, ef, knight f6, checkmate is coming. Wow. Okay. It's just a matter of minutes before we're gonna see this knight e4. Maybe also Alireza has left
Probably
the
in the
board.
bathroom, washing
Exactly.
his face. Peter Leko school of move 41.
Yes, if it's a classical time control, you can do it. That's why don't ask me how to deal with the FIDE time control. That's why I feel like I can't play chess anymore with this time control because I'm automatically getting into some crazy time trouble. So after move 40, I need time to calm down. And by
There's no
calming
break.
down,
Yeah, it's horrible.
yes, you automatically end up with another incredible tension, and the game might still last like 1.5 hours. My heart is not able to take it.
Tell me about it. My heart is not able to take any more of this. We go on a brief break now that the players made the time control. We'll be back. More of the action in a couple.
What's up, everybody? Danny here with Chess.com. We are live at TwitchCon in Las Vegas, and we've been playing a game versus the world. For those of you who haven't been playing, what is wrong with you? And I'm going to make my next move right here on the giant chess set, as we're going to be doing awesome content and having a blast here for the next few days. So I'm going to remind you of how we got here. I played E4 because best by test. The world played the Sicilian, first mistake, LOL. Okay? I played Knight F3 because that's what I normally do. But little did you know, I had no intention to go into the main lines. You played knight to c6, and I wasn't going to go into the main lines against the world. You guys got opening books you can use. Let's hope that none of you are using any other resources, because despite what you might read on the interwebs, we catch every cheater, and we will catch you. But instead of playing d4, open Sicilian, I played b3 with every intention to get into something sort of offbeat. Because often when you're playing a bunch of people who are voting, the earlier you can make it a little more confusing in regards to what the most popular move is. Typically that's actually a better strategy for the person who's playing the world. And I know I don't have a great record versus the world, but that is not a bad practical idea. So I played b3, you guys played d6. And then I thought about this for a while, because I could have played a number of moves, but I decided to transpose back into something that's kind of like a Rossalimo with bishop to b5. And the idea, obviously, is that if this knight disappears and my bishop comes to the dark square diagonal, I'm going to have a lot more control over the center. And so we're just kind of getting you off beat. And then you guys played bishop d7. I am already so excited about my position here. It's my move. I'm going to complete the plan I had, which is to play bishop to b2. At some point, I'll deal with the knight over there, but not yet. We're going to play bishop to b2 here. Oh, wait a second. It's not touch move. Let me think about it. I might actually want to castle. I'm going to castle instead. LOL, you baited, okay? I was just kidding. I actually want to castle. I don't have my sort of plans in front of me in regards to what I was doing. All legal analysis, of course, but I'm going to castle. It's your move. If you're watching this and didn't know we were playing a game versus the world, this is a good call to action. You can join the Discord, you can join the club and play. And anybody who's checking this out on the media that is anything but social, sign up and keep playing the game with us. Until then, we'll see you in Danny versus the world in our next video.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 from the beautiful Isle of Man, round number 4, still going. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I am joined once more by the great Peter Leko to cover the after hours. Peter, we made the time control, but still a lot of excitement. Where shall we go?
Absolutely, and okay, we have to treasure this moment that Areza did play the move knight e4. We talked about there is this insane checkmating idea. Let's just show one more time for our viewers who might have missed out on this stunning checkmate idea. Rook h1, protecting against rook h2, checkmate is answered by the stunning rook d1. And you might be saying, come on, what is Peter talking about? Why is rook h2 a checkmate? Well, let's take a look. Rook takes d1, follows by rook h2 check. The white king has nowhere to go, only to g4, and now comes the shocker, f5 check. White captures en passant, e takes f6, seems everything under control. No, knight takes f6 check comes, and it's checkmate, nowhere to go. Amazing construction.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be a prophet to say that Alireza has spotted that, and so will Abasov, who will now spend some time on move 42. Horrible situation. You've made the time control, you have some time, and you can look for a defense, but then you realize there is none. And he will sit there a bit in agony, try to find something. But he will lose. Alireza will pick up an important black victory. Abasov, of course, already qualified for the candidates tournament after his tremendous performance in the World Cup. So,
okay, we did talk about it that practically speaking he qualified, but still officially.
Okay,
Magnus,
theoretically not yet.
Yes, exactly. It's not over yet, but basically probably 99% he already deep inside knows that he is qualified.
Yeah.
And talking about Alireza, that he is in such a big clash with Hikaru on the rating spot, let us revisit Hikaru's position. What happened here? Rook endgame. It's a bad rook endgame, but rook endgame have the tendency that you have drawing chances.
I never believed that. Do you believe that? I always heard rook endgames are drawish. Nowadays, it looks to me like the attacker wins every single rook endgame. Maybe it's because of rapid chess a bit, but I always felt like the attacker always wins if he's better on the rook endgame.
Okay, my feeling was always like this, that whenever I have a bad rook endgame, it's losing. Yeah, if I have a good rook endgame, then my opponent has still very good drawing chances. Yeah, it's
okay,
kind of.
But that's
it's
that's
crazy.
just your worldview. That has nothing to do with poor rook endgames.
You know me too well, Jan. Yeah, no secrets. Yes. Wow.
But this one with the passer on c4 looks completely winning, no?
You think, okay, I'm gonna go king g3. Please continue then without computer.
I made big statements, and now without computer, it's gonna be rough. Okay, let's try the simple one. King g6. You can have the e-pawn.
So I want to activate my rook. Rook c takes e3.
King g5.
King g5, and I start bothering you with rook e7. Okay. Ah, sorry, rook g4 checkmate. No, okay.
I will counter bother.
That's unfortunate. Okay, but then king g6 was a brilliant move, because yeah, you are coming with the king and you are setting rook g4. That's the big problem. And you talked about the c4
and if rook e5, rook f5, then
yes,
with one pair of rooks should be simple.
Yes, then it's hopeless. Yeah, because okay, this rook e5, rook f5 is then the pawn on c4 really decides the game. Wow. Okay, now the big question is, will Hikaru be able to handle the situation as good as Yuyan, or will he show some nerves?
I don't think he's particularly nervous here. He has time to think. It's move, what, 44? He'll manage.
Yes, and I also have to give Hikaru big credit that he had to foresee things like this, because intuitively, here after knight h5, if you tell me that this game ends in a double rook endgame, I would tell you, no, we don't want that from the stronger side, from black side. But Hikaru had perfect judgment. And let's take a look. How did we reach here? Knight g3. Okay, knight d4 back. Knight e4 check. Bishop takes, knight f3, and bishop takes. Wow. Okay.
That does
Great.
force the rook endgame.
Yes. And king takes f3,
Also, if
f
he
takes
doesn't
c3
go
check.
bishop takes, it's not so easy, yeah? Like,
Yeah, okay. The reason why he went for this knight e4 check, yeah, that he had already foreseen that no matter if it's rook endgame or not, actually White's king is in a lot of trouble. White plays the move king h3. Okay, but no, king h3 will not change anything. It's a smart move.
now he
because
does it. Why does it do it? To avoid rook g4, but I still have rook h4 check. It doesn't really change anything.
Okay, but he wants to be the first one to give a check on the g file.
So if I go king g6, king g5, then you have rook g3. That's his point.
Yes, yes, clever. But now the king is far away and rook e8 is played. Rook takes east is met by take takes rook d3. That was the problem with king h3.
That's a drawback, yeah.
Let's just show this. Oops, yeah, takes, and rook d3. And the king is too far away. The pawn queens. Wow, so okay, it seems like both Alireza and Hikaru might win their game. So big step forward. +2 already looks and sounds so much better than 50% yesterday.
Well, the biggest names we have in this event. By rating, it's Fabi, Hikaru, Alireza, the top 3, yeah?
Yes, and Anish and so on. And then already all the youngsters are coming.
The youngsters are coming. Gukesh
Praggnanandhaa, for example, it's so difficult for me, yeah, that when we are talking about MVL or we are talking about Levon Aronyan, we are not talking about word number 4-5. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Rating don't lie.
And Hikaru has won. White had to design. There was no move left. Big congratulations for Hikaru. A very powerful performance. And just as Jan said, now that he won, we are praising his opening choice. It worked to perfection. Wow. Okay.
Got a game. Outplayed the very strong Tabatabai. Nice job. And also, like you mentioned, once the favorites win one game, they calm down a bit. They see the goal being scored, see the ball go through the net, and it makes it a little easier to play. Often you see them picking up a bunch of wins after this one.
Yes, the same applies for MVL and for the others who haven't won a game yet. Yeah, that when they finally win, they will be very dangerous. It just calm your nerves down, because somehow this tremendous pressure that it's on your mind that you want to qualify at all costs. I believe that Anish actually put very nicely in an interview 2 days ago that actually you have to play the tournament. You should be not think about qualification, because it's one of the most random qualifiers ever. Yeah, there are too many very strong players. Everybody is fighting like crazy. You never know what you might play brilliantly. Still, it might not be enough. But if you would not be participating in a tournament, then your chances would be 0. So it's I think it's the right mindset.
Always good advice. Just so hard to do, no? Like play game after game is always good advice. But who does it? We're all keeping an eye on the opposition and the big picture and so on and so forth. But I have amazing news for you, Peter. Vincent Keimer, whose game looked like it was headed towards a draw. Look at the last move of the game.
Wow, what happened? Let me get
Rook. The rook
the
was
game.
hung.
Where is it?
I cannot tell
here.
you that.
Yes. No, I see. Knight h5, knight f6. Yeah, the brilliant preparation worked to perfection.
Amazing opening choice. But look at the final move.
What? No, you can't. You must be kidding me.
c5, and okay, white can play rook takes b6 or whatever. But d takes c5 was played. And then
Wow.
queen d1 check. Picks up a whole rook.
No, this is a tragic blunder by Andre. Yeah, this is shocking because it looks like it's drawish, but White is the one asking some questions. And,
yeah, White
and
can
then,
never
yeah,
be worse. Yeah, Rook B6, CD, Rook D6 or whatever. But I mean, yeah, after DC, that changes.
yeah, and look at the clock situation. It's not like White was down to his last seconds. Yeah, 2 minutes 52 seconds with a 30 seconds increment. Wow, unbelievable! It's really insane. We have seen this before in the women's section. There was in the second round when Anna Muzychuk won a game like this that her opponent blundered the rook in one move in a more or less equal position. Wow.
Yeah, that is pretty shocking. FIDE won against Shirov. That's not so shocking. He was pressing. Let's have a look at...
Abdusattorov managed to hold the draw against Chapalinov in that dangerous position.
Oof. Nordebek, so resilient. Keeps holding terrible positions. Speaking of terrible position, my compatriot, Niklas Huschenbeit. Tough pairing with the black pieces against Vladislav Artemiev. Is he surviving? Or I guess he's losing, but I need your expert.
Wow, opposite colored bishop endgames are total nightmare. And this one looks bad.
How do you
It's
win?
not only but it's not only that White has this brutal pass pawn, but there is also this other factor of the very weak g6 pawn. I think that I can combine the two elements.
I don't see it because pushing the a pawn alone is not queening. So
yes,
we need.
But okay, I do something like
else.
a4, a5, then I start coming back with the king also to c5. You might also be in some kind of a Zugzwang because the bishop on d5 doesn't have too many squares.
Ah, yeah, once you attack it, yeah, then.
And also the king can never move to c8 because then White plays king c5, king d6 and goes towards the g6 pawn. Yes, okay, you can argue that you might be in time to protect that like this, but with the two factors together, it will be too much.
Two-factor authentication. So important on it. Yeah, bad news for Huschenbeit. He's probably thinking, Vladislav, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. But it's not going to help losing this opposite color bishop endgame.
Also very nice seeing Artemiev back to his A game. He did win 6 games in a row in the Russian Super Final. So he came to Isle of Man, I believe, in very good mood with the title in his bag. And we know that he's a tremendous player.
That we do know. Yeah, he was breaking into the top 10 a couple of years ago with some 2760 rating, but he's never quite lived up to that promise. But he's incredibly good, of course.
Yes. So what about the Niemann game? Do we update? Let's just see what...
Yes, did Hans finish it off? He's still thinking in that position.
Yes.
Where we said Rook A2 was the computer win.
And look at this. So Queen A4 was move 40. And we spoke about this exactly at that moment, that how good for Hans that this Rook A2 move, which is apparently a key move, is not move 40. And he's taking his time and he will find it. With this time control, he will find it. But it's just so nice that it's move 43.
Not for rapport.
Yeah, not for rapport, that's for sure. Yeah. But hang on. So, after Rook A2, I was thinking, can I just try Rook takes D4? But then you remove the bishop from A6 and Queen A8.
I just go bishop F1 and
Yes, but okay, it just shows that it's never so easy. So let's just make this move Rook takes D4, and we are assuming that the bishop. No, but hang on, bishop F1. Do I have Queen E5? Is that a crazy response? Okay. Then please finish me off.
Okay, take that bait. So bishop f1, queen e5, you say?
Yeah, but okay, you don't need to play bishop f1. Yeah, I was just mentioning that from
I understand.
distance.
So what can I do? Bishop takes b7.
Yeah, it hurts. I think it wins. I think it wins. Because queen takes b7, bishop takes b6, queen b6,
That
and
was
then
the
just
plan.
check.
And queen a8, and I just want a
And
queen
you
takes
collect.
e8. No.
Yes. You just collect, and the mating attack is still on.
Yes.
I can't take on b4 because of queen e7 check, and then checkmate to follow. Wow. Okay, so all eyes on Hans. If he finds rook a2, then it's kind of... It's on the board. It's played. Double exclam, rook a2. Bless you.
Apologies.
Bless
I do
you.
have a mute button here. I'll use it next time.
No,
So Hans
but
is
okay,
crashing.
it's difficult.
It is.
Yeah,
it
Hans is crashing.
Rasmus Farne won his game.
And also Frederick, yeah, against Jordan. Or not yet?
Other bros. Cruising.
Well, they were both on -1, so let's not exaggerate. But yes, today was a great day for them.
Frederick, I don't know if the game is over or if he's still playing, but he is winning.
He's winning. Yeah, okay, let's update Gukesh against Saric, because Gukesh will need to start winning games if he wants to qualify or to keep his chances of qualifying from the Grand Swiss alive. And wow, this is the live
Good,
board.
nice. He's trying to trick. Queen takes e4 he just played. What's going
Wow.
on?
Wow. Let's just treasure this. It's move.
And black was
41.
winning, yeah. h4, knight f4. I see double question mark, and queen takes e4. Some drama there.
Wow. And after the time control, or was it that the players got fooled that the clock does not add up immediately the time after move 40, and you want to make sure? No, probably not. Probably not. Wow, queen takes e4. But the shocking effect is that white is not winning. Yeah, it looks like queen e4 just ends the game on the
surviving.
spot, no? Just surviving, but black will need to come to his senses after this blow.
Yeah. Gukesh might win this one. Peter says equal, but black was winning 2 moves before, or 1 move before. I think it's knight f4, some other move, apparently. And now he has to fight for equality. The trend is Gukesh's friend.
That's for sure. And very interesting that after h4, let's just quickly cheat. I will turn on the engine. What was the winning move? Knight c5, just knight c5 like this? No.
Cover
Okay.
the pawn.
Okay, but it's not an easy move, and no, then nobody understands
c5
that
also
this
allows
is winning.
b4.
Yes.
I thought maybe
No,
knight
this is-
f2 at least.
Yeah, no, okay, this is completely crazy then. It's irrelevant. Let me even close the computer immediately. Knight c5 was not an obvious move at all, so knight f4 played, queen takes e4, brilliancy. And what is our move with black? How do we defend? The knight is hanging. Rook d5, but then the queen will not be hanging. Okay, I cannot believe with this king on f6 we can survive. Knight g6. Then also you have some queen f3. No, I don't understand. Why am I not winning?
I can't help you, Peter.
But that's good news. It means
Do you
that,
want to move for black?
Well, not from computer. First from you. That's really difficult, yeah. That's
But
exactly
I
what
already
I'm
know the
feeling.
computer move, so it will be very hard to pretend that I have to think
Okay,
about it and
then just
come
give
up
me a
with knight
hint.
h5.
Then
It's a
just give
knight
me a
move.
hint. It's a knight
Knight
move, and
moves
is it?
like Christopher Lambert.
Yes, I know it. I'm loving this film.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I watched it many times. And a knight move, yeah, but still, the last move was knight dc to f4, and after the queen takes e4 shocker, Sadic is now shaking his head. Definitely shaking his head.
Yeah, he can't be thrilled.
Knight h5 on the board. It was
And we have
also the
some.
move that.
That was the move I
Also-
was trying to hint at. Yeah, I think computer said knight d3 or knight h5 both equal. But we have some breaking news that Volokitin apparently, hang on, let me get this straight, lightly touched the pawn on d4 before realizing he was about to blunder. Then he wanted to play another move, but Vincent called the arbiter, who forced Volokitin to play the d pawn. Well, if you touch it with the intention of moving it, you gotta move it, no? Like that's those are the rules.
But no, the question was that could he still play d5 or not? Let us.
Yeah, I was wondering. Then you have to go d5, no? At least that's. I was thinking exactly
Yes.
the same.
This is what
I
I'm.
mean, it's a
thinking,
sad
and-
position after d5, ed5.
Yes. Of
And
course, yeah.
Probably
d5,
he
e5.
preferred resigning.
Yes.
It was also text
Yes.
queen.
Wow. Okay, this is of course tragic and it's terrible. But when you have time on the clock,
Yeah,
you
once
have
you
to
touch
make
the
sure
pawn.
that yes. Yeah. Wow.
Ah, okay, then it's obvious. He also touched the c pawn. Then yeah, there's not much to talk about because then you can't even say I was just adjusting and so on. Because the rules I'm always confused about this. The rules say you have to touch the piece with the intention of moving it, no? But who knows about your intentions? So you can always deny that. But if you touch the c pawn, there's not much to talk about.
Yeah, but usually that's why, for example, I was always very careful when somebody was not at the board. Yeah, my opponent was not at. I was loudly jadubing. Yeah, I was just even like my jadub or
Yeah.
something. I would just announce it very, very harshly. So better the whole tournament hall hears it rather than after somebody can tell me that I have to move with that piece.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Apparently, Volkitin picked up the c pawn, which yeah, that's enough. Then you can only choose how you want to capture it. That's also why he couldn't play d5, yeah, because he had already
Yes.
touched the c pawn. Now nothing to do.
Yes.
Didn't Magnus or somebody get in trouble for jadubing quietly while the opponent wasn't there? Yeah, like against Nepomniachtchi or there was. I remember some story. Maybe it was in the Magnus Nepomniachtchi match. Can't recall.
I'm not exactly sure, but yes, it's always a very scary kind of situation. Talking about
Okay, he only touched the c pawn, so not his own pawn, but that's enough. Then he
Yes.
can only choose if he wants queen takes c5 or d takes c, but neither is very tempting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
rough.
is
So what to do?
rough, yeah. Well, so back to Hans for a second after Rook 2. Did Ricci react? No, he's thinking, and I believe that he's kicking himself like crazy, that in time trouble. Yeah, people are always saying, yeah, it's the old wisdom that don't change the character of the game in the last couple of moves. Just make sure that you reach the time control, and after you will decide on some critical moves. It heavily backfired, grabbing that
Let me
pawn.
find Hans' game. Okay, 2 on the board.
Don't see a defense.
We're, by the way, being informed, we should mention that after bishop a6, on move, which one was it, 41? No, 42?
42.
If bishop takes c5 here, we should show this, because if not, we're upsetting Robert Hess, and that's the last thing we want to do on this show. B takes c5, b takes a6, queen takes a6, queen a7. White wins by
Wow.
taking, and rook to b1. Nice little quiet move.
Wow. Incredible. Yeah.
And checkmate.
Yeah, big shout out to Robert. Yeah, it's always great fun to have him around and help us, guide us. Wow.
We need all the guidance we can get, and yeah, I think I was recalling correctly, there was some Magnus Nepomniachtchi controversy about some Jadub situation when I think Nepomniachtchi wasn't at the board. So what's your advice for budding chess players, Peter? Just always say it loudly. Jadub.
Yes.
Ich rücke
Exactly.
zurecht. Adjusting. Compongo.
Yes. Okay, I learned Jadub in my very early years. Yeah, people were telling me, yes, always say Jadub, and then you're on the safer side. And I'm following this advice.
And you're sure they didn't tell you to shut up? It was Jadub, not shut up.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, because that was the only French word that I knew. So I was very happy that I know Jadub. Yeah.
I know Jadub and nul. Je propose nul.
That's already too
I offer a
complex.
draw. A draw I know in all the languages.
Wow. Okay, so poor Richie. And let's just go back that it was move 39. This is the forbidden zone. You should never take a poison pawn just right before the time control, because you can easily miss something, and this is what happened. Probably Richie was relying on this bishop takes a6, b takes a6, that okay, that's not checkmate, and then let me take the pawn. But there White had this simple, nice methodical way of getting ready for the piece sacrifice.
Yeah, it was gambling, trying to make Hans take a decision on move 40. But Hans nicely delayed any sacrifice with queen a4. Then he had time to calculate. Backfired.
Yeah, absolutely. So let
Hard
me
to bluff
get
Hans.
the... Yeah, definitely you shouldn't. You have to stay objective. And I want to see Firouzja's game, that what happened. Wow. Things are happening. White's king is still in a mating net. But let's just catch up with the action.
Good
Yeah,
going,
finally
at least.
White played my suggestion, rook fb3, because okay, there was nothing left.
He didn't play rook d2. He went for rook h2, knight d2, which is also good enough.
Yes, okay, this rook dd2, rook h2, and rook df2 was merciless. Okay, rook h2 check. King g4, knight d2. Also, let's note the knight is doing tremendous job. It's not only forking the rooks, but also taking away again the f3 square from the white king. Rook b2, f5 check, takes, and rook g7 checkmate, and also f6, f5 checkmate is hanging in the air.
Two mate checkmates. How do we prolong the game?
By taking on d2.
Okay, but that's not gonna prolong it much, is it?
Yeah, not really.
And if rook
Not
b8,
really.
king g7. Okay, it's just...
No, king h7. I go king h7. I'm still insisting on the double mating threat.
Because I wanted to show king g7, f5, rook d4. It's still checkmate, so you can't really
Yes,
escape it.
I actually
cleaner.
also wanted to show the same rook d4 checkmate. It does not matter where we put the king. So yeah, it's
But
hopeless.
speaking about random cute mates, king h7, f5. You can also go rook g7, king f4, e5, king e3, rook g3. Still checkmate. Can't escape.
Wow. Okay, let's show this, because in the game rook takes d2 happened, after which it's not checkmate, but it's completely winning. So we have time to check that other checkmate. So after f5, instead of rook d4 check mate, there is another very nice way.
Very important,
Check.
very important. So mate in 1, we can also give mate in 3.
Yeah, but it's also a lovely mating construction. Yeah, you don't see it very often. Yeah, beautiful spot. All right, so
poor king.
Alireza is also getting to +2.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Tournament is heating up.
In other news,
yes.
Ari Lamy, is he surviving? Because I thought he was losing earlier, but I can see computer no longer thinks he's losing at the very least.
Well, and also look at this. The time control has just been made after queen d7. It's only one move for which Sam Sevian spent half an hour. Queen a4 to a5. And apparently this is not the best move. However, okay, maybe it's a good move.
Second best. But now, what's going on? Queen a5 played, and the way to survive is g6, yeah?
Way to survive is g6? Wow.
Yes.
Wow. So, okay, first let's just explain that the knight on c1 is kind of still trapped. White is setting to go rook e7. The queen from a5 is doing a multi-purpose job, protecting the knight on f5, also eyeing the rook on d8. So that's why black has to force matters. And you suggest
I think the
g6.
human move is rook e8, more or less, no? Like stopping rook e7 and hoping
Yeah,
there's
trying
nothing
to... Exactly, trying to
Oh,
stabilize.
we're switching to the women's section because the most exciting position in chess is on the board. Bishop knight versus king. In the Shuvalova game. Oof.
Wow, but this is breaking news, first of all, that Zhongyi managed to save that game against Anna Muzychuk. This is breaking news.
Then a little draw. Yes.
It looked hopeless. What a save, very important for Zhongyi.
And another big question is, can Kamalinova show us the W maneuver? Checkmate that king. How do you do
For
it,
sure.
Peter? 95.
Well, I thought like she was already... no, of course, the king has to go to h8. I'm still completely shocked from Anna not winning that game. Wow.
You have to drive the king to the dark squared corner, the corner of the bishop. And this is very instructive. 95. King to e8 is the best try. And then king d6, king f7, knight e7, king f6, bishop e3. And the king cannot escape. It looked like it was escaping, but bishop e3 keeps it in its box. And then after king f7, there's a big debate. Because I learned bishop d4 here as a kid, and I've stuck with it. But some people learned bishop g5, which also wins. I think it's checkmate in the same number of moves. Which one do you prefer, Mr. Leko? Settle this for us.
I think this is already not important.
It's very important. Come on.
No, it's important to highlight the W maneuver. Yeah, this knight c7, knight d5, and then knight e7, knight f5. Yeah, this is kind of the winning method. However, you have to combine it with this very nice retreating bishop e3, just as you showed. Yeah, the rest is already as you please.
Go bishop d4. So much more methodical.
Yeah, so bishop a7. The king is forced towards
Gotta push it towards the dark corner.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. If king c8, knight e7, everything goes according to plan. So the king should try to escape. Because here we just keep pushing it. King e8, yes. King e6, king d8, bishop b6. That's easy. But after king e8, there's always an anxious moment.
But this is the one... Yeah, this is the one that we are seeing over the board. So yes.
Oh, she went king c8? That's just disappointing.
Yes. No, okay, but...
No, come on, Polina. King e8.
It's a classical game. Look at this. She still has 40 minutes on the clock, so she won't be shocked by some defense.
Yeah, but if you're not going to resign, then at least you should try to break out, no? Like,
yeah, this is true.
Yeah, there's just no hope. What I'm criticizing, just to go back, is that on move 96, she didn't try king to e8, but instead went king c8, which makes so much easier. After king e8, you have to find the sequence, 97, or obviously, you know the sequence, but if you're not going to resign, you might as well ask for it. Should be 3, yes. King f7, and now bishop d4, or bishop g5 as some ignorant people.
Yeah, no, bishop d4 is the
And now we're back
systematic
on track.
approach.
Yeah, king e8, king e6, king d8, bishop b6, king e8, knight f5, and so on.
Yes. So this is the current position. I had a good friend when I was like 8-9 years old in the chess club who was always saying that no matter where you place the pieces, just give him 15 seconds and he will give the checkmate. Yeah, this was his kind of trademark, that there is no way he won't be checkmating with knight and bishop in 15 seconds.
Oh, I was practicing this in the old days on the internet chess club. You had this bot you could enter, play K and B versus K or whatever it was called. And then you would play it against the computer. I became very fast at some point, but the computer would always run to the wrong corner. And from the wrong corner, this W maneuver I could remember. Yeah, it's tougher if they don't do that. If they go to the right corner and I don't have my pieces set up. Anyway, some trouble here on the last meters. That wasn't the fastest way to checkmate, but it's good enough. After king f8, I think bishop e7 check gets the job done a little faster. But once the king is in that corner, it's hard for it.
Yeah, it's completely hopeless. Now you play bishop e7.
King g8, bishop h6, so bishop e7, yeah. King h8, knight f5, king g8, knight e7, king h8, bishop g7. Poor king.
That's it. Wow,
do you think she's going to resign, or she's going to... Because I think if you get all the way here, you should also allow yourself to be checkmated. Shouldn't resign like one move before.
But
no, I don't like this.
This is what she does.
2 moves before.
Well, it's already the second loss of Paulina. Yeah, this is not good. It's not good, but great victory from the white side. Kamalidanova has played a tremendous game. Yeah, that pawn sacrifice and then getting that dominating position was pretty impressive.
Yeah, impressive stuff. That seems to mean all the games on the top boards are finished. I don't know if we have the results ready, but we can read them out if we don't. Muzychuk draws against Tan Zhongyi. Bibisara beats Elizabeth Pitts. Maria Muzychuk, I should have mentioned, Anna Muzychuk drew against Tan Zhongyi. Maria Muzychuk loses to Vaishali. Fatalieva loses against Goyachkina. We saw Kamalidanova defeat Shuvalova. Efroimsky against Bulmaga draw. Avakishvili against Solakidu is a draw. And Elena Rubas, we've seen her tragic blunder against Teodora Injach. How do you pronounce it? I keep getting the name wrong. Teach me.
Ignaz, yeah.
Teodora.
Yeah, but all eyes, I think we should be going back to the open section, because Hans and Richard Laporte's game is exploding further. We did see the sequence rook a2, rook takes d4. It had to be tried. There was no other way. Richard, of course, did try his last chance. And yeah, there were many possibilities. Finally, Hans settled on bishop b5 and king c8. That's the current situation.
We should say bishop b5 also the best move. So Hans is merciless, calculating everything here. How does this go? Bishop b5,
exactly.
King c8 first.
Because I was already kind of happy with our bishop takes b7. It was good enough for us, but this one maybe is even better.
Yeah, bishop b7 was also winning, but bishop b5, king c8.
Okay, bishop takes c6.
No, I think, or I'm reading out that you have to start with bishop takes b6.
Ah, wow, okay.
c6, you get some endgame, which is better for white, but not over. But bishop b6 so and then bishop like c6 is winning. It's just finished.
Wow, okay. So basically then the prosaic move order is the best.
Well, this just ends the game. Or is there any intrigue left?
Okay, rook takes b4, but But yeah, rook b4, bishop e8, and it's checkmate. I cannot run away. King d8, queen d7. It's over. So
I have one
your
last
try
line.
was knight d3, right?
Mm-hmm. Now this is
And
pretty, at
then?
least. I'm cheating here, as you can tell. Knight d3, bishop takes e8 check, knight c1, queen a8, king c7, rook c2, king d6, queen b8, king e7. Okay, that's not so easy yet.
Yeah, it's
rook
it feels
c7, king f6,
like it's
rook
going
f7,
in the
and we
wrong
catch him.
direction.
Yeah,
but okay,
we're
yes.
catching him. Yeah, there we are.
Yes. Okay, because queen is controlling the e5 square, no escape.
Yes.
All
Okay,
right.
still some drama.
Yes.
But Hans will figure it out.
Yes,
you could
already
panic
on
if
the
you have
board.
to calculate such lines from afar.
It's already on the board. Bishop b6, queen b6, bishop takes e6, knight d3.
Yep, what else? Good news is many moves are winning for Mr. Niemann. Bishop d5. If you want to be fanciful, you can also do that.
But sometimes it's better just to have one clear winning move rather than many possibilities, right?
Well, you only have to calculate one line till the end, no? Then you don't have to figure out if the others also win. You'll match.
Yeah, so bishop d5 check. The idea is that king d8 is met by rook c8 check, right?
Yes.
That's the tactic. Then we have to take queen takes c8 check, king c7, and I'm assuming some rook c2 check. Rook c2 check, right?
Sorry, where are we? Yeah, you can take on f7 first if you want to.
I can also just take first, yeah. And then check, check, and then do whatever I want, yeah.
Yeah, then check, check, and...
Yeah, it's pretty hopeless. In the bullet game or with ticking seconds, it could be confusing, but with 20 minutes on the clock, I think Hans will easily navigate this.
Think so too, but sometimes very annoying. Let's say if you thought the game was over already after bishop c6 and you missed knight d3 and then you have to calculate one last line, sometimes it can be unpleasant.
Yeah, that's true. But it just feels like, okay, you have all these forced lines, boom, 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 and it works out. That's always good news.
Could not agree more.
Wow. Queen a8 check played. Okay, so Hans goes for this. It's the same construction like bishop takes e8 immediately.
Yeah, it's the same line
then,
we had.
Yes. King
That's
c7,
all we checked, so maybe it's even simpler.
takes, and rook c1.
I play rook c1?
I mean rook c2 check, yeah?
Yeah, rook c2. I guess you can go rook c1, but... Yeah,
No, the knight is on c1. Yeah, I just
exactly. No, I thought he took it.
mispronounced. Wow, what a win for Hans, and he will be moving to +2 as well.
You think that's the strongest player Hans ever beat?
You are provoking me, yeah? You're provoking me to some unknown territory.
No, just easy.
Bishop e8 check, knight takes c1, rook c2 check, king d6, queen b8, and then rook c7. You called it out. Hans is enjoying himself. Yeah, he's blitzing out all these moves.
Yeah, rook c7 on the board, and it's time to say goodbye.
Yes.
So if you take on c7, the knight on c1 is still hanging, so you're not really getting enough for the queen. And king f6, rook f7 is not very exciting either.
it's kind of really annoying that it looks like Black's king is just running away, but there is no way. That's it. Richie resigns. Very big win for Hans Niemann. Big congratulations. It was a fantastic attacking performance at the end of the game.
Bad news for Richie, no, who probably doesn't have a chance in the rating race or in the FIDE circuit race. So he really needs one of the top 2 spots here, which, yeah, will be tougher after this loss.
Yeah, he's falling back to 50%. And also, we have seen, and we are talking about this, that the tournament is so tough. No matter where you are, you get extremely strong opposition. And sometimes even it's more difficult to win games around the 50% guys, between the 50% guys, because also people have tremendous respect. Yeah, that, okay, yeah, Rapport is dangerous, let me be solid.
And they're not trying to qualify. They're happy to take the 2 rating points, the very honorable draw against Richie.
Yes. This is what suddenly also MVL and Gukesh Praggnanandhaa are also faced with, yeah, that they have to somehow break out of this construction, so that they will be playing against players who are willing to take risk and they are fighting for qualification themselves.
Yeah. Still early, but I very much agree. And speaking of Gukesh, Saric found the defenses, knight h5. Still equal. Doesn't look like he's going to win today.
Yeah. Okay, we talked about this with Danya already, that when Fabi faced Ivan Saric in the very first round. Yeah, that okay. Saric with the white piece is a beast.
So well prepared. It's dangerous here. Gotta be careful. Oh,
yes.
My son is entering the studio. My son currently thinks he's a pirate, so I'm not sure what could happen.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey.
Papa, was machst du da oben? Das ist ein Leuchtturm.
The pirate.
Papa, ich hab
So danger is looming everywhere.
Yeah. He's armed. He's armed and dangerous. Na Jonas, willst du auch sagen? Okay, looks like I fended off the pirate attack.
Wow.
That's
dangerous. Impressive. Yeah, that's impressive. That's why I was also staying quite calm, just waiting how this storm ends there.
Yeah. If you have to call reinforcements. He thought he was a fireman for a year, but now he switched to being a pirate, which is much scarier. He's armed. Fireman, he was just extinguishing fires.
Wow. But okay, look at this. Speaking about fire, it's fire on board in Sam Sevian, Erwin Lamy after g6. Sam actually ignored the threat of on the knight on f5 and played the move queen a5 to b6. Wow. So what do we have? G takes f5 will be met by queen takes f6, but queen takes f6 runs into queen d1, check queen d6, so that's not the idea. So what's going on after G takes
d6
f5?
says rook g3.
Oh, wow! This is Gegenschach, yes. So you will have to play some knight e2 destruction or what? Yes, probably.
Let's put it on the board. So queen f6.
Let's highlight this first. Queen d6 check seemingly finishes the game. Black wins. No, what a mistake. What a foolish mistake. Rook g3, covering the check and delivering check, and the checkmate, or you have to give the queen, and then it's a loss. What an idea by Sam Sevian. Queen b6.
So G takes f5.
Queen takes f6.
Queen takes f6. We have to play queen to c7. Oof, tough one.
Wow, it's only move?
I think so, yeah.
Wow, yes. Just to highlight that one of these moves that I suggested, knight e2, with destruction, ends in a very bad queen endgame.
Yeah, then you can take and the queen endgame, you suffer, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. So queen d1 check, king h2 takes. queen takes d8 check. We have seen yesterday that even hopeless queen endgames can be eventually saved with some luck, but it's very bad. So, wow, okay. No, then you remember computer was criticizing queen a5, but queen a5 was based on some tremendous tactic, yeah, with g6, queen b6.
Don't know how much you calculate, but it's possible, yeah. Now, gf, how does this play out? Queen f6, queen c7, because we're threatening...
Checkmate.
White just gives a perpetual, yeah, because we're threatening rook d1, checkmate. So white has to go queen g5, I'm assuming, yeah. And king h8,
yeah.
Queen f6, yeah?
Wow, but then what did Sevian actually miss? Did he miss from distance? Probably he missed queen c7.
Hard to say. Let's see if Lamy finds it.
Yeah, because, okay, just highlighting this position after move 40, it looked like white has the upper hand. Yeah, I don't know exactly if there is a win or not, but it looks like white can just squeeze the position. You don't need to go for some craziness. And he opted, he spent all his time, came up with this brilliancy.
Yeah.
But
we'll
okay.
See.
Exactly.
We'll see. If Lamy spots the defense, let's give him some time and go on a break. But before we go on that break, let's share some very exciting news, which are the community club reached some 10K members. Some very exciting news. The official chess.com community club has surpassed 10,000 members. To celebrate the milestone, we're hosting a special arena tomorrow, October 29th. Top finishers will win premium membership on both chess.com and Chessable, so don't miss out on this event. Use !10K in chat to register for the arena. Now don't go anywhere. More of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss right after this break. See you soon.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
The way I understand it, there are two spells. You can freeze a 3x3 area of the board, and then you can mark a piece that you can use to jump. So we're going to start with a Sicilian here. Now I'm threatening to take his pawn, because I could freeze his knight and then potentially take the pawn, but I'm out of the freeze, so I guess... Oh, and he froze my pawn. That's very smart. Okay.
I think that's how it works.
Okay, so that means I lost a piece here.
So can I jump through this piece? I don't understand. That jump I still need to figure out. Maybe it's on the other piece. Can this piece jump? No. That is the tricky one, is the jumping thing.
So I'm down a minor piece. Wait, why did... No. Oh, James wants to jump over and attack g7, so I'm going to castle.
Can I jump through this? No.
He was attacking my pawn on g7 because the queen could have jumped over to take my pawn.
With this jump piece.
Oh, of course, he probably will play bishop h6, and then I'll have to play g6. Okay, but now he can set a jump on g6 and play queen g7 checkmate, I'm pretty sure. And I don't have my freeze, so I think if James figures it out, he mates me. Yeah, this is why I'm not good at variance. I'm good at chess. Okay, he missed it. I think he... Oh, and he froze me, so that's annoying.
Can I jump? What if I put it on his piece? I'm just curious to know. Do I bounce off of it or something? Like, what does this thing do? Oh, wait.
Okay, he gave up his queen for some reason.
Yeah.
What is he preparing to do?
Yeah.
No. He's going to take my queen. I guess we're done? Like, there's no more freezes? We're just playing chess? Okay, if we're playing chess, then I lose.
GG.
Nicely done, James.
Welcome back, everybody. FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Isle of Man. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I am being joined by the great Peter Leko. Peter, still quite some action, but one game is about to finish. The Sevian Lamy game. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I'm extremely impressed by Elvin's defense. Yeah, we have been seeing this game right from the beginning. It was very tough. And finally he escapes, and he did spot that only move with queen c7. Now we are about to witness perpetual check with queen f6, king g8. I don't think that white has any chances of playing for more because there is this deadly checkmating threat with rook d1.
Yep. So shall we wait for Sevian to come to the same conclusion? Do we have that kind of patience?
Well, if there is nothing dramatic going on in some other boards, then we can stick to it.
Okay, let's wait. What's going on with you? Seen any Van Damme movies recently?
No. Actually, I was so busy recently the last 2 months that I had no time for anything.
Sorry to hear all this chess work. You should take a break and watch Bloodsport every now and then.
Yeah, okay. Bloodsport is on my laptop, so I can watch it any moment. And whenever I have 10 minutes free time and I remember it, then I, of course, check it out. It's my favorite, one of my favorites. And there we go. The perpetual check is coming. There is no point in continuing. No defense against rook d1 check.
Kumite.
Yeah. Yeah, this Grand Swiss also feels like a kumite. Yeah, it's we have all these incredible warriors, fighters fighting from all over the world for those 2 spots.
It's a little more official than the Bloodsport tournament, but other than that, I think the comparison holds up. Although it's a bit unclear who Chong Li is and who Frank Dux is in this comparison. Levon Aronian, who we earlier claimed was winning, is no longer winning apparently.
No more? Come on. Okay, this cannot be true. Let me find the game, because okay, this is here now clearly a draw. Aronian against Pono. Wow, and Pono is so good in endgames. If it's a draw, it's a draw.
Also, I'm not so good in endgames, but I think I would hold this. A3, I can find. Rook A7, rook takes E7, I can find.
You can, yeah?
I'm not sure. Now that I said it, I was starting to wonder, B7, what's going on? But I think I would probably find it.
Okay, you have rook E3 check and rook B3.
Yeah.
You get behind. So, but if the white king would be on H2, maybe it would be a Very tricky situation.
It's not though.
These small nuances. So you are advocating for a3. You're expecting rook a7. You want to eliminate the e7 pawn. Now yes, rook e7, king e7, b7 a2. It's a good deal for black. So b7 and then rook e3 check. Very important, king h2 and rook b3. Saves the day.
Now we start playing for a win. 2 versus 1.
Wow. Okay, that's actually a big shock for Levon and his fans. Yeah, it being +1 or 50% is such a huge difference in this tournament.
Half a point.
Well, but also something like 20-30 places. Yeah, there's a big tie. You will get again some very unpleasant opponent from the black side. You might feel like if you are 50%, you have to try to take immense risk. Then you are risking to eventually losing. While if you are +1, you can just continue playing normal chess and wait for your chances.
For sure.
Wow.
Checking the games here. Frederik Swane about to win against Jorn van Foreest. We're not allowed to go there. Dimitri Kollars, another German participant. All the German boys are playing in this event. He's winning against Samonenkov.
The young Ukrainian prodigy. He drew with Ivanchuk. And by the way, what is with Chuky? Where is Chuky? Let me find Ivanchuk.
Check.
It's always.
He drew sort of quickly today.
He already drew. Okay, then it's not interesting. And what about Mishra? Because he also had a rough start at the beginning.
Another reasonably quick draw today against Idani. Not a bad result for Mishra. Draw with black against Idani.
Yeah, wow. And Amar Erham beat Max Varmadam. That position that we saw there, which looked dangerous for Max, did backfire.
Yep.
And okay, hang on. Jumabayev, Martirosyan still in progress. What's in store? Hayek is
What
now
is this position?
He's over 2700, Hayek. Yeah, he has made tremendous progress.
Oh wow!
In the last
He's always been good.
1-2
I didn't know his classical rating was that high.
Yeah, he's now 2715 or something on the live.
He's been
rating.
crushing online chess for like the last 10 years or something, but now his classical is getting there as well.
Yeah, but now it
he's in
looks
trouble,
that
no?
he's in trouble. Yes, this queen on e5 is a monster. Yeah, black does have some great pieces, but there's not enough coordination behind those, and also black's king is too vulnerable.
H5, the bishop can come here.
Yeah. And the e-pawn is doing not too much. Yeah, the bishop on e1 and queen on e5 are covering everything. Wow. Jumabayev, another very dangerous player, heavily underrated. If you look at his rating right now, 2585. He also had a wonderful Kata Masters. All the Asian players were there involved. We have witnessed amazing battles there. And he should be a 2650 player. Yeah, Rinat Jumabayev. That's his real strength. Did you ever play with Jumabayev?
I do not think so, no.
No, yeah. But come on, you are playing in Thailand Open. Aren't these dangerous Asian players playing there, or how is it?
I don't think Jumabayev plays Thailand Open. Don't give him any ideas. It's tough enough as it is.
Okay. I will stay quiet.
What else do we have? Alan Pichot, who now represents Spain after controversy with the Argentinian Federation, is playing against Rodrigue Lemieux, I have to admit. First time I'm hearing that name. Probably young, strong player. And Pichot is not better. Looks nice. Apparently he's not better.
Wow, this is the position, yeah? What a madness. Yeah, I'm trying to...
I have no idea what's going on. I
understand.
just saw engine says equals, so I guess Rook H1, King G4, Rook G1, isn't it?
Ah, okay, that makes sense because we have already seen here some repetition of moves. King H3. Yeah, wow. Tremendous. Look at this knight on F5, bishop on C6. This feels like some kind of a Berlin defense. Was it a Berlin defense? I want to... No, it
was some Sicilian.
Bishop D5 Sicilian, yeah, okay.
By the way, just a rule question. Obviously, I mean no disrespect, but how do you get into this tournament with 2-4-88? Because isn't it by rating and they kept going down the list? I know, for example, like Collars was waiting to see if he would get in with whatever 2-6-30. How does it work?
Yes, it's a good question. We also kind of discussed it with Danya. We weren't exactly sure. Our feeling was that any of these players who is like 24 something, they are talented players, yeah, and probably FIDE and the organizers.
You have to prove to FIDE you're talented?
Probably.
And then they have some wild cards if they approve your talent application.
Yes, could easily be. It was also like this that maybe if it's strictly, the top 100 is participating, then they would be very strict, yeah. But like this, it also makes sense, yeah. It's we see many new faces, and it's great to see youngsters entering the international arena.
Yeah, no, I was just curious how it works, but I'm guessing it's by rating and then just some wild cards here for who they deem worthy.
Yes, I remember because during that training session with the German team, we were convincing Dimitri that, come on, no, of course you are in. There are already so many players on the list, and he was too shy and things like this that, no, maybe I'm not in, I'm not...
No, that was a no-brainer, but he wasn't planning with it until it was, like, confirmed, I think.
Yes.
He's humble, but not over the chessboard winning today.
Yeah, also
Alireza
very nice
still has to work, no?
person. Still, yeah, okay. Let's get there.
No, he's a horrible person.
Disorganized. Yeah, he's disorganized. He's a wonderful person, but disorganized. That's...
I'm kidding. Big fan. Alireza, is this easy? Guess it's easy, but still some work.
Should be easy, but okay. But
Rook C7 you can go, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah.
Cute.
This makes a lot of sense.
Because I was getting a bit worried, but Rook C7 solves it.
Yeah, down to 9 minutes. We also see that Alireza knows how important this game is. Yeah, that he's not blitzing, he's not rushing. He's taking his time and Rook C7 on the board.
Do you think after knight takes H6, he's going to go Rook H7 or Rook G7?
Rook H7.
It's more practical.
I don't want to let this G4 kind of things happen. No. No need for this.
King E4, it's winning.
Okay, it's winning, but it's a bit murky. Yeah, it's
Angela Murky.
Just systematic. Knight takes H6, Rook H7. No surprises possible here. Collect that pawn. By the way, also White's knight is kind of trapped.
Yeah, but knight G8. Now you still have to work.
Why? Okay, check. King G2, King D4, for example.
Not saying you're not going to win.
Yes, no, of course.
Yeah, not a lot of focus.
Yeah. Just making sure I'm not blundering any fork. Knight E5 played, King E4, yeah, that's the problem. Black is just continuing his journey. We'll target the G3 pawn. No fortress. That's it. Abbasov resigns. A big win for Alireza. And not only he's +2 and climbing, but he also keeps his big rivalry with Nakamura intact. Yeah, they are both on +2 now.
Yeah, both winning key games with black. Those are the kinds of wins you need. With black against 2-6-80 players, those aren't easy victories. To make one of the top 2 spots. Impressive stuff. What else do we have?
Let's see. Well, many games have finished already. So Jubava Martirosyan, we checked it. It was unpleasant for Haik. What's next? Yeah, the Pichot game, which was about to end in a repetition of moves.
No, I think it didn't. I think he found a way to continue.
Wow, okay. I'm loving the fighting spirit, especially when you have such lovely pieces. This coordination somehow ask for more. Yeah, White's king is so vulnerable.
I can't even keep count. I can see. Computer says rook takes c3, bishop e5, rook c6 is somewhere equal, but I don't know how many pieces remain on what side and why.
Wow. Rook takes c3.
Not an obvious move, but maybe you can reach it by eliminating all the other options.
Yeah, and anyway, I want to eliminate the c6 bishop. Yeah, so after bishop takes e5, rook takes c6, I feel like I'm not gonna get checkmated, and I have tons of pawns. I feel like it should be fine.
Yeah, so as long as we don't get mated, rook e1, fe5, there are enough pawns to not be too worried. Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, but it's great to see the fighting spirit. Aryan Chopra against Nicholas Theodorou is another game in progress. Wow, this fortress position, it keeps on following us. We had this clash between a very important vital game, Fabiano Caruana against Nijat Abbasov in the World Cup, when Fabi had to win on demand to equalize the score. And he did manage to squeeze out that victory. We were not sure if it's possible. Then a couple of days ago, I think Malcolm Jan was holding it against Deak. And now we see another relative when the bishop on e3 and the 2 pawns should be some kind of a fortress against the exchange.
Should just holding it all, yeah. And black also can't make any progress, no? If rook e6, if I go g5, then just wait. What do you ever do?
Yeah, no, you can't make progress. The bishop on e3 is a total cement.
Cemento.
Yeah, this is total cemento. All right, so very much draw, and then you said Dimitri is about to win against the young prodigy. Yes, it's very systematic. Black is threatening to go g2 and then some discover check or a simple check and then the pawn queens. So it's kind of a good day for the you are bringing luck, Jan. That's what I'm feeling.
German boys, yeah, they need my critical eyes on them. They're doing well, no? Rasmus Svane won, Frederick Svane won, Kolas won. How did Blue Bomb do?
Blue Bomb drew.
Blue Bomb draw.
That completely crazy game. Yeah. What about Alexander Donchenko? Alex remains.
We didn't see. Oh, he lost.
He lost. To Guyan. But what an unpleasant pairing. Guyan is also such a strong player, heavily underrated.
So well prepared, always.
Yes.
FIDE.
Absolutely, yeah. He's clearly over 2700 level in his preparation. And then in a tournament where you feel like you don't know exactly what you are fighting for, yeah, that you know that you need to win, you need to keep chances. It messes with your mind, with your brain in the preparation. And
he also played the best opening on earth, the Exchange Slav. But I'm curious. FIDE is mentioned very well prepared. That's knight e5. I thought he was supposed to take. But okay, he will have
Take on
something.
e5.
Yeah, yeah. He will have some force sequence prepared though.
So it was some slow battle, but yeah,
And now
finally
white is a bit
got-
better, maybe. Yeah, but
yeah.
after
Exactly.
knight e5, I thought knight takes e5. Anyway, that ruins it a bit, but still a good day for the German players. What's that? +3. Can't complain too much.
Yeah. So we are waiting from the chat if there is any update where we can see some dramatic action. We haven't checked out on Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. I do see that his game ended in the draw against Shant Sargsyan. We saw the opening. Opening looked kind of promising. However, he was not able to capitalize. And this is the moment that you know exactly Black has solved all his problems, nothing to worry about. And a draw was reached later on in a couple of
This
moves.
is like a typical position, a Marshall or some Spanish gone well. Yeah, you're like, you've done everything right. It's time to shake hands.
In the old times, I was getting from the anti-Sveshnikov with knight c3 e5. Yeah, it was also my setup. Yes. Reminds me of some of my game against Garry Kasparov from Linares. It resembles very much the final position when we also agreed to a draw.
Nice. You're already planning your dinner at Hotel Anibal, yeah? Like your tuna salad, everything is ready after Bishop e6.
Yes, exactly. All the alcachofas, the artichokes, grilled artichokes. Yeah. I haven't been to Spain for a very long time. I'm missing it, because all the great fishes and the atmosphere, fantastic country.
Hard to disagree.
Right. So
I'm clicking through the games here, but we need a spark to get us excited here in the run.
Yeah, I feel that this. Look at actually after e3 check, King G1. Look at the last move from Haik Martirosyan. He played the stunning Rook D4, a very nice little move, hitting on G4, inviting Queen takes D4, but of course White refuses, and also trying to get the Rook behind the pawn. It's a very interesting move, but King H2 and Knight B5. Oof. If this move had to be played,
it's the wrong direction, no?
Yeah, no, this is hopeless.
He's trying to cover c7 because Rook g4. There was Queen c7, Queen c6. Now h5, g5 will be painful.
Yeah, too painful. By the way, even I cannot go with the King to g8 because of Queen c8 check. Picking up the Rook. So yeah, no, this Knight b5 is very sad. Yeah. This is just lost.
We can watch the finish of Abhijit Gupta against Adiban. G5.
Let's do it.
Should be painful.
Let's do it because Abhijit Gupta was on the receiving end against Vidit, and I tried to be neutral and everything, but I was so much rooting for Vidit to bounce back after that tragic loss. And Gupta is my teammate, so I was already apologizing during the broadcast. I believe that Abhijit is such a nice person. He understands what I mean. But it's also great to see him doing great. But so he played King F2. Okay. It's also a completely winning. Yeah. The H6
not having to calculate anything. Yeah, King E5, King G3, King F6, Rook G6.
Yeah, it's the systematic, professional way. No need for fancy business.
I don't know.
And
Adiban H6 is also quite professional, I would argue.
Yes, but also few words to Adiban. Yes, I think that we are all worried for him. We know that he has been fantastic, and I don't know exactly what happened to him because he was such a brilliant player. He finished Vaikanze with +2. It looked like it's just a matter of time he will break into 2700, and then something happened.
I think he did that 1b3 course on Chessable, and it got him on the wrong track. Was very successful, but too much time spent with 1b3. That's tough to overcome for anybody.
Oh wow, yeah, the
Seriously
Cove
speaking,
boy.
I don't know. I'm surprised to see his rating being that low, 2551, because in my mind,
Yeah.
he was 2640 even after things hadn't gone well. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. So basically, I'm wishing Vashkan all the best of luck. Yeah, we are rooting, come back stronger, and you have so many fans out there. We want to see your best.
Beast. We need the beast back.
Yes, exactly.
So you were rooting for both in this Rook endgame, yeah? You were rooting for Adiban and Gupta.
No. If it's already completely winning, then I'm not rooting for the losing person because it's pointless. I'm rooting him for the rest of the tournament. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Who are you rooting for in Sanal versus Gurel?
Wow. Okay, let's check it out because Gurel is the young prodigy and Sanal Wahab was the
former young prodigy.
Exactly. So let's take a look.
Funny position too.
Wow. That's exciting. Who is better and why? Is the question.
I don't think white can win, no? Like we take on h4, and if you go a7, you need
No,
a
it's
lot of
white to
moves
move.
checkmate.
It's white to move. Be careful.
No. Rook a2 was played.
Rook a2 was played already. Why I don't have the move yet?
Sorry. Maybe no. I'm wrong. Sorry, I don't have e3. So.
Okay.
E3.
Apologies. I thought like this is unfair. Yeah, if you are one step ahead.
No. I'm one step behind.
So yes,
but that's just a draw. No, a7, e2 takes king a7, rook g2, whatever draw.
Yeah, because a7, king a6 is too much of a threat. Then black's king will be checkmated. So a7 has to be answered by e2 just in time, forcing white's rook to capture. Then we eliminate this pawn, and the pawn on h4 is also falling. That's it. No surprises possible here.
No, this will just end peacefully. I can see the standings there on our screen. Can we jump to the very top? See what's going on there. According to my math, no one has 4 out of 4 because no one has 3 out of 3. That sounds correct.
Yes, that's for sure. But we have tons of guys with 3.5, no?
Tons?
Or
Sounds
not?
like a stretch.
No,
but I want to see because I was on the screen, but it disappeared.
Yeah, but Yesipenko. Yeah, I had Yesipenko in mind. That yes, he's with 3.5, joining the leaders. Yeah, with.
But he might be the only one, no?
No. Yes, sorry, pardon me. Of course, yeah. Fabiano and Sindarov, they were also on 2.5. Yeah. Okay, then he's the only one. Losing my mind. Yeah, and we are seeing this crazy endgame settling in all this 4 sequence, which will lead to a draw. Wow, yes, Yesipenko, the only player on +3.
There we are. Yesipenko, 3.5. Then bunch of unknown players. Caruana, Nakamura, Zhongyi, Keimer, Vidit, Ergaisi in pursuit with 3 out of 4.
Ali Reza as well, yeah, because there are so many guys. Yes, there we go. Sarana, Sindarov, Pretke, Zhalmakhanov.
Hang on, where's Ali Reza? He's on 2.5 or did I?
No, he hasn't finished yet. No, he won.
His game is still going.
No, he won already. Why we haven't seen him?
Maybe we missed him.
Maybe we missed him. Too much action going on.
Anyway, all the standings missed him.
And then with
all the Sams on 2.5. Shanklin, Savian, Gamshi, Niels Gradelius.
No, but hang on, this is a little bit strange. Like if not all the results are updated. For example, Savian should have 3 points. He had 2.5. No, he did not. Yes, of course. Yeah, it's so easy to.
You can tell
to
by
miss
the
the
little numbers
situation.
that the win, draw, loss. That should give you a clue.
No, but Sevian had 2.5, so he definitely has 3 points. And Erwin the same, yeah? Yeah, it's all confusing. Sometimes even computers need time, or we need time. Everybody needs help.
We all need a little time. There are 3 games left in the open section. Jumabayev versus Matirosyan. Sanal versus Gurel, which we just covered. Gonna enter the draw. And Dennis Wagner, another German, against Li Wu. 2303? Who's that?
Yeah, he's the local. There are 2 locals players, yeah? Dietmar Kolbus and Wu Li.
Ah, I see. Dietmar Kolbus. I've played many times in German Bundesliga. He now represents Isle of Man.
Yeah, he lives in Isle of Man for a very, very long time.
Ah, okay. I did not know that.
I played 4 times in Isle of Man, and he was always there.
Huh. Interesting.
And I played between 2016 and 2019, always tremendously enjoying my stay there. The organizers, Alan Ormsby, a very, very nice person, taking care of the players. That's why everybody loves to come to Isle of Man. Organization is just brilliant. When you feel that organizers are treating players with so much respect, you just feel like coming back.
Sounds like you're saying you're happy to do commentary, but you want to do it on site, no?
Yes. Okay. Isle of Man. Okay. This I have to say one thing, yeah, because when the show starts, we have this amazing castle. That's the Peel Castle. There, it's one of my absolute.
Not the Douglas
favorites.
Promenade?
No, Douglas Promenade is fantastic. After the game, after some 6-7 hours game, great dinner. Then like a 1 hour walk is kind of necessary to calm yourself down, everything before you start preparing for the next game. But when there is a rest day, or sometimes I was extra going 2 days in advance, hoping that one of the days won't be any rain, and then I can visit the Peel Castle again. I already have, I think, over 500 pictures taken from that castle.
Wow. Sounds like what Thailand is to me, the Isle of Man is to you.
Yes, well, actually, before joining the Isle of Man tournament in 2016, my last open tournament was Sydney, 92 December. Yeah, so I was 13 years old when I played my last open. If we don't regard some youth world championships or the World Blitz and Rapid.
I understand. So which place do you prefer, Sydney or Isle of Man? I know you love it when you have to choose.
No, the point is that I had incredible time in Sydney as well. Yeah, I was just 13 years old. I was treated as a celebrity, as a prodigy, because as a 13-year-old boy appearing there, and it caused all the headlines like I'm already fighting for victory in the tournament. Actually, I did not manage to win. I was very disappointed. Ian Rogers won the tournament ahead of me. It was not easy for me to tolerate, but the news was all over the place that second place in the Continental Championship by a 13-year-old boy.
So you're saying you prefer Sydney because you get more exposure?
No. I just say that it's difficult to choose because I also have so many incredible memories. I was feeding the kangaroos, and then the kangaroo was. I wanted, I had this special. I bought this snack so that I can feed, and then I thought like it will be a lot of fun. Then the kangaroo was coming towards me, and I just let it drop. I was running away. I was scared.
Ah, I see. So Sydney was nice, but the aggressive kangaroos tilted towards the Isle of Man. I heard they have cats with no tails on the Isle of Man. Can you confirm that? The minks?
I don't remember them like this.
That's what I've been told. I've never been there, but
wow,
reliable sources Have informed me.
Wow.
All right. Dennis Wagner's winning against Li Wu. That means the main intrigue left is if Jumabayev, actually not a lot of intrigue, he's going to win as well. Will win his game against Martirosyan.
It looks very promising. Black's king is in a mating net as well. White is queen up. No compensation. Just watch out for any forks, but nothing works. It's going to be a huge win for Jumabayev.
Absolutely. And that is all there is. Let me check the women's section. These games are shorter, so it's going to be very tough. For any games there still to be ongoing? Nope, it's over.
Wow, one very important result, and the game which we haven't talked about is Yevgeny Nyayev beating the informed Parham Maksodlu. That's actually a very big result for Yevgeny. Parham has
amazing longevity. Nair just keeps going strong.
Yes, and he's kind of a Grand Swiss specialist. He's playing extremely well in all these events.
Must be nice. This rook endgame looks good for him. Yeah. Tough news for Parham.
Yeah,
tough day.
Tough.
For the Iranians, Tabatabai going down. Parham also losing.
Yeah, he actually gained something like 30 rating points in the last months. He's 2740 or something. So this is kind of a big setback. Not only losing, but also losing a lot of rating points.
It's a very enterprising style. So sometimes he's going to lose, but he's going to win more often than not.
Yes, that's for sure. Well, suddenly we don't have any really interesting, intriguing endgame.
Peter, are you suggesting to quit before all the games are over? That would be
no. We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay, but every game has the tendency of finishing quite quickly. Yeah, it's I don't see the marathon.
And Jumabayev picked up the bishop. That should help. With queen b2 check.
Yeah. Now, okay, black will resign. It's over. No, not yet. Knight d4. Okay, queen takes b1. Knight f5 check.
King
okay.
Then he will resign.
Yeah. I was looking at what am I missing, but no, it's just nothing. It's over.
Sometimes you just need a minute to go through data. The 5 stages of grief, which I think have been scientifically disproven. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And I accept that we have to go on one more break, and then we will come back to wrap it all up. There are still 2 games going, but they're both about to end. See you for the last episode in a couple minutes.
Anyone who has played even a small amount of chess, especially online, is familiar with the concept of an opening trap. We've all fallen for one at some point or another. In many cases, a failed opening trap will leave you with a terrible position, but not always. We've compiled 10 opening traps that are not only guaranteed to work, but if your opponent doesn't fall for them exactly, you'll still have a decent position. Number 2, Legal's Mate. This opening trap, if your opponent cooperates, can lead to one of the most beautiful and famous checkmates in chess. Named after Sire de Legal, it dates back all the way to the 18th century. It occurs in an Italian game, and in this position we play knight c3. Black might play bishop g4, pinning the knight to white's queen, and we can play h3, forcing black to make a decision about the light-squared bishop. If they retreat with bishop h5, this allows the brilliant knight takes e5, where a free queen is offered. If black takes the bait and grabs the queen, can you spot the famous mate in 2? That's right. Bishop takes f7, king e7, which is forced, knight d5 mate. So, if our opponent does not take the queen bait, is this a dubious position? Not at all. Black's best response is knight takes e5, allowing white to win the light-squared bishop with queen takes h5, and after black takes the bishop on c4, white can win the piece right back with a queen check on b5, picking up the knight on the following turn no matter what black's response is. White is up a pawn with control of the center, a great place to be out of the opening.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. And there is still one game going. So we better hurry to catch the exciting final moments of it. Peter Leko, we're still here. Which one is it? Is the Wagner game over?
You know, it's exactly the Dennis Wagner game still in progress. Well,
that means that Jumabayev won against Machirossian?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Exactly.
And Dennis winning?
Yes, we see that Black's king is protecting the h-pawn, but the problem is that White's king is marching towards the center, towards the queen side. Of course, White has to make sure to be in time to protect the b3 pawn, or to calculate some force sequence that king e7, knight d4, king takes d6 wins in some sharp race. Normally, if you are winning, I would avoid any kind of crazy calculation. So maybe just something like bishop g4, knight d4, bishop d1, protecting and then slowly collecting looks easier. What is your take? Do you like to calculate when it's not necessary, or how is your nature?
I think because of my lack of chess understanding, usually I have to calculate to make anything happen. I can't suffocate them systematically like you can. So for me, unfortunately, it's necessary. I don't like it, but sometimes it has to be done. Here, I would have to try to figure out. He goes here, I go there.
But okay, yeah, this bishop g4, knight d4, bishop d1 is so sympathetic. Yeah, it's very easy.
No, I would also calculate that you have to defend the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just winning, and then the king moves over.
Dennis Wagner also joined our training camp, yeah? Because, okay, he's not a professional chess player anymore. He's a very strong player. And he joined, and he shocked me because I have never, ever seen someone solving studies as quick as he.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, nobody could. First of all, it's almost impossible to give him a study which he doesn't know. And when you finally manage to give that and you tell him that, no, this is impossible to solve, then he takes a little bit of time and solved it as well. Okay, it's magic what he has been doing.
He likes chess. That's the impression I get. Very well prepared. Amazing studies I didn't know. His wife, Dinara Wagner, also improving a lot. Has become one of the strongest women players in the world. I think she's 2-4-60 now, somewhere in that neighborhood. So yeah, amazing couple. And Dennis should win this one.
Yeah, he should win this one. Let's just walk over with the king all the way to c6. And then Black's knight is not able to control or defend.
No, I would put it on e7 and then go bishop e2. You can attack it once, then I go bishop c4, then I collect.
Yeah, fair enough. Playing from strengths, Wu Li is the local player, and judging by this game, yeah, that it takes quite a long time, he's a serious player. He's putting up resistance. But okay, Dennis Wagner is a very experienced grandmaster.
Good news for Wu Li is that Dennis Wagner is the only experienced grandmaster in the field. The rest of the rounds will be much, much easier.
Wow, I was just curious about the opening, just to see that.
I'm just clicking through this.
Yes,
I know this line actually. It's better for white. Yeah, Dennis probably also knew it quite far.
It's a very solid line, of course, for black. Okay, a6, you are not supposed to play a6, no? It's queen a5 or a5, a4 are the main lines.
Yeah, but this is all some old theory as well. Knight a4 takes knight e7, g4. Rook cb8, I think, is also an engine move nowadays. Used to be f5 in the old days, but rook cb8.
Yes,
I think they both had done their homework, but it's just a bit better for it.
Yeah, I also had some games in like 93. I believe in 93 I was playing the Marozzi with black, and I even won a game with black in this endgame, but yeah, white is actually pressing.
These are the lines, as old people know, like Karpov against Sachs, or who is it? That's a model game by Karpov in this.
Sachs, yeah, Sachs, Jura Sachs.
Sorry, I keep mispronouncing names.
No, okay, Hungarian names are tricky. But yeah,
Dennis Wagner.
Okay.
Dennis Wagner, I'm good at. He's just gonna convert here, taking his time for king e7.
Wow, very methodic, very systematic play. Bishop c4, king e2, yeah, and slowly grinding out victory. Yeah, a5, bishop b5, the bishop heads to c6. Very nice, using that mistake, but just sitting and waiting with black, it's also so annoying. Bishop c6, apparently a mistake.
What did he miss? Wow. Bishop d4?
No, but maybe it was just a misjudgment by the computer.
Never.
I'm not buying this.
The great news is the players have reached move 60, so they get 15 more minutes to think afterwards. But I believe that Dennis, even with 2 minutes plus increment, would manage from here.
Yeah, okay. So the game wasn't easy. Look at this. There was a moment when Black had...
I just saw some double question mark on my screen. What happened there?
Yeah, well, it's... Bishop c4 was apparently some kind of a mistake. But it means that then some move per move solution had to be found, because Bishop c4 does not blunder anything. Just then that Black was able to consolidate. Captured back the pawn. Wow, okay. This is already very double-edged endgame. Rook g6. Maybe he was playing for a win? Is it possible that Fully was playing for a win? Because after Rook g8, if he plays King f6, I somehow don't believe that White can play for a win. Maybe White would have repeated.
I think he was just playing.
Wow, he played h6, Rook g6, and suddenly... Wow, okay, panic. Yeah, okay. So that's how we reach this very nervy game, yeah? Very nervy.
Tough work for Wagner, but looks like he's coming through in the end. Knight c3, what would you do in the position they have on the board now? Would you go king takes d6 or bishop f3? I have a feeling I know the answer.
Of course, bishop f3 just.
But then knight b5, you still gotta break it.
Then bishop e2, your method, yeah? Just
enough.
Listening to you, that's it.
Yeah, that's
not
often the solution. Not in chess,
not
but if you have
carrying
questions
out-
about Batman, you can ask me.
Wow, okay, so on the other hand, we know I revealed the big secret that Dennis is a great study player, so who solves studies brilliantly. He might be then tempted to finish it with some force calculation. King e6, knight takes d1, and then do we go just king e6?
I think king anywhere.
And then d6, just to make sure that Black's knight is not even getting any closer. Okay. All eyes on Dennis. I'm also very happy because I believe that this is the first time we were able to cover all the games till the very end. There is no marathon game with over 100 moves and over 7 hours, which you just never know when they end.
I'm glad you're finally getting there. I've only been here for 7.5 hours, so still fresh.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate, yeah, because yesterday, this incredible marathon game between Alexei and Shilov, we were completely sure that Alexei will win. And finally, in fact, the game ended the draw. It just shows that, yeah, chess is crazy.
Oof, and you missed it? You stopped the show?
Missed the final.
I think there's an important lesson to be learned for everybody here. You should never end the show.
It should be forever. It should be forever, because when the game's finished, then we can start analyzing. Yeah, quietly analyzing every single game, every single critical moment, and then everybody is happy.
Now you're pushing it. But yeah, sounds way too risky to miss any live action. So knight c3 by Li Wu. Dennis Wagner is still trying to figure it out, but he did get some extra time.
Yeah, it's not really figuring out. It's about making a choice. Yeah, probably also fighting with himself. That okay, do I want to finish it in style, or should I just stick to what I have been doing so far, restriction?
I would think scoring the point will be higher on his list than trying to finish in style here. We'll find out. So, summary of today. What did we see? I already forgot most of it. We saw a big Hans Niemann victory against Richard Rapport. We saw the Nakamura versus Alireza rivalry continue with both of them picking up key black victories. We'll look at all the results later. I'm just mentally going through the storylines. Anything else that happened today, Peter?
Well, Yesipenko's victory. Yeah, so he's the only player moving to 3.5. And finally, I realized that the reason why I thought like there are many players on 3.5, because in the women's section, after Anna Muzychuk did not win her game, suddenly there are quite a big tie on 3.5 points.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. In the open section, we've also had the amazing game. I already forgot who played the amazing game. Pretke against Regaisi. That was an amazing game.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of twists, turns.
That was amazing. Also, Erwin Lami's save against Sam Savian was something special. It looked very, very bad almost throughout the game. Erwin did manage to survive that. Then the Fabiano game, that tactical skirmish at the end was also kind of very nice. It just shows how strong these young kids are, like Sindadov, just brutally strong in calculation.
Yeah. Too many storylines. This is like Game of Thrones. I can't keep track, Peter. But it was fun being back. Doing English commentary with you. Oof. Tough to speak English, but I've had a great time. So thank you for that. Vincent won after Kitty blundered a rook.
Yes, it's of course a very important win. On the other hand, it's a win which you can't even really be too happy about. Yeah, it was a good game. It should have ended in a draw, so it's kind of a extra half point. But yeah, very sorry for Volokitian. This was very, very unpleasant finish.
What to do? You can't spell Vincent without Vin. Knight c3 played. Sorry, I keep waiting for a move by Dennis, but it's not happening.
Yeah, Dennis is still taking his time, enjoying the moment, yeah, because he knows that it's in his bag. He just needs to make sure that he makes the right choice.
Wrap it up, Dennis. It's Taco Saturday in the Gustafsson household. I need to get to some tacos.
Wow, okay. Then I understand the excitement. And also, the pleasure is mine as well, Jan. Yeah, it's very, very nice to see you back. And I think the whole chess world is looking forward to more and more commentary from you.
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Good to be here. The whole chess world is looking forward to bishop f3. How hard can it be? Move the bishop away. Cover the pawn.
Or king takes d6. Yeah, that's the problem. The choice. The fight with yourself, not with your opponent already.
Just pick one.
Yeah,
we should revisit the Hans game while waiting for bishop f3. But the intrigue. Will he play bishop f3? Will he not?
Well, yes, okay. Whatever he does, we believe that he will do it. So yes, we can check out once again that incredible finish, because that was kind of the moment. I remember you were saying that you are not happy with rook cd8. That's exactly when the problem started for Rich. Come on, the players should be given a chance to listen to you once per game, yeah, and then you will just highlight, don't do this.
Especially when I have my engine running, I become a lot stronger. But yeah, rook cd8 felt like slightly the wrong direction, no? Opening yourself up to some business on c6 one day. Although I don't think it was the culprit. The culprit was this bishop takes a5 move. Yeah?
But you remember I was suggesting that maybe just try to play it solidly with bishop d6. I'm not sure if Hans would have repeated. Maybe there were some other alternatives, but it was worth trying in a coming time trouble. Just to also clarify the mindset between the players, yeah, that it made some sense. But okay, so rook cd8 happened, after which Hans sidestepped with the rook to c1, rook dc1, and here was the moment we were speculating that the bishop on c7 is loose. If black plays the move e5, then who knows, somewhere some d5, some pressure on the c7 bishop was at least very tricky and
No,
dangerous.
he had to admit rook cd8 was wrong and go back. Rook c8.
Yeah, but it's so difficult, yeah, to
He took on
go
a5.
back.
Very poisoned pawn. Oof.
And take it from here, Jan. Show us all the secrets, all the finesses.
I do not recall. This was move 40, so Hans had very limited time to make a decision. In computer lingo, there were different ways, but I like the way he did it, because he played queen to a4, which not only is a good move, but also it gave him time after the black reply to then calculate how to win the game. Queen c7 is the only logical move, and now was move 41. So Hans had time on the clock, and he used it wisely to come up with pawn to b4, bishop to b6, and bishop takes a6. After which, the black position is collapsing. The key line, as being pointed out kindly by Robert Hess, was bishop takes c5, b takes c, b takes a6, queen takes a6, queen a7, queen takes a7, king takes a7, rook to b1, followed by rook a2, and checkmate.
Well, now just for 1 second, let's just pause here. Yeah, it seems like black has survived the attack. Queens are traded off. Black is piece up. So that's why this is such a stunning kind of finish, that black's king is cut on the b file, and there is no recipe against rook a2 checkmate.
Yeah, tough day at the office for Richard Rapport after that. He tried to resist, but Hans finished in style. I don't think there was any hope at any moment. King b8, rook a2, nicely played, but it's an obvious enough move with time to think. And after rook takes d4, bishop b5 was already not the only win. Bishop b7, like we looked at, was winning as well. But this is good, threatening queen a8 checkmate and introducing checks. No, introducing sacrifices on c6, which is what happened. Hans wrapped it up. What's Hans been up to? I haven't followed his career that closely outside of Reddit chess, which of course I read every morning. He's been playing a lot of opens. No, he had 2700 for a bit. Now he's been going down somewhat. Must have been, no matter what you think of him, that stressful times, no, for a 19-year-old with all that attention.
For sure, but now he's playing a lot of tournaments. He played the World Under 20 World Championship as well in Mexico City. It did not go as planned. Definitely, I believe that Hans was hoping to grab the title. It went to Maurizi. And then he played the US Championship, which he was very aggressive. Yeah, he was fighting. He had many wins and losses. But finally, after that loss against Fabiano Caruana, which decided kind of the fate of the US Championship, he wasn't able to fight for the medals at the end of the day.
Yep. Before we wrap up, one final look at the Dennis Wagner game, where Dennis now has sacrificed the piece and is on his way to victory, wrap up the game. So he shall win, and that means there will be no games left. We will look at the results. Let's start with the women's section, where we've had the following results on the top boards. Anna Muzychuk, from a dominating position, does not manage to finish off Tan Zhongyi. Game into the draw. Bibi Sara wins the grudge match against Elisabeth Peetz. Vaishali crushes Maria Muzychuk. Oryachkina wins against Fatalieva after some unsound sacrifices. And then another upset, Shuvalova losing. Bunch of draws. So, where does that leave us? You mentioned we had a bunch of co-leaders. How many are there? Just 2? Those aren't that many.
No.
You promised me more.
No, because this is a mistake. Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhongyi had three out of 3. They drew against each other, so they also have 3.5. It's just a mistake. Computer can also make a mistake.
It says after round 3. You can't have 3.5 after round. I can do math. So Anna and Tan should also be on 3.5. Bunch of co-leaders there. Stays exciting. Let's move on to the open section, where we've seen a lot of draws, but also a lot of drama. Peter, what stood out?
Well, this Alexander Pletke Arjun Erigaisi game was insane. White sacrificed the pawn, then sacrificed the bishop. Black king started to have this eternal journey towards the queen side. We did see the computer saying that black could maybe have played for a win, but it was always very, very complicated. And I would say like it was the logical outcome of this brilliant fight.
I still think Arjun is kicking himself at dinner for missing a chance there. Hikaru and Alireza both winning their games, as did Yesipenko, who moves into the sole lead. And here we have a bunch more results. We've talked plenty about Hans. Yu Yang-Yi won a nice game. And Vincent, we've seen, got a little gift from Volokiti.
Yeah, and Vidit winning his 3rd game in a row.
Cruising in the standings. Let's look. And what we have, Yesipenko, sole leader. Who will he play tomorrow? I'm not an expert on how the pairings work. Is it he's playing the highest rated, or it depends on so many things?
Yeah, highest rated, the color situation. But since Fabiano was white and Yesipenko played with the black pieces, it could easily be that it will be Yesipenko.
Fabi normally, no?
Fabi, yes, exactly. And then all the other 3 points, guys, it's just impossible to even imagine what will happen there.
We're not smart enough, but certainly a lot of world-class players still very much in the running. There, on number 11, we see the name we all have to learn. Shut up, Ziri. Ramazan Shalmakhanov with 3 out of 4. Ahead of names like Anish Giri, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and Nuribek Abdusatorov. What a field.
Yeah, what a tournament. Amazing. Yeah, every single day we see incredible fights. This is why we love the Grand Swiss. Yeah, it's just a crazy tournament. I understand for those who are fighting for qualification for those 2 desired spots for the candidates, it's so much tension and so much pressure. But we as outsiders who have the privilege to enjoy this tournament, it's just fantastic.
Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thanks so much, Peter. I've had a great time. Some exciting chess. We'll be back tomorrow with round number 5. Same place. So, see you then. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.